right. I think our YouTube streams are good to go. I think we're live on Twitch and we're about to be live on YouTube. I mean, TikTok. Oops. And apparently, Volta wants to destroy stuff. I know, buddy. I know. All right. Get ready to rock and roll, friends. The guest box is open. And we already have somebody in the guest box
Hello.
that wants
I'm
to
your biggest
suppress the
enemy.
truth in unrighteousness.
By the way, do you mind if I test out a new mic? Just give me a
Yeah,
sec.
sure thing.
Okay.
Which mic did you pick up?
I actually do not know. Does it sound any different or any better?
I actually don't know if it sounds better. It's picking up more background noise, but I don't think it sounds better.
I think I'm going to stick to my other one then.
Yeah. I think the other one sounds a little bit better.
How's your day been?
You know what? I can't complain. I had a pretty good day. Well, I could use a nap, but I think once we get a good spicy conversation going, I think I'll wake up. Well, what time is it where you're at?
It's 1 a.m., but I've been doing nights. So last night we had a guy who had the fluid around his brain just randomly, spontaneously start leaking from his nose.
Holy shit. That's crazy.
No
The
trauma,
fluid
nothing.
in the brain, like around the brain, is coming through his nose.
Yeah.
I don't know much about anatomy, but that sounds like something seriously wrong.
I mean, when that happens, it's usually due to trauma. But he had nothing. It just happened on its own.
Wow. That's interesting. At least that's the story you got, right?
Yeah.
Interesting.
But he was on antipsychotics, so I don't know.
The thing that there should be the sinus cavity should be the barrier right next to the brain, right?
So that is most likely the connection between the CSF, the cerebrospinal fluid, and the nasal cavity, which is probably like the thing is like I'm not too sure like what could have caused it to just what could have caused this to happen spontaneously without any trauma, but again he's mostly a psychiatric patient. He has a major depressive disorder and bipolar personality disorder, and I'm assuming he's even psychotic because he was taking antipsychotics on top of them.
Damn. I wonder if one of them. I wonder if one of them it maybe had like a really bad reaction to it. I don't know. Like my nephew almost had a brain infection because his sinuses got so infected one time that they had to like open him up and do actual surgery, or else it was going to infect his brain.
We had to do that to some guy who had like an infection in his eyeball. So you just you use a scalpel, you cut through the iris, and then the pus just bursts out, and then you clean it. You clean the eyeball inside.
That's some scary shit. I don't know how you doctors do it, man. I'm not cut out for that kind of stuff. Oh well. Well, friends, we should have some. We just started a stream. We should have some guests pouring in here in a little bit. The link to join if you're not on TikTok is on the screen. tiny.cc/DZ live. And if you're watching already and you're a Muslim, hey, it's a great time for you to get into the queue. We've got someone who knows Islam pretty well. Maybe you can convert both of us to Islam today. I don't know. What do you think the chances are that we'll both convert to Islam today, Ems?
Come again?
So what are the mathematical chances that we'll both convert to Islam today?
It's not zero. because it is possible that Jesus is going to come down to your house and come on stream and tell us that the Prophet Muhammad was telling the truth. So
Shit.
that could happen.
I am prepared for that exact possibility. I just don't know what the mathematical probability of it happening is. So we'll have to wait and see if Jesus shows up. But the Viking chef did show up. Good to see you, friend. Thank you for the 10-pound chat. It says, how can heaven be heaven if your wife or your kid sinned and yet I'm supposed to serve in heaven knowing they're in hell? I think the balance is out. So this is a fair point. There's one passage in the Bible that seems to indicate that once you're in heaven, you won't remember the things of the previous life. And that seems to suggest maybe like you won't remember your family that's dying and getting burned alive in hell, but it's a really horrific thing to think about because like basically then God is like torturing and destroying your entire family members, and like his solution rather than being merciful is just to like flash your memory so that you're ignorant of what's actually happening. Not a great solution. It's like, could you imagine if like if somebody, you know, the U.S. figured out that that the Third Reich were like torturing Jews in Auschwitz and other places, and then rather than like, you know, they just went and like they flashed everybody's memories in Germany, so nobody knew that their neighbors and their relatives got snatched up. Like, what a crazy thing! Like that would be a war crime in itself to like try to erase the memory of the horrible things that they did. But when God does it, like it's like, you know, it's so loving. It's very, very kind of him. Hell. I mean, no good God would make hell. It's just absurd. Peter, my friend, thanks for the 5 Canuck bucks. Says donation to celebrate getting a kitten on the 13th. Hell yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Really excited for your friend. My sister and I are getting a black cat, our black cat brothers, Floyd and Filbert. They're the cutest things. I absolutely agree with you. I'm sure they are the most adorable things ever. And I hope Floyd and Filbert settle into the home just fine. I'm sure it'll be a great addition to the family. And Dr. Pizza, MD, that is, thank you for the super chat, says it must have sucked to be the last guy to be circumcised during the early Christian cult before Paul said God was just kidding about that. Could you imagine? Be like, you haven't heard Paul's teachings yet, and you're like, all right, fuck it. I guess I got to get the tip snipped. And then, like, 2 days later, Paul shows up, and Paul's like, if you take the marks of circumcision, Christ is of no use to you. What a horrible, horrible time to get adopted into the cult. Shit. All right, well, we've got a guest in the guest box that is absolutely not going to crash out. We've talked to him before, and it should be fun. I forgot what we talked about last time, but let's bring in Catholic traditionalist and see if we can have some linear discussion. How are you doing, Catholic?
Yes, very good. Good afternoon.
Catholic, are you at least 18? Pretty sure you are because we've talked before.
Yes, yes.
Yep, and you're Catholic, so I'm not going to ask you about that, but you should already know my introductory question, which is, hey, what do you think is the best evidence or argument for the Christian God being real?
Yes, ontological intelligibility.
Oh boy, what do you think that even means?
Well, I could explain it to you. In fact, I don't know if you're willing to do this, but if I were to ask you some questions, by the answers you provide, you would actually be admitting that God exists. Are you willing to play along?
Well, I disagree with your conclusion, but I'm still waiting for a definition of ontological intelligibility.
Yes, I'd be happy to explain that with regards to the questions that I pose to you and the answers you provide, but you didn't answer my question. Are you willing to play along?
Yeah, as long as you give me a definition. What do you think ontological intelligibility means?
Sure. So with regards to things themselves, the characteristics of things that you perceive to exist, those things are perceivable by you and by me. You would agree with that, right?
You mean are human beings able to perceive? Yeah, but I don't think things
No, I
themselves
no, I
have a
already conceded
characteristic.
that. No, I didn't ask that question.
So
That's not the question I asked.
what I'm explaining is my answer to what you're talking about. I don't think that things themselves
No,
are
that's not what I said,
inherently.
though.
Okay, I'll just mute you so I can just respond. I figured the crash out would come pretty quick. So what I'm saying is I don't think that things have intelligibility. Like I don't think intelligibility is a property. I think intelligibility describes or intelligence or the ability to understand is like a process that our brains are engaging in. I don't think that anything has a property of being intelligent. Unless we're talking about human intelligence, but that's kind of a different way to use the word intelligence.
Okay, so with regards to all things that you perceive to exist, would you say that those things themselves are capable of being perceived by you, and that there are other things that are imperceivable by based on their properties?
No, I don't think anything has the property of conceivability or inconceivability.
Really? So
Yeah.
I don't know if you're a Trekkie or not. Do you watch Star Trek?
Nope.
Okay, so you know how maybe you've watched some other sci-fi shows where you might have a starship, that's able to cloak itself. It could be right there in front of you, but it's imperceivable to you because it has this cloaking device, right? So you would agree that if a starship had this cloaking device, just hypothetically, that you would not be able to perceive it?
No, I disagree. I don't think that it has the property of imperceptivity. I think we would have many means of perceiving it, especially the person who knows about the fucking cloak.
Oh, well, what about I'm talking about you. Because, yeah, the people inside the ship are perceiving it because they're inside the ship. But I'm talking about you. Would you be able to perceive it if it's right there in front of you, but it's invisible to you?
Would I have the ability to perceive it, or would I perceive it based on conditions, like specific conditions?
Yeah, like the condition is you're standing in a field on Earth. It's up there, in the sky, right in front of you, but all you see are clouds in the sky. You don't see the starship itself. Would you say that that starship at that moment is perceivable to you or imperceivable to you?
Am I allowed to investigate?
Sure, sure. And the only thing you can do is look up.
Okay, so then given those parameters, if I look up and I don't see it, it is perceivable, but I don't have the appropriate information to perceive it at that moment.
So at that moment, you're agreeing that in regards to yourself, it's imperceivable to you, right?
I think you're using the word imperceivable wrong, but it's certainly something I wouldn't be able to see with my eyeballs. Yeah, that's inherent in the
So it's
in the.
imperceivable to you, correct?
I don't think you and I are going to use perceivable in the same way. I'm saying I wouldn't be able to visually see it.
Right. So if you're not visually able to see it, then it's imperceivable to you at that moment, correct?
Again, I'm not using perceive the same way as you.
Okay. So is it imperceivable to you at that moment? Yes or no?
Yeah, it's perceivable.
Oh, so it's perceivable to you at that moment? So then you could
Hmm.
recognize and perceive that starship even though you don't see the starship.
No,
How do
I
you
just
do
said
that? Is it like the force
I just
powers? You have like some kind of clairvoyance?
I
Like
just said I
Darth
wouldn't.
Vader?
I just
Like a
said I wouldn't be
Jedi?
able. I just said I wouldn't be able to see it. Again, I said it 3 times. I don't think you and I have the same definition of
Right. So
perceive.
so what senses would you be using whereby it's not your eyesight, it's some force power like the sixth sense? You have some sort of clairvoyance?
No, I just asked you, am I allowed to investigate?
Yeah, you're allowed to look up because it's up in the sky. And I already said, yeah, you can look up.
Am I allowed to investigate though? Can I use tools? Can I ask people? Can I use other powers other than my eyeballs? Because as it turned out, perception is more than just what your eyeballs do.
Sure, you can have tools. Let's say there's some tools around you, but none of those tools will help you because none of them are technologically advanced to show that there's a cloaked starship up there in the sky.
Am I allowed to use lasers?
Sure, but this
Well,
starship is so far
then
advanced that your lasers
I'm
won't detect it.
I'm gonna locate it. Yeah, lasers will bounce off pretty much damn near anything.
No. This starship is far more advanced, whereby lasers won't detect it. It's
Gotcha.
like
So
beyond anything that. Yeah.
okay, so now we're talking about things that absolutely don't exist and are completely imaginary, like God.
Well, I'm just waiting for an answer to my question. If the thing is not detectable by you or any of your equipment, is it imperceivable to you, or is it perceivable to you at that moment? Notice, everyone, he's evading my question. This is what atheists do. It's a
Notice
tactic.
I'm not
He
evading
knows
your
I'm
question. I'm
trying to
actually
box him in, and I will
well,
box him in if he was to answer.
you absolutely won't be boxing me in because again, you're
He's
still
censoring me.
now you're just fucking crying. You're still using the word perceivability wrong. So if I have no tools that are capable of detecting said spaceship, then what that means is that I'm incapable of perceiving it. But that doesn't mean that the item itself has the property of inconceivability, which is what you're trying to do. So I'm not going to let you like smuggle in terms. So
Okay, so he just said, everyone, that he is incapable of perceiving it. I want you to look up the definition of imperceivable, because you see that that definition that he gave is the very definition to the word imperceivable. So it's imperceivable to him at that moment, the cloaked ship. He just doesn't want to admit that.
I just
And
said that I wouldn't be
obviously,
able to
the reason
perceive
that
it.
it's, and now he's interrupting me.
So again, I'm going to correct
There you go,
you
everybody.
because you're a child and you won't
Everybody.
you won't stop straw manning what I
Oh, he's
said.
now he's
What I said is I
now
would
he's
lack
mocking.
the ability to perceive something. I didn't say that the thing would be imperceivable because as it turns out, other people could perceive it, even at different times or the same time. So the thing itself doesn't have the property of inconceivability just because I, as a human being at a specific moment in time with limited tools, can't perceive it. That's a description of what I'm capable of doing as a verb. That's not a property. Words really are difficult for Phil Bros. That's why they have to go to like magical cloaks.
Okay, notice, everybody, in order for him to win this little debate we're having, he has to mute me, censor me, mock me by calling me child.
The crying
Tim
is
Pool, if you watch the
wild.
video with him, Tim Pool completely obliterated him,
Tim
and the other
Pool,
guests on Tim Pool's show,
you
they
mean Inspiring
completely
Philosophy, got
obliterated
both
this
of their
guy
asses
in that
handed to
YouTube
them.
video.
So you can go watch the Tim Pool. Both of them got absolutely handled because neither one of them have ever read the Bible, nor did they know history. Now you fucking ran like a coward because you knew your stupid script wouldn't work here. That's always how you know that they've lost a conversation, is they'll cry about the last time they thought somebody got me. And Tim Pool absolutely fucking never got me. He had no idea what he was talking about. In fact, he even agreed with me on certain points. Inspiring Philosophy got fucking cooked as well. Oh well. I absolutely knew he was going to cry and run, which he did. So I'll just... He's the first one to get marked down for tonight. Let me get my notes open for tonight's stream. Let's see. Today's the 2nd, 3/2/2026. And it's Catholic nationalist. Let's see. Tries Philbro script and runs when it fails. There we go. Well, sorry about your luck there, Catholic. Come back next time. If you can possibly do it without crying, it should be a fruitful conversation. But if not, it's wild that they'll literally talk over you, like you're trying to respond to them, and then they literally will talk over you. And then when you mute them, so you can actually respond to them, they cry about getting muted. The biggest crybabies on the planet, these people are. Okay. Well, let me grab a couple of super chats. I think we might have one other guest ready to come in, but here's what's not going to happen. There we go. The guest that was in my queue that I absolutely wasn't fucking going to take got out of here. If you come in here with a name like Period Blood Enema, you're too immature to come on this stage. I won't be taking people with that type of a name. That tells me you're 12. That's fucking ridiculous. E-Boogie, thank you so much for the $10 super chat. Says, much love as always, Justin. Hope all is well, sir. Been watching Apologia lately. Heard of it? Yes, I know Apologia. It's a channel with really great breakdowns of apologetics from a strange cartoon man. I actually really like Apologia. We actually were on the line together not that long ago, a couple weeks ago. I think 3.5 weeks ago. Rock hard for Doug and Hail Nero. I am in complete agreement. Hail Nero, rock hard for Doug, and Simply Wet for Sharon. And Yanto, thank you so much for the $5 super chat. I see Godslayer. You did. I picked it up, and your name wasn't on the package, but I could tell it was from you. I really appreciate it. Yanto was the one who got me, or the artist formerly known as Yanto, got me the bobblehead behind me, DZ Godslayer. Thank you so much, friend. I really appreciate that. Big W. And Inu says, is Luke 24:42 against divine simplicity, therefore anti-Trinitarian? Maybe. Let me see. I don't actually, Luke 22 is not on the top of my head. Luke 22:42 says, Father, if you're willing. Oh, when he's in the garden. Okay. So I haven't shared it with you. I think it's on the Trinity tab, though. If you go to the Trinity tab on the cheat sheet, it talks about this exact verse. So when Jesus is in the garden and he says, let this cup pass from me, right? He's saying that his will and God's will are different. That's why he ends by saying, yet not my will be done, but your will, which means Jesus and the Father have two different wills. That can only mean that there's two like actual individuals. There's two mind, thoughts, and emotions. Now, this isn't the biggest problem for the Trinity, but it is a problem for the Trinity. I think the biggest problem you have is if you have two humans, let's say they have their own brains, their own minds, they're completely independent, and they literally are only like connected at the pinky toe. Are these two humans, or is this one human? And this is kind of how they tried to do the Trinity. They're saying, listen, we have these two complete individuals, but somehow they're connected by like divine substance, whatever the fuck that substance is. They don't know what it is. And therefore now it's one, but that's not how it works. We wouldn't do that with trees. We wouldn't do it with humans. We wouldn't do it with anything else. So God is not a substance. It's an identity. So the Trinity, go to the Trinity tab on the cheat sheet if you're interested. I got a bunch of good stuff on there. And Snake, thank you for the $5 super chat. Says, just wanted to share what I call the good book, the holy bile of Christianity. Two ends. Wait, two ends? Rock hard for Doug. I don't know what two ends mean, but yes, we can definitely move around some words and get the Holy Bible to be the holy bile, because that's about what it is. It's nonsense. Author Jack is asking if I debated Tim Pool. Not really. It wasn't really set up for a debate. We had a discussion between me, Tim Pool, and IP, and it was on whether or not, it was kind of a silly topic, it was on whether or not America can survive without Christianity. It was kind of a dumb topic. I had like 2 days to write down some notes for it, and I thought it was a fun discussion. I really got under Tim's skin. He got really fucking mad and yelled at me because I kept making good points.
And they ran with it. The questions started flooding your channel for like 2 weeks, talking about how you lost to Inspiring Philosophy.
Yeah, it was wild. But actually, IP and I had a little bit of back and forth, but he never got mad at me. In fact, we were, even after the debate, we were chatting it up. But I think Tim pretty much hated me.
Did you see what he did?
Mm-mm.
So David Wood turned out to be a PDF file.
Oh,
and,
fuck.
Inspiring Philosophy made a video talking about how that he does not, that this is disgusting and that this shouldn't happen, blah, 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 blah. And then he ends the video with saying that, and yet he has turned to Christ, so we have to accept him and clean his sins like Jesus, blah, blah, blah.
Nah, I'll tell you what, if somebody in my circle turns out that they were touching children, I might fucking forgive you, but you're not allowed in my circle anymore. Sorry. I'm not Jesus. I don't have to fucking forgive you. You're now a danger to society, and you're gonna have to go to somewhere else, y'all. Sorry. That's where I draw the line. You can do a lot of shit. You could do a lot of shit, and I would forgive you for it. But when it comes to hurting children, nope. Sorry, not gonna happen. I can't. I can't with people that hurt children. That's where I draw the line. I don't know what to tell you. Rory, thanks so much for the super chat, friend. Says the Doug abides. Stay rock hard for Justin, and don't panic. Everything is made of stardust, and the universe is infinite with no beginning or end. Rory, thank you for that. I do agree for sure. And I would love to see if we can get to a point in science where we answer the question, or at least we're able to answer the question of whether or not the universe is infinite. Because I think it solves a couple problems. I think one of the problems it solves is that means our universe isn't expanding into nothingness. Like we're not like creating space as it's expanding. If the universe is infinite, then there's just an infinite amount of space. The expansion is just a tiny little blip inside of a larger universe, you know?
Somebody posed this question. If there was a universe outside of our universe that was completely distinct, but the fact of it being unreachable in any way possible, let me rephrase, and it is unreachable in any way possible, that is a fact. Now, would you consider that this other universe does exist or not?
See, that's the thing. And
you cannot reach it, you cannot communicate, you cannot prove it exists.
So,
but it does exist. Like it.
I think.
You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, but I have a question about definitions, because if there's another universe, in my understanding, that just means it's part of the universe. Like there's only one universe, and if we find something else out there, it's just still part of the same universe, right?
Well, let me then rephrase. What if it's a part of the universe that is separated from our part of the universe, in which it is completely distinct and unreachable in any way? You cannot communicate, you cannot observe it, you cannot prove it exists, you cannot disprove it exists, but it does exist. What would be the difference, in your point of view, between it existing and not existing?
If it's completely undetectable. Yeah, I mean, how would we know that it exists? Like, do we know that it exists, or are we positing?
So, what if it does exist, and like, for example, it's necessary by, for example, necessitated by math, for example. So you have an idea that it could, or that it should exist, in the same way that the black holes were thought to have existed before we have proven that they do exist. In that sense, would you say that it does exist? That there's this place that is out of reach, that is impossible to reach at all, that is
you know what I would
described by math.
I would say this. I would say, I think things that are either mathematically plausible or probable, or things that are metaphysically necessary, on these types of things, I would say that for me personally, I would say I'm on the fence about it. Like if I find a formula that seems to suggest that something's true, but all we have is a mathematical formula, I would say, well, it's plausible, but I would need better evidence to actually believe that it is true. And I think that's okay to say, like, maybe.
So somebody said in the comments it's functionally non-existent.
Yeah, functionally non-existent, I think, is a good way to describe it. But like, if the thing that you're looking for is indistinguishable from nothingness, then it seems just more likely that it doesn't exist, right?
Right. Fair enough.
I know. Well, friends, we're going to get some guests loaded up here in a minute. It takes a little bit to get a guest, especially after someone like Catholic Nationalist comes in and crashes so quickly. But we'll grab some super chats so we get some guests loaded up. The link on the screen is usable for those who are not on TikTok. It's tiny.cc/DZ Live, and you don't have to sign up for anything in order to use it. You just got to click on the link. It's in the description of the video. And I think I see Cyber in here tonight. Good to see you, Cyber. Hope you're doing well. Jay Garens, thank you for the super chat, friend, says, ask Philbro to explain how the starship could be perceived. I predict their shit argument collapses. Actually, I was actually interested in asking more questions about the starship. And he felt obviously that the walls were closing in on him because he couldn't steamroll me. And well, I mean, we all saw what happened. Oh well. Dr. Pizza says he doesn't know that you can perceive any spaceship through the power of Doug. Yes. Actually, if we're talking about like imaginary things, I would just say that Doug and the life-granting unicorn have both perceived it, and they've given me the information. So that's one way to solve it. And Nikki says, nuh-uh, my fictional starship can beat lasers. I know, isn't it crazy? They have to go to fucking fictional starships. It wasn't a good analogy, and it didn't work. Ariadwin. Hey, thank you for the super chat, friend. Hope you're doing well over there in Aussie territory. It says, the crying is crazy. Also, yay for Star Trek references. You know, I'm a little sad I had never really watched Star Trek, because I actually think I would like it. Like, I'm not saying that I would. It just feels like I would. You never know until you watch it, but I do love outer space and I love sci-fi, so it seems like it would be a fit. I just never got around to it. Cora, hey, good to see you, friend. It's been a minute. Hope you're doing well. Says, hi, Justin. What happened to your crybaby sound on your soundboard? That would have been perfect for that guy. Rock hard for Doug. Let me see. I don't know if I added it to this soundboard yet. I do. I have this one. So we do have the tiniest violin. I should have played that one. The only other one I have related to that, I think, is this one.
Are you crying? There's no crying. There's no crying in baseball.
That's a great reference. Although I think the last part, there's no crying in baseball, probably could be removed. I'm not sure that part's necessary. I think most people know where that sound clip comes from, but either way, I don't have the crying sound on my soundboard anymore. I'll get it. I should have played this one too, actually.
Run away! Run away!
A little good Monty Python reference. I forget to use my sounds sometimes. It's just one of those things. You know, there's so much happening at once when you're like running all these streams that sometimes you forget to do some fun stuff. Roy, thank you so much for the $2 super thank you. And I'm going to get this name correct this time. It's Melanitis. Oh, actually, someone came in on Sunday on Unapologetic with the name Melodious. And I instinctually said Melanitis because of Melanitis 616. And I had to get quickly corrected. It wasn't Melanitis this time. It was Melodious. But what are you going to do? I tried. Anyways, Melodice, thank you for the 25 PLN. And it says, I'm reading 2 Samuel. It's a fucking wreck. Yeah, 2 Samuel's a train wreck from beginning to end. So many horrendous stories, but I like it. Care to explain 2 Samuel 21, who killed Goliath? Rock hard for Doug, or get stoned for Doug. So, 2 Samuel 21 is fun. In fact, my favorite part is it starts with God being a barbarian. God sends a drought for 3 years, and David's like praying, please God, what the fuck's going on with this drought? And then finally he's like, hey, remember what Saul did to the Gibeonites? I'm punishing you for that. And then the way that they fix that is they have to take 7 of Saul's kinsmen and impale them on the mountain of the Lord as revenge for what Saul did to the Gibeonites. Was it the Gibeonites? Probably, yeah. Probably the Gibeonites. I can grab it real quick. I think it was the Gibeonites. Let's see. 2 Samuel 21. Yeah, it was the Gibeonites. Cool. Okay, so, but to fast forward, the story that you're referencing specifically about who killed Goliath is a pretty famous contradiction. One says that Elkanah killed Goliath, and one says that killed the brother of Goliath. The contradiction shows up in Chronicles. Let me grab the verse in Chronicles that has the actual contradiction. going to be 1 Chronicles 20, verse 5. And you know what? I did not yet open up a window so you guys can see my Bible verses. So give me just a second. I'll get that window open so y'all can see the Bible verses. Okay. So here are the Bible verses, and kind of see, make this a little bit bigger. There we go. And so the passage you're referring to says, Elchanan, son of Ja'ari el-Regim, the Bethlehemite, killed Goliath. So that's interesting, because we learn later that David killed Goliath. That's also in here. And then 1 Chronicles says that the person Elchanan, son of Jair, killed Lami, the brother of Goliath. So the question is, hey, did he kill Goliath or the brother of Goliath? And there's a lot of apologetics. There's a lot of information that's actually been done on this. Dan McClellan's done videos on this before as well. Best as we can tell, there are two traditions that got stitched together and somebody made a mistake. There seems to be two scribal traditions. One that was for the death of Goliath and one for the brother of Goliath. The one that says the brother of Goliath was likely a later correction. It comes in Chronicles. Chronicles has a habit of correcting and changing the book of Samuel. So when the book of Samuel was being recontextualized into the books of Chronicles, this was one of the things that the chronicler tried to fix. And the method of fixing it was to say, no, he didn't kill Goliath, he killed the brother of Goliath. But it doesn't actually work. You can tell that it was a bad fix, because even in Chronicles, it gives you the same notation, the shaft of whose spear was like a weaver's beam. The exact same description given elsewhere of Goliath. So it seems to be that there was a scribal mistake that was eventually attempted to be corrected in the chronicler, that arose from probably two different traditions that just got stitched together kind of haphazardly. So hope that works. HP Lovecat, hey, good to see you, friend. Thank you for the super chat. It says Tim Pool's nickname is Tim Fool for a reason. I know. Tim only has a platform because wealthy right-wing donors are propping him up, as well as Russians. How many millions did he take from the Russians? Listen, I could have a gigantic channel and do all kinds of propaganda if I was being paid by the Russians too. Keep in mind, I'm not taking money from fucking anybody. I'm literally, everything we do on this channel is crowdfunded. There's not a single company or business that pays me to run this show. Astronova, my friend, thank you so much for the super chat. Big thank you. And Hail Nero as well. Not sure if you read it, but The Alpha God, The Psychology of Religious Violence and Oppression by Hector Garcia is fantastic. It explains so much, narrated by Seth Andrews. Shit, if Seth Andrews narrated it, then it's gotta be pretty good. I'll have to check it out. I did recently get a book that I need to digest. It was done by Dr. Hawk on violence in the Bible. So I'll be curious to see what Dr. Hawk does with it. He's pretty cool. He writes, his commentaries have mostly been on like the book of Joshua and the conquest narrative. That's kind of the type of, that's the section of the Bible that he likes to write about. So I'll be interested to see what he has to say about it.
Have you seen Dune?
Dune, the movie? Or the show? No.
Or the novels?
Mm-mm.
You should.
What are they about?
It plays into religious, it pretty much is like, from what I understand, at least, because I haven't like actually went too deep into it, but it's like a post-apocalyptic future in which humanity has merged religions together. So like you have, they have like a Bible that incorporates the Quran and the Bible and the Torah into some weird religion, And they
Damn.
have prophecies of a future Messiah coming, which is like the hero of the story. His name is like they call him an Arabic phrase, the tongue of the unknown.
Okay. The tongue of the unknown
It's
sounds
interesting.
like a crazy sex position. Okay.
Yeah,
That's wild.
you should check it out though.
I'll have to check it out. There's a lot of good stuff that that I haven't seen yet, just because my schedule is pretty crazy. But I would definitely tune in for the Tongue of the Unknown. That sounds like a pretty good time actually. So, well, let me grab. I
Neighbor
think.
is asking you,
Mhm.
do you have any streaming services?
I do. Yeah, I actually just recently signed up for Netflix, so I can watch the Vinland Saga. That's pretty good.
Oh,
Um,
nice.
yeah, it's actually. I don't like anime, but I actually really like that.
Keeping up with the kids. Yeah.
Basically. Let's see. I think I've got which one does the South Park episode? Is that Paramount Plus?
I'm not sure.
I think I've got Paramount Plus as well. Whichever one gets you to South Park, I've got, because I mean I'm only 12. I still watch South Park, so but yeah, that's where I'm at right now. I bet Dune is on one of those streaming services. I'll look for it. I probably got access to it. But we do have a guest on the YouTube queue. It looks like Nitine or Nitine. We'll find out here in a second. We'll bring him in and see what we got. How you doing, Nitine? Are you at least 18 and do you believe in God?
Yeah, I'm at least 18, and I had a quick comment about why the virgin birth prophecy is a BS. I'm not a believer. So if you quickly let me one comment, and it's an honor to speak to you.
Sure thing. Well, I obviously agree with you, but what's your comment on Isaiah 7?
Yeah, so if virgin, I mean, if the original, whatever the text says, virgin, obviously it is mistranslated, but if at all it says virgin, then why is it so insignificant in that original story? I mean,
Right.
virgin birth is not something which is very common. I mean, in the original prophecy or whatever that verse, it is just mentioned randomly, right? It's not really, yeah.
It's a good point, because the way that it comes up is like almost in passing. Like it's not listed as some sort of monumental, like large change in history. It's just like, hey,
Exactly.
the virgin's going to conceive. Okay.
Yeah, I mean, if it was virgin, they would have made a big deal about that virgin itself right there, right? But it is just some random mention. Yeah, that's all I had. Thank you very much, and keep up the good work.
Thanks, friend. It was a good point. Thank you for that. Yeah. I do love the virgin birth prophecy. It's funny because like when even before I like left high school, I was in Catholic school, and even my Catholic school teacher was the one that brought this up. I knew that the virgin birth was nonsense even before I got out of high school, because she was explaining how like dual fulfillment prophecies work. Like the original prophecy wasn't actually about Jesus, but because of dual fulfillment, it actually is more, the more full interpretation is about Jesus. So like it's not a secret. Like people should know that the original context of Isaiah 7 has nothing to do with Jesus. I'm shocked by the amount of Christians who have no idea that the original context of Isaiah 7 has literally nothing to do with Jesus. It's such a well-known thing. Like when you get to Bible college and seminary, people will ask you sometimes to try to gauge like how much deconstruction you've already done yet. They'll ask you, hey, have you found out about Isaiah 7:14 yet? Like it's such a common fucking thing. Everyone knows about it. It's just wild that Christians get up here and argue for it. But let's grab a couple super chats. I'm sure we'll get a guest here in a minute. It took about 45 minutes to an hour to get a good guest on our last stream. And then after that, we had a full string of guests. And then we fucking ended with like 8 people in the queue. So don't wait to the end of the live stream to get into the guest box. There's no point in waiting that long. If you want to get in on the discussion, the time to get in is at the beginning, so you don't get cut at the end of the live stream. Because when the time to end a live stream rolls around, I'm ending the live stream, friend. So, Dylan, thank you for the super chat, friend. Says it's a good day for a cookout. Rock hard for Doug and Justin's fucking rock. I love it. We got JFR happening now. This is the new hashtag. You know what? I got to get that on the soundboard. I got to get Matt Delahunty saying Justin's fucking rock. I think that'd be a good clip. In fact, let me write a note for that. I'm going to write down on my paper. Let's see. Clip JFR. Got it. All right. So I'll clip that and get it added to the soundboard. We need some more Minar on the soundboard too. Astronova, thank you for the additional super chat. Says Hector Garcia, I hate fucking typos. You know what? I'm with you. I hate typos. I do it all the time because I tend to swipe. I use the swipe type, and then a lot of times I'll hit enter right away without proofreading it, and then I have to correct it after the fact. But I think on your last text message, whatever you wrote in there, I think I still read it as Hector Garcia. If I remember correctly. So Hammond, thank you for the super chat, friend. Says, how do Horus 72 virgins and the wife interact? If a Muslim without a husband dies, does she get them? Well, I don't know what you mean by Horus, but do you know what he's talking about, Ems?
The virgins in heaven, yeah. So the wife is supposed to be more beautiful than the virgins in heaven. Her beauty is elevated, and I believe it is even said in one of the hadiths that the first time the man lays his eyes on his wife in heaven, I think like centuries are going to pass by just of him staring at her. And
the fuck?
If a woman dies without a husband, she gets a husband in heaven. But if she was married before and the husband died, and then she got remarried, she stays where she goes to heaven with her last husband.
That's wild.
So women, some women who want to like reunite with their husband, they never get remarried, so they become the husband's wife in heaven.
So they really took seriously that question that the Sadducees gave Jesus. The Sadducees didn't believe in the resurrection.
I have no idea what that is.
In the Bible, the Sadducees corner Jesus and they ask, hey, if a woman is married and her husband dies and she marries her husband's brother, and this happens like 6 different times, then when they all get to heaven, whose wife is she? And that was like their question to stump Jesus, because they didn't believe in an afterlife. But Jesus had an answer for him. A bit, according to the story, was profound, but it actually wasn't very profound. Well,
this is part of the reason why the prophet or God doesn't allow people to marry the prophet's wives after him. Partly because they literally are the mothers of Muslims. So like the prophet's wives, like Aisha, for example, at 9 years old, she was the mother of every Muslim. And
oh damn!
So they cannot marry their mother. But also because they have to end up with the prophet in heaven.
Pretty wild being a mother at age 9. So, anyways, we're going to read the super chat. I think we got a guest in here, Bobby, in the YouTube queue. Dalen Richards, thank you for the super chat, friend, says, while you wait for callers, will you talk about the 10 names from Adam? I don't know Hebrew, but that was something I found powerful when I was a believer. Man appointed, mortal, sorrow, sons of... Okay. So you're talking about in Genesis chapter 5, when it gives like a list of lineages that come after Adam. So the thing that you need to know, that was popularized by Chuck Missler, and he's just a goof. He doesn't really know what he's talking about. His background, unfortunately, his background was in engineering. So I think mechanical engineering, if I'm not correct, but I think it was. But he didn't know shit about Hebrew. Like the guy had like a Strong's Concordance and was just like fucking around. So let me see. I think I got the list of names actually written down here somewhere. Yeah. So it's Adam, Seth, Enosh, Kenan, Mahalalel, Urid, Enoch, Methuselah, Lamech, and Noah. Now, if you go to the dictionary on what these names mean, you're actually going to find a pretty large array of names. And the names typically, if you go with the most generic understanding of the words, are going to be Seth means to set. So Adam just means man. Seth means to set, which is really convenient. The English understanding is pretty much the same thing as what it is in Hebrew. So Seth is set. It can mean a point, but if it means a point, it's typically in an idiomatic fashion. Like, I set a date, right? It still means set, but if you're using it as an idiom, you can use the word appoint. So I wouldn't use the word appoint in the fashion that they're going to use it, like Chuck Missler, like that's the actual definition of the word, because it's not. The actual definition is to set, like to put something somewhere. So it would be man set a man, because Enosh basically means a man or a human, or like Anashim would be, I think, people, if I remember correctly. So it just like it's a man, an individual, a person. So it would be mankind or man set humans, a possession praising. He went down to dictate man of the dart. Name and then Lamech. We don't really know what not Lamech means, and so name uncertain, and then Noah means to rest, which is actually a verb. So if you're going by the literal definitions of these names, they literally mean nothing. It's a completely meaningless string of names. You have to go into weird translations and idiomatic usages to get to the weird list that Chuck Missler had. I do have these listed on the cheat sheet under the appendix tab. You're more than welcome to go to like the Hebrew lexicon, like the BDB, or the not the BDAG, but the Hallett, and you're welcome to check it out for yourself. But that one that you'll find on the internet is nonsense. It's silly, and it's also meaningless, because like you can go into any list of names, and if you look hard enough, you'll find a list of names that will say like literally anything. So it's just a nonsensical thing. Like people are really into like pattern recognition, and somebody thought they found a really cool pattern, but it's just a meaningless endeavor. So let me grab Bobby from our YouTube queue, and we'll hopefully get some discussion going. Bobby, welcome in. Are you at least 18, and do you believe in God?
Hi, Justin. Yeah, I'm over 18. I know you're looking for ops. I don't believe in God. I wanted to run an argument by you for devil's advocate's sake. I'm actually a member of the channel, but this is a thing that I've had in my head for a bit, and it's too long to put into a super chat.
Fair enough. What's the argument?
So I've heard people come on here and talk about how one of the things that they find faith in is because of the miracles in said religion. Christianity is whatever miracle that Jesus said. Islam is that. Usually the discussion I've heard is like, oh, do you believe in something that defies the laws of physics, like the sun stopping or whatever? And usually people don't commit to that. But it seems interesting to me that, wouldn't the point of a miracle be that it is something that defies the laws of physics?
I might not understand the question, but yeah, I mean, a miracle by definition would defy the laws that we know about, right?
I guess my question is, I apologize. I'm kind of nervous because I don't want to take up too much of your time. I guess the question that I have is, if someone came to you and said, well, of course I believe that, because I don't have a problem believing that, because God can do anything. He can stop the sun if he wants to. So of course I'm going to have faith in something that can stop the sun. I mean, what would your argument for that be against that?
My general argument would be that there's some logistical issues that really need discussed. So for example, the sun doesn't actually stop. The earth stops rotating, right? Now, if the earth stopped rotating, then what would happen is like the oceans would not stop rotating. They would have some inertia, and they would go onto the land and literally destroy everything on the land. So then you're like, okay, well, that's fine because God does miracles. So what if God did a miracle so that the oceans didn't fly out of their basins? Well, that's fine, but probably the only way to do that is to drastically modify water. So you keep having like these huge, large scale changes, where like you put a Band-Aid on it and then you find another problem and then another problem. And so to me, like it just creates logistical nightmares. And then if God did all this, if God literally changed like all these laws of physics just to keep it so that he could stop the sun from moving in the sky, I mean, it's just implausible that nobody in the world would write about it. If the ocean turned to glass, so God could stop the earth from spinning, like millions of people would have written about it,
Yeah, that makes sense. I Again, I appreciate your time. This is just I sit here and I listen to your discussions, and I'm always sitting there trying to think of like a counter just in case I run into it when I'm discussing things.
Mm-hmm.
And that's something that I've never heard someone actually commit to and ask you about. So,
Yeah, I mean,
yeah,
in general, I don't think the Christians are thinking very deeply about this stuff. Like,
fair enough. It's very rare that I'll get someone who I'm discussing with that like goes beyond that kind of like skin deep level, but I don't know. Like I said, I appreciate it. Thank you for your time. And let me just say before I jump off here, it is so cathartic to hear you hold people to get answers. It really is. So keep
well,
doing
thanks,
what you're
Bob.
doing, and thank you so much.
Sure thing. Thanks, buddy. Cheers. Oh, W. Bob. That's a fair question. I often find that people in the atheist community are better at asking like good questions from the Christian side than the Christians themselves. But I mean, that's because they're critical thinkers and they typically were Christians at one point. Now they're not. It was critical thinking that got them out of the nonsense. If the Christians were practicing the same level of critical thinking, they wouldn't fucking be Christians anymore. So, Mr. Chris, hey, thanks over the super chat friend says, binging your vids all week. Thank you. I appreciate that. So how do people get through seminary still believing? Is the cope dual prophecy? I mean, kind of, Chris. Okay, so yes, most people who get through seminary got through it by accepting dual prophecy, by accepting partial fulfillment, by accepting typological fulfillments. They have to accept it. Now, you have some really liberal, really progressive Christians that might not accept it, but they don't base their entire faith on the Bible itself. So there's some Christians that would be like, listen, the fulfillments are silly, but Jesus rose from the dead, and therefore it's still true, right? So like that's like a Mike Licona approach. Mike Licona's approach is like, it doesn't matter what the Bible says. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if the Old Testament and New Testament don't agree. As long as Jesus rose from the dead, nothing else. It doesn't matter at all. If you can demonstrate that. So I think that's how some people will teach it, but it's hard to say. Those coming in from the Ian raid, good to see you, friends. Thank you so much. Hope you're doing well. But Chris, yeah, to answer your question, if you're going to graduate from seminary and still be a believer, you have to adapt to using these copes, or you just didn't study and you don't know about the prophecies. Which is crazy. That does happen. I did go to school with some people that were literally there just to get that piece of paper so they can be official. Those people exist in every degree field. I wasn't there for that. I was there to learn. So it's hard to say. Libertas Dragon says, Courtney made a short about cooking you and whining you didn't clip her. Lots of Dougites commenting, she's a joke. She is. Hi, Ems, rock hard for Doug, and Justin fucking rock. You're right. Courtney spends like half of her time online crying that I exist and that Tovia exists. Last time I tried to set up a debate with her like a month or two ago. Like I was in dialogue with her and somebody else about setting it up. And I said, let's do it. Let's get a date. Let's put it on the calendar. Let's make it happen. And she was fucking hemming and hawing and dragging her feet. And then eventually I just stopped responding. I don't know. Maybe she fucking finally responded to the conversation. I just don't care. So like, listen, she's going to keep crying, but she's also psychotic. She's out of her mind. If you actually look at her channel, like half of her channel is dedicated to bitching about my existence and Tovia Singer's existence. I've never seen a person who hates Tovia Singer more than Courtney. I've never seen a person spend so much time and effort crashing out over the existence of one single human being than her crashing out over the existence of Tovia, which is wild because, like, Tovia and I don't even agree on the God subject. We just agree on the Jesus subject. I would never spend an inordinate amount of time trying to correct him like an actual educated professional on my position. It doesn't bother me at all that he exists. Kelly, thank you for the super chat. It says the ontological imperceptibility of translucent truck nuts demonstrate the existence of Uranus. That's fucking unreal. I mean, that's really how those dumb Philbro arguments sound to me. Like when they're up here given these scripts, it literally sounds just like this. Kelly Harrison, you absolutely fucking nailed it. And Scribble says, start with the recent Star Trek movies. You'll love it. You mean like the ones not from the 70s? Okay, I'll definitely give them a watch for sure. So you're saying the recent ones are better than the classics? Interesting. Okay, I trust you. And Real Webby, good to see you again. Thank you for the super chat. Says relative new to your videos, love them. Can you provide some explanation of the Rock Hard for Doug initials that folks tend to use? Not sure who Doug is. I gotcha. Okay, so there's some backstory, there's some lore. Hold on. I did a stream like a year and a half ago where I wanted to demonstrate that Jesus and a pet rock are functionally the same goddamn things. There's no difference between believing in Jesus and believing that your pet rock is real. So I went to my backyard and I found a rock that I could put googly eyes on it to make it look like a face. And I did a whole live stream asking Christians to prove that Jesus is superior to my pet rock, and they fucking couldn't do it. In the midst of that live stream, we determined that the rock would be named Doug because it was a fun name for a deity, and it was also dug out of my backyard, so it just seemed to fit. And then the stream went so well that people started making all kinds of rock puns and Doug jokes. It was a good time, and we just kept it. And it turned out to be a really good tool against like the Philbro nonsense of like, because what they want to do is they want to say that, well, you need a prime mover or you need something that's metaphysically necessary. Like, but I can easily just say that this fucking rock is the thing. And my argument for this rock is equally as valid as their argument for God. So, I mean, it's just one of those things that kind of played both ways really well. So we kept Doug. Eventually we got Doug a wife back here. That's Sharon. So together they are Doug and Sharon Stone. And that's how Doug came to be. And that's where Rock Hard for Doug came from, because Doug is he's a fucking rock. We also behind us have the life granting unicorn over here, actually. Life granting unicorn and Lisa the rainbow giraffe. Both of them mystical, magical creatures that Christians can't compete with. Dread Goose, I think of a super different, says, I know nothing, but maybe the topic David was better than Jesus would be a funny one, like Batman vs Superman fanboy shit show. Interesting. David was better. What would the talking points be for that? To be fair, I think David was a piece of shit. That's my personal opinion. David was an absolute asshat in the Bible. He didn't care about his kids. He was a womanizer and an abuser. He murdered men, women, and children all the time. If you read the book of 1st and 2nd Samuel, when he went out to war, it didn't matter who he went out to war with. It says that he killed men, women, and children. Like, okay, yeah, you're just a piece of shit. So, and he fucking raped Bathsheba. I don't care what anyone says. Bathsheba didn't have consent. She got raped, y'all. You don't have consent when the king summons for you. That's why a married woman went to the king and slept with him, because she didn't really have consent. Astronova, thank you for the follow-up super chat. Says, if you're going to watch Dune, watch the original first. The remake sucked. Sandworms? So you're telling me not only does Dune exist, but Dune's been in existence long enough that there are remakes of it? I didn't fucking know that. That's crazy.
I think like the books are like from the 60s or something.
Oh shit. I would have never guessed. Okay. Well,
They have like apparently like there's like dozens of books. At least that's what I know. I could be wrong.
people get really into some of these shows, but I never really get invested much in TV. I'm not really a TV watcher, y'all. I've got way too much energy. I can't. It's hard enough for me to sit down to do these streams. It's really difficult to sit down for a long period of time to watch a movie.
I get that.
I think I need like some ADHD medication before I could really watch a bunch of shows. Oh well.
Mm-hmm.
Anyways, let me get a guest in here. I think we've got one in the queue. It looks like Kay Penny. How you doing, Kay?
Hi, I'm doing good. Can you hear me okay?
Sure, yeah, I can hear you.
Okay. So,
All right.
I don't know if I'm allowed to come up because I am deconstructing. I'm more on the deconstructed side than the deconstructing, if that makes sense. Am I allowed to come up?
I mean, normally I would want to prioritize opposition, but the opposition is kind of too scared to come up tonight. So, what's on your mind?
I had a question. So, first of all, I was one of those people that I didn't go to seminary, but I went to a Bible college, a Christian university, and Bible was my secondary major. And I was one of those people that never questioned it because I was told this is truth. This is what it is. And, oh, okay, well, that seems weird, but I guess that's the truth. So I believe it, like full on. And now I'm just like, wait, what?
Yeah.
It's my
I think we lost you there, Kay. Your reception went out on us.
Was married to a
Kay, friend? Oh boy. Okay. Oh. Okay. Kate, my friend. If you can get some better reception, you're welcome to call back up. I couldn't hear a word that you just said. Your connection sounded like it was like on a quarter of one bar, so we couldn't make it out. If you can get to some if you get to some good Wi-Fi or some like maybe some 5G reception, call on back and we'll get the rest of your story. But I knew a pretty good amount of people that deconstructed in Bible college and seminary, to be fair. I think there's a lot of people, if you go to a really conservative school, I think there's a lot of people that will never deconstruct. But if you go to a school that really kind of like is attempting to be honest and is attempting to do real academic education and not apologetics, then yeah. But like, there's so many schools that are geared towards apologetics. Like if you look at, there are goofballs like J. Warner Wallace and people like that literally like are professors. They have no PhD, and they're literally professors at some like large scale universities teaching apologetics. It doesn't matter if you wrote a fucking popular book, you're not qualified to do apologetics. But that's the problem with some of these schools is they put apologetics first and academics second. It's kind of shitty that they don't care about their students enough to give them a proper education. So let's try. I think Penny might have better reception this time. Let's try it again.
Hello.
Welcome back, Penny.
I must have a really bad connection. Can you hear me okay?
I can hear right now.
It's really weird. I don't normally have a bad connection. I'm sorry.
It's okay. It happens.
I don't know what all you heard.
Not much.
So anyway, my whole family basically, and I have learned more. I learned more from atheist channels than I did in college.
I believe it.
It's insane. But now I can't unsee it.
Mhm.
And so now I'm trying to figure out what is the best place to learn, like the apologetics, not to side with Christianity, because I know that this conversation is going to happen with my parents.
Mhm.
And I want to have facts, not just, oh yeah, no, I don't know. I mean, I just don't feel it kind of thing.
Mhm. Okay. So I think
Do you
if you're trying to find information that will defend your position, I don't know of any books that are really good at this other than it's not great, but it's adequate, which is the Encyclopedia of Biblical Errancy. It's a neat little book that has a lot of what's wrong with the Bible all in one volume. I would also recommend getting a copy of the deconstruction cheat sheet. All the members of my channel have access to it. And then I've got a lot of stuff right there that you can use for ammunition against Christianity and the Bible. But I don't, atheists haven't spent a concerted effort writing about why Christianity isn't true. I do think there are some scholars that will touch on stuff here and there, like Bart Ehrman will touch on things here and there. But we need atheism to do more publishing. I'm hoping to get involved in that myself soon.
That would be great. Because I'm not looking to just come out and say, hey, you shouldn't believe this. I just know I'm going to have to defend myself.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Because I love my parents. They were amazing parents. In fact, one of the things that I plan to say to my dad is, you were too good of a dad because you were trying to show me the role of a heavenly father, but you were too good at it.
Yeah. Apparently too good. Yeah.
I'm just blown away. And I have a friend who went to seminary, and she has an apologetic for literally everything.
They always do.
Like, I'm like, he killed the babies. And she's like, well, but what's wrong with death? What?
Well, it's not actually about death. It's about the suffering, right? So if you have the ability to click your fingers and make it so that the babies don't suffer at all, and you just zap them into heaven, that's different than like murdering them or drowning them. That would be completely barbaric.
Right. And like the guy who sent his concubine out to be raped by who knows how many people, and then chops her up. What?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the Levite in Judges 19 and 20. Yeah, it's rough.
It's insane. It is. I'm like, no child should ever have a Bible.
I mean, I agree. I think the best weapon you have as an ex-Christian is the Bible. You really should read that thing, memorize some key passages that you can talk about with your friends and family that are doing apologetics, and hold their feet to the fire. I honestly think the reason why the debate space right now is like why atheists are doing so well is because we're literally just going to the text and saying, hey, how do you account for this text? And Christians have no answer.
Exactly, because they don't know it.
Right. Yep.
They just don't. I didn't.
Most Christians aren't reading the book.
And I'm 53 years old.
Mm-hmm.
Like, what?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, well, I really appreciate it. I'll go down and let somebody else come up.
Sure thing, friend. Thanks for coming by.
Thank you.
Cheers.
Bye-bye.
W to learning. Yeah, there are some people who get all the way through Bible college and seminary, and they learn the apologetics and they use them. But in my experience, I feel like that's more of a Bible college thing and less of a seminary thing. Not that there aren't seminaries doing apologetics, but I feel like seminaries they try to be at least a little bit more academic. So let me get our next guest in here. It looks like Zelenisak. I hope I'm going to pronounce that one correctly. We'll see if they can connect. Hopefully TikTok's not having connection issues, but welcome in. Is it Zelenisak? Is that how you pronounce your name?
Yes. Hello.
Awesome. Welcome in. Are you at least 18?
Yes, I'm way over 18. Yeah.
Okay. And do you believe in God?
Yeah, I'm a liberal Christian. I heard we got a shout out, which is pretty rare. I was in the chat and some people were telling me, you should request to join. I was like, okay, I'll request.
Yeah, liberal Christians, they don't often get into these debates because I think liberal Christians typically they don't really hold fast to the Bible like fundamentalists do. So they're not usually motivated to debate a whole lot. But we can start out with some of the typical preliminary questions, which is, what do you think is the best evidence or argument for the Christian God existing?
I'm kind of, I guess, somewhat of a nerd. Like, I have some philosophical arguments that I find convincing for God in general. So.
Sure. I'm more than happy to engage in the syllogism or whatever you got. What argument do you want to run?
I mean, I don't know. Like, if I'm gonna guess that's gonna bore the audience because they're like.
Yeah, I don't think, as long as we're having a good discussion, I think they'll be fine. But we do get philosophical arguments here from time to time. We're pretty familiar with most of them.
Sure. I mean, personally, I think lots of philosophical arguments that traditionally are used for theism are not that good. Like, I don't find them convincing personally. So I have like some alternate ones or lesser known ones that I do find convincing. Like, for example, one of the things how I got into I was an agnostic for a while when I deconverted from my youthful conservative background. And what got me back into theism was philosophy, and it did so gradually. Like, one of the views that I accepted before I accepted theism, or I should say accepted theism for a second time, is substance dualism. I just got convinced, like, reading philosophy, that like that's the correct view of the philosophy of mind, that which basically means souls exist. And like, if you accept that, it's kind of easy to go from there that God exists. So there's like an argument that Richard Swinburne gives based on, like, he tries to convince you of substance dualism, which I already did, and then he from there builds an argument for God. Like, that's for me the primary kind of thing that convinced me back into theism.
Sure. Well, I don't know what substance dualism is, so maybe we start there, huh?
Basically, just the belief that souls exist.
Oh, I don't believe.
So when we're like asking, yeah, but like, in philosophy, like when they ask, okay, how do we explain consciousness and minds and some things about our consciousness, and there's like different positions that people propose, different kinds of materialism or something similar to materialism, and like one of the views is this kind of soul view, substance dualism, and I just convinced that that's the correct one.
Right, but I'm not. What would be an argument that could persuade somebody to substance dualism?
Sure. So, I mean, this one is also going to have a step back. Like, do you believe in like free will?
I don't know if I do. I assume by free will you mean the ability to choose things, and I don't know if we actually do. I'm kind of on the fence with that one.
Yeah, I mean, that's a difficult one. So, I mean, I guess I could just like explain my view, not that much for like trying to convince you, because then we would need to go into me giving you arguments for libertarian free will existing. Like, my view is kind of like, if I believe in free will, which I do, I am very much convinced that free will exists. The argument for substance dualism is kind of simple. So the argument goes like, material things, as far as we can see, at least the macro material things, like physical objects, not counting the subatomic stuff, function deterministically. They function according to laws of physics. A billiard ball hits a billiard board, etc., etc. In addition to that, I believe that there's libertarian free will, which is non-deterministic. So the pretty simple conclusion is there's something non-physical that explains how I have free will. Yeah.
Well, I don't believe in free will. I don't even know if I believe in the ability to choose, but let's say I did. I don't understand how that gets you to a soul, because why couldn't it be possible that our brain just has the freedom to choose things?
No, it could be, but like it seems to me that we have the functioning of material objects pretty down in terms of like scientifically understanding how they work, and that understanding, at least for macro objects, seems to be deterministic. Like there hasn't been any scientific like kind of discovery of a physical object kind of just swerving off away from clear causal antecedent chains of causation.
Well, again, I don't think human beings do that. Every decision that a human being has ever made has been preceded by some sort of input.
Yeah, I mean, I understand the views of not accepting libertarian free will, but again, that would be now an entire convo about like why I think we should believe in free will. But yeah, that's why I said I think these arguments might be a bit boring. Like it's a lot of philosophy that you can go backwards and backwards into. Like, why do you hold this? Why do you hold that?
So let's just imagine for a second that I did believe in the ability to make decisions, like that the brain can actually make decisions, is not just responding to stimuli. Where would God and where would souls come in?
Well, the view would be, so it would basically be two premises. Like premise one, macro physical objects function deterministically, and that's defended just by appeal to science and to our knowledge about physics. And premise two, we have libertarian free will. And from that, you get the conclusion, well, the libertarian free will needs to be explained by something non-physical due to premise one. Yeah.
Well, I think I kind of have a problem with premise one and premise two. So you say macro physical, is that the word you're looking for?
The macro objects, that are physical.
Okay. So do dogs have the ability to choose?
I don't know. That's kind of iffy, but it seems that if they're fully physical, they would function in a deterministic manner.
What's the difference between like an ape that is deciding to eat something versus a human being deciding to eat something? Why is one deterministic and one not?
Well, that would get into like why we should think we have free will, and I think the shortest thing would be like we should accept a sort of an epistemological approach of phenomenal conservatism, and that leads us to accepting that libertarian free will exists, because that's what we perceive when we introspect, and that's how it seems to us, and we should accept things as they seem to us.
But no, I don't think you believe that. But also, if a dog and an ape have the ability to make decisions as to what they're going to eat, I don't understand how a human being is somehow different than a dog or an ape.
Well, in the sense that we're not making a judgment of whether we have libertarian free will by comparing us to other similar beings. We're making that judgment based on introspective, like thinking and philosophical reasoning.
I didn't use any philosophical reasoning as a 3-year-old to figure out what kind of food I wanted.
Sure. I mean, I don't know. I don't know what else to say on that. Like, I just think that's kind of the approach to be taken when we're asking, like, do we have libertarian free will? We should do like this sort of philosophical, introspective start, kind of like Descartes quasi.
Well, but that's what we're doing right now, right? I'm investigating whether or not our ability to make decisions has anything to do with souls, and it seems like they're not really connected because animals have the ability to choose, but typical Christian doctrine says that animals don't have souls.
Yeah, but it's just that the implication would be their decisions are deterministic and ours are not.
Well, I understand you believe that. I'm asking, why would someone believe that? Why would I believe that fundamentally there's a difference between an animal's ability to choose and our ability to choose?
Well, because for us, we would have philosophical reasons to believe we have free will, and for animals, we don't have reasons to believe that they have.
Well, what are the reasons?
Well, it's going to be something about introspection and epistemic justification of accepting like introspective perceptions and seemings.
Animals have introspection, and in fact, they make up games and languages. In fact, dolphins will make up games with each other. In fact, they'll play games with pufferfish even. They recognize and care for their young just like human beings do. Elephants will literally celebrate with each other when a new elephant is born. They'll gather together and celebrate with each other. They're introspective. They mourn the death of other elephants too. When an elephant dies, they go into mourning rituals.
I mean, that's all fine, but it seems compatible with determinism.
Then that means human beings are compatible with determinism.
If everything that we had about human beings was on the level of things that we have about animals, just like in our description of our biology, etc., then yeah, sure, totally. But I just think we have this extra like source of knowledge, which is introspection, on the basis of which we can know that we do have libertarian free will.
But we don't. We're not special. We're not the only animals with introspection. I just listed a couple that do. You know that
I mean, we
like
don't
the
really know.
monkeys tell stories, right? Like Coco could literally tell stories. Dogs can put sentences together. Birds, in fact, I'm learning just recently that parrots literally can learn English language and use it appropriately in the right context. Like we're not special as human beings.
Well, again, like I on the basis of like biological comparisons, yeah, that would be a totally reasonable conclusion. I'm just saying like there's additional considerations why I think we are special.
Right, but I didn't hear any additional considerations yet.
The introspective point.
I already
It
addressed
seems
it.
to me that we can perceive things about our own mind.
And so can animals. Animals perceive themselves too.
We don't know that. Like we don't have access to anyone other mind except ourselves.
Well, then you don't have access to say that they don't have introspection.
And you do not have access to
Sure.
Justin's mind either, so you do not know if he has it. You only know yourself.
Sorry?
You do not have access to Justin's mind either, or mine. So how do you know that either of us has introspection?
Yeah, technically, I don't, but I guess it's polite to act as other people also have
your
minds
argument
like
would
I
just
do.
be, if you think that animals do not have it, then there is no distinction between that and saying that nobody else has it besides you. Because your argument, like, regresses to, you know you have it because you have it.
Well, because I think I can perceive it introspectively, and like another, and I guess there is a kind of like additional argument by some Cartesians about why I should assume humans at least have it like I do, is that there are certain traits about human conversations that seem to apply it, namely the appropriateness of sentences within a conversation. So it seems that like sentences are not random. So like we don't just randomly start saying stuff during a convo, but also they're not determined. Like I could start.
Have you met anybody with
ADHD
before? Yeah. Have you met anybody with ADHD before?
Sure.
They do just that. What is the point?
But they can also have like conversations where they are appropriate to the conversation.
With medication.
Sure. But your point was that humans do not just randomly do this action. We have examples of humans randomly doing this action.
No, but I didn't say they lack the ability to do random things. I mean, I was in
And
the second half actually making the point that
what
we could choose.
percentage do you consider significant then? If they do it like 10% of the time, if they do it 50% of the time, like what is the cutoff?
No, it's not about the amount. It's just that we have the ability and we practice it to have appropriateness of sentences to the convo. And this appropriateness, as pointed out by some Cartesian philosophers, seems to be different than randomness and from being determined by the conversation. And it seems to be this third thing connected to like free will.
I'm lost.
Yeah, I have no idea what he is talking about at this point.
Yeah, I mean, sorry.
I don't need to apologize. I'm just lost.
I didn't even like think we were gonna go into philosophy. I was like more requesting. People were mentioning. I said I was liberal Christian in the side chats, and they were like, "Yeah, you should join." I was like having an idea, mentioning stuff about liberal theology, but yeah, we went into deep philosophy.
Yeah, so like I failed to see the difference between intelligent animals and humans, other than the fact that we have slightly more intelligence. I have no reason to believe that our greater intelligence is because we have a soul. What about a soul would grant us a greater intelligence?
Well, I think the primary thing the soul grants is free will, but also I think in terms of
Why?
intelligence, there is a trait of language and a human language and a trait of sorry.
Right, but I said why though? Why do you think a soul would give us free will?
Well, because I think like based on science that material objects, at least that are ones that are not subatomic, function deterministically.
But yeah, but I'm asking about souls. What do we know about souls? How can we determine if souls are deterministic or not?
No, the soul is just like a name.
Like you're just
for
assuming
this thing that we discover through these
but you're just assuming that souls have libertarian free will and that souls don't act deterministically. I'm trying to ask, how could you possibly know that when we have no evidence of souls and no data on souls?
Well, no, the soul there is just like a name or a label that we apply to this conclusion that we get through these two premises that I accept. Like I accept free will exists, that I have it. I accept that physical objects function deterministically. That leads me to the conclusion there's something about me that's non-physical and that accounts for me having free will, and I'm going to call that a soul, whatever it is.
Yeah, but why? Why can't it just be something other than a soul that's non-physical?
I mean, I don't know what that would be. I guess it could be some like, I don't know, it could be some like weird physical stuff that we haven't yet discovered. There's like another type of material thing that doesn't function deterministically, or I don't know.
Like what if the universe is what if the universe is conscious and we're just tapping into the consciousness of the universe?
Oof. I mean, possible, I guess.
I'm just saying there's so many other options other than we have a soul. And I don't think we actually even have to explain the fact that we have libertarian free will, because I don't think that we do. But let's imagine that I granted you everything that you said. Let's imagine that we have souls. Let's imagine that they're immaterial. Why would we think that that leads to a God? Because like the Buddhists believe in souls, they believe in spirits, but they don't believe in God. Why would that lead to a God?
Yeah. Like Jainism is even a better example. Like they very explicitly believe in souls and very explicitly are atheist. Well, I think that there's this argument. And by the way, like all of this stuff that we now mentioned, and you mentioned all these other possibilities other than souls, I grant all that. Like I'm not saying, like I know lots of times Christians want to say whenever they give an argument, it needs to be this way. I'm just saying, like, yeah, all of this could be otherwise, like, but this option that I accept, like, just seems more plausible to me than those other ones based on certain reasonings or comparisons, etc. So I'm not like claiming any sort of, it needs to be like the soul or what it's 100% like that. So just to say that, and it's the same thing here with the argument for God. So like, if we believe that there are souls, so why should we believe that there's a God? So this is like Swinburne's argument from substance dualism, and he basically goes the route of talking about, it seems that if we believe that there are souls, it seems that they are harmoniously paired with our brains in general. You know, like my soul is paired with my brain. I perceive the external world through my eyes. You know, like I make decisions in my soul. My body moves in accordance to those decisions. It seems that there's this like two-way interaction that's harmonious. And he wants to say like, it's very unlikely, in fact, like probably inscrutably unlikely, that the natural biological physical process of natural selection would produce a body that's like just right for connection to a soul. And it's the other hypothesis that God created like the universe in such a way for these two things to harmoniously match seems much more plausible. So that's like the argument there, and kind of like what's the better explanation for these two things matching up in a good way.
Right. But I'm asking, why would somebody choose to go the God route? Let's imagine that human beings have souls. I think there's two questions we have to answer. One, why would that lead to God? And if human beings have souls, how come animals don't have souls?
Well, the first one would be just kind of this seeking for an explanation of why souls are matched to the bodies and why brains have developed in that way for them to be compatible with the matching with a soul, because that seems like very less likelier on like a naturalistic kind of viewpoint than a quote unquote design viewpoint. And the other one, well, we don't know. Maybe they do have a souls. They're just not like, their brains are not developed enough for it to be like a full match or something. We don't know that whether they do or don't have a soul.
Okay, so animals could have souls.
Oh, who knows?
Right. Okay. So I guess I didn't hear an argument for why us having a soul will lead to God, and that's fine. Let me ask another question. What if Ems and I just both granted that we believe in a God, but God is actually the rock behind me on the shelf, Doug? Why would we believe that God is the Christian God rather than this rock behind me?
Well, I think the biggest difference is going to be like, is it the rock asserted to be conscious or?
It
like,
is. Yeah,
have
the rock is
cosmic power?
conscious. It speaks to all of us, all of his followers at least.
Okay. Sure. Well, I don't think that the God that exists is quote unquote the Christian God. Like, I accept a view that's not that ludicrous. Like, it is very unheard of in fundamentalist circles, but it is like accepted by us liberal Christians and even by moderate conservatives like the Catholic Church, which is definitely not a liberal organization. That God is the God of everyone, and like every religion that contains anything good and true in it, like reflects like some sort of God's activity and people striving towards God. So,
Well, that can't be the case because Doug has told me that Christianity is not true.
I mean, depends what God Doug means.
Well, Doug literally said that Jesus didn't rise from the dead and that Yahweh doesn't exist.
I mean, why should we believe Doug?
Because he revealed it to me.
Sure, but I'm not appealing to revelation.
Okay, so then why would I believe in Jesus rather than Doug?
I don't necessarily think people should quote unquote believe in Jesus. I just think like people. I don't think God cares if people believe in Jesus. I don't think God cares if people believe in Him, and that seems to be what Jesus preached in the Gospels.
Are you a believer in Jesus?
I mean, I am a follower of Jesus. Sure, I try to center my life around His teachings. Yeah.
Okay, is Jesus the Son of God?
In a way, I'm very like kind of Bishop John Shelby Spong kind of Christian.
Gotcha. That helps me out. Okay. So you don't believe in the literacy of the Bible then?
Oh no. Like I don't think like almost any liberal theologian that I met like believes that the Bible is infallible and inerrant, let alone literal.
I'm saying infallibility and inerrancy are different than literal. Is John Shovey Sponge thinks that the Bible, like almost none of it's literal. In fact, he agreed with Michael Goulder that like even Mark is essentially fiction that is designed to be read upon the Jewish liturgical calendar, and that it was more the meaning was metaphorical, not literal. But I mean, if that's the case, I don't know why you would pick Christianity over any other religion.
To be like my general view is that a reasonable interpretation of Christianity is gonna match in all the core doctrinal and ethical points with a reasonable interpretation of Islam and a reasonable interpretation of Judaism and a reasonable interpretation of Hinduism. In the points like God exists, afterlife exists, God loves everyone, anyone can access God regardless of religion. God wants us to be good people, meaning to be loving and compassionate and merciful, humble, etc.
That
Like
can't
on
be the
those
case.
various kinds of points.
You have to get rid of all
Why
kinds
not?
of teachings of the Bible to arrive at that point. Jesus says that no man comes to the Father except through me, and that nobody enters the kingdom of heaven except through the water and the Spirit. I mean, the Bible over and over again basically says that Jesus is the only way. The idea that you can get to heaven
No,
through like
that's fine.
Vishnu or Brahma is like just a straight contradiction of Jesus' words.
I don't think so. So like the sentence in John is the only way to the Father is through the Son, through Jesus.
Mm-hmm.
So the traditional conservative theology interpretation of that sentence is the only way to the Father is by accepting traditional Christian doctrines about Jesus. Well, that's technically not what the sentence says, so that's an interpretation of a sentence. But if they're free to make that interpretation of a sentence, to add this thing about accepting traditional doctrines about Jesus being the way to the Father, then us liberal Christians, I think, are also free to have an alternative interpretation. So how we interpret that sentence is, yeah, the only way to the Father is by following the ethical teachings of Jesus, which people can do in other religions or by being an atheist, or doesn't matter. So,
Oh no, that couldn't be the case. When Jesus was asked, "What must I do to inherit eternal life?" he says to follow the commandments.
the 6 ones, I know them by heart. Do not kill, do not steal, do not cheat, do not falsely testify, honor your parents, love your neighbor as yourself. No, nothing, no mention of any beliefs, believing God even.
Those
No
are the
mention
laws
of
of
being a
Moses. He
Christian.
wasn't saying do only those 6.
I mean, I don't think he was being kind of, elusive.
It's interesting
I think
how almost none of the Bible is literal, but when Jesus says in order to inherit eternal life, you have to follow only these 6 commandments, even though he literally said in Matthew 22 that there are 2 other commandments that are even more important. Like, what a weird spot in the Bible to take literal when you don't take the
for
rest of it literal.
salvation. Well, I mean, I don't really think literal allegorical is really the important dimension.
But what I said is you've picked a very weird verse to read extra literal when you don't think that the Bible is supposed to be read literally.
Well, I think the general approach in liberal theology is a kind of like a red letter approach. We focus on the teachings of Jesus, and that formulates our doctrines. And other stuff, if it seems to contradict Jesus, we're going to either interpret it or reject it. So.
I don't know if that really answers my question and concern. I guess I'm a little bit confused about how you're picking Jesus's words to the rich young ruler to be deadpan literal, but then the rest of the Bible not.
Well, because the core of the religion is Jesus. We should focus on him and his teachings.
I know, and Jesus says that no man comes to the Father except through me, and that you have to be born of the water and the Spirit. And he tells you what that means. It says, we know that you have to be born again, and the Bible explains what it means to be born again. So I fail to understand like how you're getting to this place that you can get to the heaven without Jesus.
We're just rejecting the medieval traditional interpretations of these things, that to be born of spirit or born again or born from above or to have faithfulness, or as they translate faith, like has anything to do with accepting traditional doctrines that like some theologians developed a few
It's not a
centuries after
doctrine.
Jesus.
It's just Jesus's straight up words.
Does he anywhere say like that salvation is by accepting this or that doctrine belonging to a religion called Christianity or anything like that?
It's not a doctrine. I didn't say anything about doctrine. So according to
Okay.
the Bible, Jesus's words and the gospel author's words, you have to believe in Jesus. Like that's John 3:16. Like the most famous passage, God so loved the world that he gave his only begotten son so that whoever believes in him should not perish but have eternal life. So at a minimum, you got to believe in Jesus. That's like the starting point. And then it says two
I
verses
would
later,
say that's a mistranslation.
whoever believes in him is not condemned, but whoever does not believe is condemned already, which is why he says in John 8:24, unless you believe that I am he, you will die in your sins.
Well, again, like I don't think the traditional reading of those verses about being about belief is correct. I think like that word group about pistis and pisteo, pistos, pistoi, like should in most cases be translated as faithful to, faithful, those who are faithful, etc. It
I
has nothing to do with people believing
I
anything.
I agree that pistis typically is not just believing in something, it's actually having trust in the thing that you believe in, but that still gets you to the same destination, which is unless you put your faith and your trust in Jesus, you don't get saved.
Well, no. The view here is that faithfulness to Jesus means following his ethical teachings. Like an
But you
atheist
don't
who
but you
is
don't follow
trying
his
to be
ethical
loving and
teachings.
compassionate is faithful to Jesus.
But you don't follow his ethical teachings. His ethical teachings says that you have to follow the law of Moses.
Oh, I disagree with that very much.
Well, then I guess you haven't read the Bible. We already agreed that when you talked to the rich young ruler, he said that you have to follow the commandments. And then in Matthew
The 6
5,
ones.
he didn't say just these 6 ones. You have to narrow it down because you don't like the commandments. And we're used to that. Christians hate the commands of Moses. In Matthew,
It has nothing to do with what I like.
No, you definitely don't like the commands of Moses, which is why you don't want to follow them. If you liked these commands
I mean,
from
there's
God,
some
you
that I like.
would just follow them. There's a lot you don't like, which is why you're going to run from them. But Jesus says, whoever breaks one of the least of these commandments and teaches others to do the same will be called least in the kingdom of heaven, but whoever does them and teaches them will be called great in the kingdom of heaven. So, according to Jesus, if you want to be great in the kingdom of heaven, you got to follow the laws.
Which laws?
The laws of Moses.
Okay. And why does he have the antithesis of the law in the Sermon on the Mount?
What he's doing in Matthew chapter 5 is he's strengthening the law of Moses. That's what it means to fulfill the law of Moses. He's bringing an interpretation. He's bringing an interpretation of the law that is strengthening it. Not once does he say that the law is going to go away, which is why he says to do it. It says, whoever breaks one of the least of these commandments and teaches others to do the same will be called least in the kingdom of heaven. So what that means is that if you want to be great in the kingdom of heaven, you got to follow the commands.
Sure, well, but the true commands, not just any random command.
No, the commands of Moses.
Like Jesus,
that's what it means.
That's what it means. Rebukes.
That's what the Torah and the prophets refers to. The Torah and the prophets are the laws given to Moses.
Which Torah?
There's only one Torah. Jesus did not believe in the oral Torah. He only believed in the written Torah. That's clear in Mark chapter 7 and Matthew chapter 15. He specifically there's not to Jesus.
Historically there was.
Historically there was,
Jesus, and we have mentioned
not according to Jesus. There's only one Torah according to Jesus because he's Jewish.
The true Torah, yes.
What?
The true law. Yeah, like
No,
Jesus throughout his ministry is rebuking swaths of Old Testament laws.
No,
like,
he's not.
It seems obvious
not
that
once.
he's not supporting the official
Not once.
version of the Torah.
Not once.
Not once? Okay, the purity laws about women menstruating and eunuchs and touching the leper people.
What
the
about him?
dietary laws, which are said that he
What
makes
did he-
all food clean.
What did he didn't say
the
that?
Sabbath
Mark's,
laws.
he didn't say that. He didn't violate Sabbath laws either. Everything you just said is wrong. What did he tell the lepers when he cleansed them?
What did he tell them?
He said, "Go present yourselves to the temple according to the law of Moses."
Okay.
Okay.
It was still forbidden for him to interact with them.
It's
with
not
the purity
forbidden.
laws, and he still interacted.
No, it's not.
Okay.
Show me the law where it's forbidden, because in Leviticus, literally the priest is allowed to go to the lepers to do the work. Like, you're not forbidden to go towards or around sick people. The sick people are the ones that are supposed to isolate. That's their responsibility. It's not the responsibility of the priests or the prophets or the men of God. Men of God are allowed to be around sick people to heal them. Like case in point, the healing of Naaman.
I don't remember that example, but like,
What? There's no law. What I'm saying is there's no law that prohibits Jesus from getting near someone who's sick.
Okay, I might have been mistaken about that one. I will look into it further. I don't think. I don't know. I want to try to go further that I don't know, like, if I'm correct or not now. But on it's just one of like these many points where he seems to be rebuking the Old Testament laws.
But he never did. Not once.
Not really.
Nope. Not once did he do it.
I think there's lots of examples. Like, in
Name
fact,
one.
like, I think the Sabbath breaking is very instructive in his response.
He
when
never
they
broke the
accuse him
Sabbath.
that he's breaking the Sabbath.
He never did.
So what he says when they accuse him of breaking the Sabbath, like, he doesn't say, "Oh, I didn't break the Sabbath." He says,
What law did he
basically,
break?
"So what? David also
What law did he break?
working on the Sabbath."
What work did he do? Because if you actually read the Mosaic law, you're allowed to pluck and eat. There's nothing against it. So what Jesus is rebuking, and he does like 6 or 7 times, he's rebuking the Pharisees and the scribes that are holding him to the oral law. He doesn't follow the oral law. That's why he rebukes them in Mark chapter 7. That says you are nullifying the commands of God with the traditions of men. The traditions of men are his reference to the oral law. He doesn't believe in the oral law. He rebukes it at every turn. Not once does he ever say anything about the law of Moses not being good. And he specifically says to follow the law of Moses. And not once did he break a law of Moses.
Well, of course, he doesn't say that. Like, my claim is not that he was against the law of Moses, but that he was against the text, the official text of the law of Moses, which
then show
added
me
lots of stuff, which is not.
Show me where that happened.
And again, like, this isn't a thing that like exists only during
show
the time
me
of Jesus and mentioning
where that happened,
have...
because what you're saying is untrue.
How is it untrue? What?
Because not once did he ever break a law of Moses.
I don't know, like, I can say that he did, and you can like pull up like a fundamentalist Christian apologetic of why he didn't.
I'm not giving you a fundamentalist apologetic. What I'm saying is the instances you mentioned are not breaking the law of Moses, because I know the law of Moses and you don't. You can't just say he broke the law of Moses because you want him to break the law of Moses. Show me which law he broke and when he did it.
I already gave an example of. Sabbath and like several
There's
purity examples.
there's no
Like he
Sabbath law.
rebukes a lot of it.
There's no Sabbath law against plucking grain to eat. You're specifically allowed to do that.
Oh, sorry, I was muted. I mean, I don't know what you want me to say. Like, I just don't agree with the traditional interpretations of these verses. That's what Jesus.
I'm asking you to
like,
find me the law of Moses that says you can't pluck grain on the Sabbath.
the law that says you shouldn't work on the Sabbath.
It's not work.
Again, this in traditional
So
response.
are you not
like,
allowed to eat?
doesn't-
Is eating forbidden on the Sabbath? Oh my gosh, I didn't know eating was forbidden on the Sabbath.
It's not work.
It's not work. It's eating.
Like it doesn't make sense from the perspective of how he responds.
It's
Like,
only
he never
it's only,
says like, "Oh,
it's
I'm
only
not
work.
violating the Sabbath."
It's only work if you are actually collecting and reaping.
Well, you are collecting, just
No,
in a way.
he's not. He's plucking and eating.
I don't see this difference making sense, except
It's
from
something
a trad like
that
reading.
it's something that is specifically allowed in the law of Moses for people who don't own property and don't have access for food. If you don't have access to food and you're poor, which Jesus was, he didn't even have a home, you're allowed to go into one of your neighbor's fields and pluck grain. There's no restriction on it. Doesn't say that you can't do it on the Sabbath. It specifically says that you can do it. There's no restriction against simply plucking and eating grain.
Again, I know the trad explanation, and the trad explanation, like there, it also doesn't say you can, like as a poor person, pick from the corners on the Sabbath. So like, yeah, it's an interpretative question of like, what do these laws forbid or not? Like the trad view is no, they don't forbid it because like the trad view wants to insist that Jesus did not contradict any of the Old Testament laws. And I'm saying like from his response and from various other places and from Jeremiah 8:8 and from historical records of different versions of the written Torah, I would say it's like much more plausible that Jesus was contradicting the Old Testament laws as preserved by the Pharisees and the Sadducees and the scribes.
You haven't given a case for why he actually broke the law of Moses yet. You just keep saying, according to the Sadducees and the scribes, but the Sadducees and the scribes are accusing of breaking the oral tradition, which is quite clear. He specifically points it out in Mark chapter 7.
Again, they don't say he's breaking the oral tradition. They just say he's violating the Sabbath. And the traditional Christian, they're accusing him of violating.
I said Mark chapter 7, and you weren't paying attention to my words, which is why this conversation is going so poorly. I said in Mark chapter 7, he specifically chastises them for nullifying the law of Moses with the oral law. Jesus never spoke against the law of Moses, only against the oral law. That's why he calls them hypocrites. You abandon the commandment of God and hold to human tradition. The tradition of the elders, the human tradition, is the oral law. That's what he's upset with. He never says anything about the law of Moses.
Well, my reading of this is that when he says you are neglecting the laws of God for traditions of man, he's like actually criticizing them for following the corrupt version of the Torah that's mentioned in Jeremiah 8:8.
Oh, you'd be wrong then. It's specifically referred to as the tradition of the elders, which is a phrase we actually know. We know the tradition of the elders is specifically a reference to the oral law because we have like actual documents from Judaism showing that that's how they use the phrase.
Sure, Judaism has an oral Torah, but we also have historical records of groups of Jews who are saying this version of the Torah, the written Torah, that people have is corrupt, and that's a view saved in Jeremiah 8:8. And I'm saying Jesus was one of those Jews who held that view.
Did Jesus say that, or do you have to put that on Jesus?
I think that's a reasonable interpretation of most of his ministry and his responses to accusations that he's violating the laws of Moses.
He was never once accused of violating the law of Moses. Not once.
The Sabbath.
There's no Sabbath law that says you can't do what he did.
Again, that's one interpretation. I'm saying the Pharisees
No,
have accused him of
what I'm
violating the Sabbath.
telling
Are you
you
working on the Sabbath?
is you need to find an actual law in the Torah that says you can't do the thing, because you're not violating the Sabbath
That's
laws
always
until
work.
you can show me where the Sabbath law says it, and it doesn't say that plucking grain is work. You have to add that into the text. That's something you're doing.
Yeah, and you have to add that into the text that plucking is not work.
No, wrong
It's two
again.
interpretations.
It's not two interpretations. You're specifically allowed to pluck grain according to the law of Moses. Not a single law
On Sabbath?
says in any day you want to, because it's just eating. You're not
Does it say that?
You're not actually doing work until you're actually taking a sickle, or you're reaping, or you're collecting.
Where does it say that?
That's
You're
just
saying
what
awful lot of things that are nowhere in the text, but you're insisting that I need to have every single word like based on the text.
Because if you just read Exodus, it tells you that you have to actually collect your food. If you're collecting food, you have to do it before the Sabbath begins. Once the Sabbath begins, you're allowed to eat your food. And if you don't have housing, you don't have a place to be, that means you don't have a place to store food, which means the only alternative is to eat food that is readily available to you, which is not working. It's literally just consuming the food that is around you.
It's a nice interpretation, but it's nowhere in the text.
It's actually not an interpretation. It's just something that is only true if you understand like how you would consume food in the ancient world. If you're poor and you don't have anywhere to lay your head and you don't have anywhere to store food, how are you cooking and storing food the day before the Sabbath?
Yeah, you can have like a bag or something. Who knows?
How?
Why do they need a storage?
How? Where are you getting the food from?
From the corners of the fields.
And doing what with it?
Keeping it in your bag.
Where? Where are you, and where is your bag? Where are you staying at?
Well, presumably the bag is where you are. So it's like, I don't know.
Where? You just randomly walking around with a bag? You're just randomly walking around with a bag so that you don't have to eat food standing up on the Sabbath?
Why would that, like, we're all just doing interpretative like speculations. I don't know why either way would be unreasonable to like conjecture what they would do.
I'm asking you logistics. If you're an ancient person, you don't have a home, you don't have money, you don't have access to buy grain, and you have two options. One, you can literally just walk to your neighbor's field and pluck and eat, which is just eating grain. Or number two, you can always have a bag on you, which you make sure to use every day before the Sabbath. You go to somebody else's food or somebody else's field, and you don't pluck and eat the grain, you pluck and collect the grain. And that's what you think people are up to?
Why not? Like, if they think they shouldn't pluck stuff on Sabbath, they would pluck it on a Friday and eat it on Sabbath. Like, I don't see the problem.
Why would they do that?
Because they don't want to violate the Sabbath.
But it's not a violation of the Sabbath. Collecting is.
Says you.
Not eating. So remember,
according to your interpretation.
This argument, your argument is that Jesus violated the Sabbath. And you can't show me where eating grain is work.
Well, you can show me that it isn't. Like, so
it's your claim. It's your claim that eating grain is work, not mine.
Look,
when does eating
is a fact.
When does eating become work?
Violate.
When does eating become work?
Well, not eating, plucking.
When does plucking become work?
I mean, when does it not?
Is it
I mean,
is it when the hand moves from here to here? Is that when it becomes work? Or is it when it goes from here to here?
Why is that a problem for my interpretation but not yours?
Because I'm asking you logistics. What about plucking is fundamentally different than picking up a piece of food in a bowl and eating it?
Justin,
I don't know,
Cyber's
probably
telling me
that
to
you're not
bring
taking it
up,
from a field.
Leviticus 18:5.
What about sorry, Leviticus 18:5 you're saying? Oh, sure. Yeah. Cyber said that?
For some reason, it's named after a Pokemon, so I'm not sure.
Wait, what?
They say Pikachu, Nefash, or something. Nefish? I don't know.
I don't know what you're saying. Maybe you said Cyber was mentioning
Leviticus
it.
18:5. Yeah, he said it allows you to set aside the law to save a life.
I don't know much about that, but he does have a background in Judaism. Let's bring him up.
Yes, it is. Pikachu Nefesh. Pikachu Nefesh, it's allows you, what this says is that the law is there for you to live by, not to unalive by. And in interpretation, this would mean that if it comes to a life-saving measure, we set the law aside because the law is supposed to be there for you to live by. And so if you're to believe that Jesus was like homeless, he didn't have a place, and he's hungry, then it's okay for him to set the law aside to get food. So thus he wouldn't be breaking Torah. He'd be fulfilling Torah through Leviticus 18:5.
Hello?
We accept your surrender.
Okay.
Oh. Did y'all hear me or not?
I heard you. I heard you. I don't know if the guest heard you. They just kind of disappeared.
Oh, sorry again. No, I heard it. Yeah, I know about that interpretation in Rabbinic Judaism, but like Jesus wasn't a member of Rabbinic Judaism, so I don't think that interpretation, like adding a third interpretation, like makes my interpretation less plausible. So.
It's actually pretty crazy that he just said Jesus wasn't part of Judaism.
Of Rabbinic Judaism.
Well, we have sages before Rabbinic Judaism. We have sages that talk about this. That like this doesn't come from Rabbinic Judaism alone. We have this going back as far into even during the Maccabees. We have this being talked about by sages.
And allegedly, it goes back to the times of Moses, but like. I don't think Jesus was like a member of the school of Hillel or Shammai or whatever. My thesis here that Jesus was an Essene-like Jew who rejected the official version of the Torah and accepted an alternative one.
Except you can't demonstrate a single law that he broke.
Except I did, and the only rebuttal is like, oh, Rabbinic Jews have a different interpretation.
Except you can't actually. You're just insisting that the law says you can't pluck grain on the Sabbath. It doesn't say that. You have to invent that.
That's just an interpretation that I have, and I'm saying it's more plausible than the alternative interpretations.
Actually, it's not plausible because Jesus specifically tells you to follow the law. So if Jesus tells you to follow the law point blank explicitly, then what makes the most sense is that Jesus wasn't purposely violating the law. He was violating the oral tradition surrounding the law.
In fact, Matthew 23, at the beginning of Matthew 23, Jesus explicitly says, because the scribes and Pharisees sit on the seat of Moses, therefore, whatever they say and teach, do it. However, don't do what they do because they're hypocrites. And then he spends a bunch of verses listing why they're hypocrites. But he straight up says, do and say what they teach.
Again, like I'm interpreting his relations to the Pharisees and to the traditional law as partial acceptance. He does follow the law of Moses, but what he thinks is the true law of Moses and not the corrupt version that Jeremiah ate.
What were the Pharisees teaching? Which version of Torah were the Pharisees teaching?
The official one that we have preserved now.
Yeah, and why would he then in Matthew 23 say, hey, whatever they say and teach, do it. Just don't do what they do. Because the things that they were doing was in line with the oral law.
I mean, that doesn't make sense because presumably they will also be teaching the oral law. They weren't just practicing oral law.
So it sounds like you just don't have an answer.
I mean, I just answered why I don't think that.
I mean, I know you got the 5Ds of Dodge debate down. Like, Justin's been asking you, like, what law specifically was broken, and you've just been going in like this circle, like it's just Torah.
Which law?
Torah.
How is that a dodge?
And what was the law?
Working on the Sabbath for the 17th time. Like,
it's not working.
And do you know what the Sabbath like? Can you list in the Torah where it lists what's considered work and not work on the Sabbath? Do you know where that's found?
Found almost anywhere. Probably not.
Yeah, go find one. Go find the scripture.
I've been asking him to find me the actual law that says you can't do that.
And I said work on the Sabbath.
Again, like for example, I'm asking you to find the passage that says eating grain is work.
And I'm saying that's an unreasonable ask because
it's not.
If you can
your claim is that eating grain is work.
And your claim is that it's not work. And why is your interpretation or claim better than mine?
Because your claim is that it violated the law, and you can't even substantiate what the law is. So
you
until
can't substantiate the alternative interpretation according to which
I can, because my alternative interpretation rests on the fact that Jesus says to follow the law.
And I agree with that.
And that law is the Torah. He didn't say the true law. He didn't say a different Torah. He says the Torah and the prophets. He didn't designate any special parts of the Torah. He didn't say that the Torah was corrupted.
A few times.
Not once did he ever say that.
A few times.
Not once did he ever say that there are special parts of the Torah that you should obey.
Well, I would say that he said that by rebuking swaths of the Old Testament law.
Except he never did.
Also, like,
yeah, which one did he do that?
I could like just like get a sentence out. What I was starting to say is that the differentiation, I would say, is made when he says to the Pharisees and the Sadducees that they don't know the law of God. They don't know the law and the power of God. One instance and the second instance that no one knew the Father except the Son now, who has been sent by the Father. So he's telling them they have no idea about like what God actually commanded. And he is coming to perfect, not fulfill the law. That's a mistranslation. He says perfect the law, meaning improve, meaning correct the corruptions that Jeremiah 8:8 mentioned.
That's not what that word means. You're taking huge. No, it doesn't mean what you're saying it means. It doesn't mean correct. That's a huge liberty with the word in Greek. That's certainly not the case. There's not a single actual commentary in the New Testament that's going to give you that definition. My explanation of what's happening in the New Testament is what literally almost all of Christianity teaches. Like every study Bible you've ever read is going to tell you exactly what I'm telling you, which is clear as day in Matthew 15. When the Pharisees and scribes came to Jesus from Jerusalem and said, "Why do your disciples break the tradition of the elders, for they do not wash their hands before they eat?" Over and over again, Jesus gets accused of breaking a law that's not actually from Moses. This is one of those occasions, which is why he answers them, "Why do you break the commandment of God for the sake of your tradition?" Jesus' problem was never with the law of Moses. Jesus' problem is with the oral law, the supposed tradition of the elders, which is why he chastises them for nullifying the law of God with their oral tradition. That's why it says, for the sake of your tradition, you nullify the word of God.
Nullify the law of God. Look, the oral traditions, in the sense of the oral Torah, that's like part of the Mishnah and like the Gemara, I guess. Like, it does not violate the written Torah. But what would violate or nullify the written Torah would be corruptions of the text.
No, you'd be wrong.
Like
He tells you right here in the text.
the-
It's crazy that you haven't read this. He tells you in the text how the oral tradition nullifies the written tradition for Moses. He says, "For God said, honor your father and mother, and whoever speaks evil of father or mother must surely die." So he's saying, according to the law of God, if you speak ill of your father or mother, you must be put to death. But you say, whoever tells father or mother, whatever support you might have had from me is to God, then the person need not honor the father or the mother. So for the sake of your tradition, you nullify the word of God. So he's saying, you specifically have a law in the tradition of the elders that nullifies carrying out this particular law of God. That law is from the law of Moses.
Yeah, and I would say that specific instance is an internal critique of the Pharisees, and that law isn't at all from
yes,
God.
But,
so it's like,
but what is the critique?
That they're being hypocrites and they're adding commandments to God.
How did they add commandments to God's commands?
By corrupting the text of the law.
No, he's talking about the tradition of the elders. Again, the phrase tradition of the elders means the oral law. That's how that phrase gets used in the culture. When he says
your interpretations, sure.
You can literally just look it up. Like, look it up. Tradition of the elders. What does this mean within Judaism? It's an actual reference to the oral Torah. Cyber, am I wrong?
I know that.
100% correct. And in fact, the only time Jesus gets upset about them with the oral law is when the oral law itself seems to contradict what the written law says. That's the only time he seems to be upset. Why? Because they're being hypocrites. They're chastising him for not following their human traditions, which allows them to bypass the law. And so he's like, well, why are you getting mad at me for bypassing your tradition that allowed you to bypass this specific law? You're ridiculous. You're being goofy.
So again, like I want to return to my argument about connected to the accusation that he's violating the Sabbath. His response.
No. We're talking about Matthew. We're talking about Matthew 15. Try to pay attention. Matthew 15 on the board, where we're clearly demonstrating a point here, which is that Jesus is upset with the Pharisees for doing something. The thing that he's upset with them for is not corrupting. He didn't say corrupt. He says nullifying the law of Moses with your tradition. Yeah. That phrase, tradition of the elders, means the oral law. That's how it was used. You can read all the early Jewish texts. We know what that phrase means. It's not a fucking mystery. This is not something that Christians and Jews are debating.
Jesus used it in the same meaning? Why do you think Jesus used it in the same meaning?
He didn't.
You're saying Jesus used the phrase traditions of the elders in the same meaning that it's used in rabbinic Judaism.
No, I didn't say that. I didn't say anything about rabbinic Judaism. I said in Judaism.
Well, I'm gonna project that. I'm gonna disagree with that.
It's pretty crazy how you have to make Jesus not Jewish in order for your interpretation to work. Go ahead, Cyber.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I find it interesting how you just show like this lack of understanding of like Greek. Like Justin and I have been to Bible school. I haven't been to seminary, but we had to study this. Like we had to study this.
Yeah, I have been to seminary too.
Let me finish real quick.
4 years.
Well, that's not the case, because back in Matthew 5, when it talks about I've come to fulfill the prophecy, do you know where else Matthew uses? Yeah, fulfill the law. Do you know where else Matthew uses that word at? Whenever Matthew uses that word, what's he using it in reference to? Just out of curiosity, if you know.
I don't know off the top of my head.
Anytime he's mentioning that Jesus is fulfilling a prophecy, this is to fulfill what the prophets have spoken, he uses the same word, right? So when you come up here and say, no, he's not here to fulfill the law, he's here to correct the law, where do you get that from? Like the text,
From
Matthew
looking at
doesn't support that.
From looking at the Greek word in that verse, which means to perfect, to improve.
But that doesn't mean the correct.
It doesn't. No, what lexicon are you looking at that's going to say it means
I think
to
even the
correct?
trad like strong concordance will tell you it means
Strong's
to perfect.
concordance is not a
that's where
lexicon
it's
of the
at.
language. There you go.
Do you know what
It
a
finally
concordance is? Just
happened.
out of curiosity, do you know what a concordance is? Yeah.
Yes,
Do you know
Now
what a
do. That's
concordance
why I
is?
said even.
Now I don't believe that this guy has been to seminary if he thinks the Strong's concordance is relevant.
That's why I said even that will confirm this. Like, as
I don't know
like
why
the
you
lowest.
even
Can you
mentioned
tell me what a
it.
concordance is? Do you know what a concordance is versus a lexicon?
Explain it to me, please.
Yeah, a concordance is how a specific text is
I was being
using
ironic. I was
specific
being ironic.
words. That's what a concordance is. So the concordance, the Strong's concordance, is specifically how the KJV are using these words. It's not a lexicon, it's just how the KJV is using these words.
Well, that's also not really true. Like, it gives like the general meaning of the Greek term. But
according to the KJV interpretation, not according to like the general language at large. Like we have actual lexicons of the language that aren't based on the KJV.
yes, I know. Yeah.
Okay. Well, listen, Zell, we had a good time talking. I think we're way off the topic at this point, whether or not God is real. I mean, and we've been at this for an hour, and I assume the audience is getting bored because I hear people asking about a kick poll. So, I mean, thanks for at least coming up and chatting with us. It certainly was interesting. I've never heard somebody try to make Jesus not Jewish, but it was a good attempt.
Essene Jewish, not non-Jewish.
I'm sure. I've read the Essene documents. They believed in the law too. So,
alternative Torah.
Disagree.
I mean, I would recommend a paper called The False Torah of Jeremiah 8. But yeah.
I would recommend actually reading the Dead Sea Scrolls.
Yeah, I don't think that's the subgroup of Essenes that Jesus belonged to, but yeah.
You have literally different. No evidence that there's any other Essenes.
Yes, I do. Descriptions of the Essene teachings from Philo are very different from the Dead Sea Scrolls.
And
he's obviously talking about a different group.
If you look at Josephus' description, they disagree with Philo too. You could just read the documents from the Dead Sea and see what they believed. It lines up pretty well with the Essenes. All right. Listen, enjoy the liberal Christianity. It's fun, like to do make believe with the Bible. But we got to move on to the next guest, okay?
Sure. Cheers.
Cheers, then.
And real quick before I drop, I was listening to that and man, I was air punching so hard. My phone about took a trip. I'm going to drop down here shortly, but just so chat knows, Justin and I are going to be reuniting the Rock Trinity. I currently have possession of Rocky, and on Thursday, Rocky will be starting his trek to Justin's house. So the Rock Trinity will be reunited. So we got that to look forward to. And I am only like 150 followers away from 10,000.
Oh, fucking A, are you serious? Let's do it.
Yeah. I'm like, ugh. And I'm working on, I've been trying to go live, but my computer likes to do this thing because I only have a laptop. It likes to do this thing where it overheats pretty easy and it resets on me. So as soon as I get a new setup, you and I will probably need to set up a time to get together so I can get my programming and everything set up. But I will start going live regularly again.
For sure. I'm looking forward to it. When you do, let me know and we'll get it set up for you.
Will do.
Hey, thanks for dropping in,
I'm going to go ahead and...
you're always welcome up here, right?
Ems know too. Yes, I appreciate it. And I did want to let Ems know that I spent like a whole day thinking about becoming a Muslim. I was on Bought by Bloods live. He's doing this year where he's focusing on smashing Islam. And M saw me on there, was like, when did you become Muslim? And after about 30 seconds, I realized that Islam isn't for me.
Hey, that is 30 seconds too long.
So yeah, it was 30 seconds too long.
Oh boy. Well, thanks for stopping by, buddy.
Yep, not a problem. I'll let you go ahead and kick me.
Cheers, buddy. Come on back if you get free time. All right, I'm going to grab a couple of super chats, and we're going to get Talia in here and then Chris. Those were the order that they came in, so I'll try to get them in the order that they arrived in. Dan Sensibility, good to see you tonight. Thank you for the $10 super chat. It says, happy birthday to allegedly Ian. Go follow them if you don't already. Fuck, I didn't know Ian had a birthday today. I was just talking to them.
Allegedly.
Oh, fuck, you're right. That's true. It is alleged. Yeah. Okay, well, happy fucking birthday, Ian. Congratulations. Is Ian, I guess their 24th this year. Okay, fuck. Okay. Almost
25.
to 25. Okay, so they actually get their insurance dropped this year.
A few more centuries before he's old as you. So
yeah. By the time he's as old as by the time they're as old as me, Ian shit, I'll be like 1 foot in the grave. But that's fine though. Skepticus, thank you for the $10 super chat. Says, was a Christian for 40 years. I don't remember anyone ever giving a sermon about Isaiah 7:14 or ever giving any logical analysis of the prophecies fulfilled by Jesus. They just assumed it was right. And Skepticus, that's exactly the case. Almost all Christian churches, they'll never go back to read those prophecies ever. They're going to read in the gospel where it says that they fulfilled it, and they're going to go, oh, he fucking fulfilled it. It said he fulfilled it. He must have fulfilled it. Nobody's actually doing their homework in the churches. It's just not a thing that's happening. And Adam, my friend, great to see you. I hope you're doing well. It says, I cooked Courtney so hard on Isaiah 7, she ran, and I'm dumb. No way she cooked Chef Justin on the same. Keep cooking. Love you, homie. Adam, please, for the love of God, tell me you recorded it. I want to see this so bad. I haven't checked. I apologize. I haven't checked my Discord messages. It's a fucking knife fight out there on Discord in terms of getting messages. But please, if you have a recording, email it to me. Send it to me. I really need to see it. I'm sure it'll be delicious, like nummy, nummy, nummy. And Anuian, hey, thanks for the additional super chat. Says, response to David versus Jesus. If Jesus is Yahweh, the entire Old Testament is a play against David. Wait, what? I don't fully understand what you mean. David was a man that was like pro Yahweh. And Yahweh like did a lot of shit for David. Like they were tight. I guess I'm not understanding the point that you're getting at. I'm sure like in your head, my friend, it all makes sense, but in the way that you're explaining it, it doesn't make sense to me at all. I apologize. Maybe it's my fault. Maybe I'm not getting it. And Real Webby, thank you for the super chat. Says, thanks for the Rock Hard for Doug explanation. Big difference between Jesus and Doug. Doug actually exists, and you can actually hold him and his wife, Rock Hard for Doug. Indeed, at a minimum, you have to admit that Doug has one up on Jesus because we know that Doug is real. Daniel De La Noche, good to see you tonight, friend. Thank you for the super chat. Says, went to a KJV only IFB Bible college. Fuck, sorry to hear that. It was more an indoctrination school than a real college. Yeah, listen. Was it like that basement school that like Peter Ruckman did? Had to relearn the Bible theology on my own afterwards as I deconstructed. Family is still in it, unfortunately. That's crazy. I'm sorry to hear that. If my family was buried in like KJV only nonsense, it would be hard, even if I was a Christian, to tolerate it. It's the worst variety. And Hammond, thank you for the $10 super chat, says, how do religious people deal with dementia? A person with dementia can literally forget Christ. Are they damned? If God will save their non-dementia spirit, does it mean the person is already dead? So I asked this before. If the Christians will say there's a loophole. Well, they can't be held accountable because there's a loophole. But if there can be loopholes, it just seems like God could do an endless amount of loopholes. Like there shouldn't be a limit to how many loopholes. He can make a loophole for literally every fucking person, right? So if there's even one loophole, it just means that the whole Jesus stuff wasn't 100% necessary. And Space Lord, good to see you. In regards to K. Penny, knowing the Bible won't help them. Knowing the Bible and believing it is the main problem. Actually, that is the case. Knowing the Bible isn't that concerning. It's actually like reading this shit and then actually believing that it's true. That's where the madness comes in. Bryce Aroni, good to see you, my friend. Hope you're doing well. Says the best explanation for an unknown is always the one that requires the least amount of assumptions. Any explanation that requires you to assume both a soul and a God cannot be the best one. I agree. I think this is where I would appeal to like Occam's razor. When you start adding assumptions, it just gets more and more tenuous. And also, thank you for the follow-up, friend. It says, only John's Jesus makes salvation dependent on belief. John 3:16-18. But Synoptic Jesus says the opposite. He says you have to obey the commandments and do the will of the Father. Matthew 7:21. Indeed, actually, that's a good point. If you have to do the will of the Father, then you have to, again, try to nullify the commands of God, which means you're literally doing the same thing that Jesus chastised the Pharisees for doing, which is nullifying the commands of God, which in the Hebrew Bible says that you have to follow these laws forever. But if you're in the camp of that liberal Christian, he would just say, well, those aren't actually the commands of God. It's corrupted. It's added to the laws, that kind of thing. Nonsense. Jagged Tiger says, what are your thoughts on influential people like Joe Rogan turning to religion? Regardless of opinion, it's frustrating to see it as it will inevitably convince some uninformed person. I do agree with this sentiment. Like, I wish people who had a proper education in this field would get more playtime, and people who have, like, they're just laymen would just shut up. They have no idea what's happening. And like, they can't, I get it. Like, everyone's allowed to read the book. It's for everybody. But like, someone like Joe Rogan doesn't have the ability to know when Wes Huff is lying to him, or when Wes Huff is just too stupid to say things that are true. You know what I mean? That's why it's frustrating with somebody with a giant platform that they're not actually like fact checking anything. Double Donkey Surfer, thank you for the 666. Hill Nero says, in Israel, there was a special elevator in the hotel that stopped at every floor on the Sabbath, so Jews didn't have to push a button and do work. Yes, that's what I'm saying. This is part of the tradition of the elders, where they build a fence around the law that prevent you from breaking the law. That's the whole point of the tradition of the elders, is to prevent you from breaking the law of Moses. So you've got these additional penalties, like, no, you can't even touch an elevator button. This is not in the law of Moses. This is in the tradition of the elders. This is in the Talmud. And so that's why they were mad at Jesus, was because he was breaking the tradition of the elders, and that's why he said so. And Gary, thank you for the super chat, says, going back a couple hours, I don't think Catholic saw Star Trek 4, where someone literally walks right into the side of a cloaked starship. I know, that's a really good reference, but like, he would just say like, well, I have a special starship. It's not like that one. You know what I mean? This one's ontologically different, right? All right, I'm going to grab 4 more super chats, and then I'm going to put Talia in here. Rock hard for Doug. Really appreciate the super chat, friend. Hope you're doing well. Says, it's hilarious this non-literalist has to get into the weeds, or the wheats, to prove smart modern pretzel interpretations to make the fake man god perfect. Guess who grinds the grain? Doug and Sharon. Fucking A. Absolutely. It's such a good point, Josh. Like, it's crazy when they pick and choose which parts are literal and which parts aren't, right? It's always the same thing. They'll do anything to throw away the parts that they don't want. But when you get to some of the parts, like about Jesus' own words, now we have to take them hyper literal and hyper specifically. But fucking why? If none of the rest of it's true. Susie, my friend, good to see you. Thank you for the $10 super chat. It says, in Southern Baptist Sunday School, we used to sing Ezekiel, say the wheel. Wait, what? Say or saw? Ezekiel, say the wheel. I never knew what that meant. Can you briefly explain what the hell I was singing about? I am a hard atheist now. Susie. That's a good question. I didn't go to Southern Baptist Church. I don't even know the reference. Let me see what that's referring to. I mean, I assume it's referring to the vision in Ezekiel chapter 1, chapter 10, where you've got like that weird floating thing that is supposed to be like the chariot. But let me see what this song actually says. Ezekiel, say the wheel. Oh, Ezekiel. Oh, so that was a typo. It should be Ezekiel saw the wheel. Well, if that's the case, that's an easy interpretation. It's just referring to this part of Ezekiel. Give me a second. There's a really goofy illustration of Ezekiel's vision, but it comes from this chapter. Hold on. The vision of the chariot. If you read through this vision, it's going to describe a chariot with all kinds of goofy stuff on it. Towards the end, it should talk about a whole bunch of wheels. Give me a second. There we go. As I looked at the living creatures, I saw a wheel on the earth beside the living creatures, one of each of the four of them. As for the appearance of the wheels, their construction, their appearance, so on and so forth, it describes all these wheels. Traditional interpretation on the wheels is that it's not that this is meant to be a literal creature. It's that the wheel, everything on this creature is representative, and the wheels, the way they're described, seems to suggest that that's what's keeping the chariot mobile, and the wheels are set up in a way in which the chariot can go in any direction it wants to. Right? It can go anywhere it wants. So that's typically the understanding of the wheels. So if you saw, I mean, if you're Ezekiel and you saw the wheels, it just means you saw the chariot of God. That's all. So hope that explanation helps. Last super chat for now from our Wurja. Thank you so much for the $10 super chat. It says, I'm listening to the Bible in the car, and today, Mark 7:18 through 19, Jesus says you can eat whatever you want. What? What about all the dietary laws? Again, we didn't get a chance to cover this passage, but Jesus didn't say that. It's really interesting how many people get the impression that Mark 7, Jesus is saying that you don't have to follow the dietary laws. This is actually a parenthetical comment by the author, by Mark, or supposedly Mark, not by Jesus. So when you read through the section, give me a second. Oh, hold on, there we go. There you go. So in 19, it says, since it enters not, this is Jesus' explanation, since it enters the heart, but not the heart, but the stomach, it goes out into the sewer. Now, this is a really interesting discussion he had about foods, and that's fine. I don't think that Mark's interpretation of Jesus' words is correct. According to Mark, he says, thus he, Jesus, declared all foods clean. I disagree. I think Mark's a fucking goof, and that's pretty clear when you read it. Jesus didn't declare all foods clean. What he's actually doing is trying to explain why you don't need to wash your hands. Remember, that's the beginning of the chapter. He's giving you an explanation on why washing hands is not a problem. It has nothing to do with whether or not the foods themselves are clean or unclean. So, but I get, if you're Mark, why you would want to jump to that interpretation, because you're like, fuck the law, we don't like this thing, but we're not going to. Okay, it's a good observation though. Let's bring in Talia. Talia's been waiting for a while, and then after that we'll grab Chris. How you doing, Talia?
Hello.
Oh, Talia, are you at least 18?
Can you hear me? Hello?
I can hear you, but you kind of sound like you're 12. How old are you, Talia?
Hello?
Talia?
I'm over 18.
Okay.
I just have I can try to deepen my voice a little.
That's okay. Just checking. So are you a believer? Do you believe in some kind of a God?
Yes.
Cool. And what kind of a God do you believe in? Hello? Hello?
Yes, hold on. Can I restart in a bit?
Yep. Coming back when you're ready, okay? Okay. Well, I guess they weren't ready. All right. Fair enough. Well, guess we'll grab Chris from the queue. Welcome in, Chris. Are you at least 18 and do you believe in God?
Hey, older than 18, deconstructing Christians. So I don't know what I believe right now.
So you're figuring it out, okay.
Yeah.
What do you think is keeping you in it?
Frankly, it's mainly emotional. Most of the intellectual work I've done, especially after listening to folks like you and the line, kind of keep coming up more on the atheist side. But I just think the reality of me just disappearing here in 50 years is just really difficult to swallow. It's equally difficult to swallow that the majority of humanity is in hell for eternity. So kind of stuck between a rock and a hard place on that. But yeah, that's the main thing. I don't have much blood for the the Coliseum crowd here. You recommended me 2 books, Grasping God's Word
Mm-hmm.
and Helping Jesus Fulfill Prophecy, and I read both of them. They were
Mm-hmm.
really good, and I appreciate it. Did you have a recommendation for the resurrection? That's my next topic to tackle.
You know what? I'm not sure I've read any actually good books countering the resurrection, but I would say that some of the early opponents of Christianity had things to say about it that were helpful. Like if you read True Doctrines by Kelsis, he talks about how there's all kinds of other people that resurrected in history, and like Jesus is just like another mythological resurrection. You can probably find a copy of True Doctrines for free on the internet. I think it's a good read.
Okay.
I would also go. There's someone. It's not Mark Goodacre. Hold on. Yeah, who am I thinking of? There's a scholar that wrote a book. He's got a PhD in classics, where he goes into resurrection stories. Give me a second to find it. I don't know. It's Richard C. Miller. Yeah. Okay, so
Okay.
Richard C. Miller. The book is called Resurrection and Reception, and it's a really cool book.
Okay. Cool. Yeah, I'll check them out, man. The other recommendations were really, really good. I read like 5 books on hermeneutics and grasping God's word. I thought was probably the best of them. So
yeah, I thought
good
it was
stuff.
a good introduction to hermeneutics. I've read you know, when I was in school, I had to do others, but that was the one that I thought was actually the best for like a practical introduction.
Yeah, for sure. Well, I wanted to brush up on that first, because I had a sense that as a Christian, like I would crow about how to read the Bible right, but the reality is like one of the doctrines I was told was or techniques was interpret the difficult passages by the clear ones.
Mm-hmm.
Well, definitionally, the clear ones are just the ones that already line up with your theology.
Yeah.
Like words aren't complicated, right? So,
Mm-hmm.
yeah, occasionally you have one that's just genuinely difficult to interpret, but for the most part, is well, this one is hard because in Acts 2, Peter seems to make it sound like baptism is part of salvation, but we good Baptists don't believe in that. So let me reinterpret that with a different passage. So
Right.
But anyway, cool, man. Well, yeah, I had a conversation with my pastor today for like 2 hours about this because I've been pretty transparent with him, and I was teaching the youth, and I was like, dude, I don't know if I should be teaching the youth because I don't know if I believe any of this stuff anymore.
Right.
And I wanted him to be able to make a good decision on it. But man, after like hours and hours of talking about prophecies and Old Testament and slavery and all that, he kind of told me like, dude, if you don't have that like faith and God presupposition, a lot of this isn't going to be convincing to you.
Right.
And it's just, it blows my mind that like that's the standard of evidence that our eternity is based on.
Yep.
And,
You have to
and
start
some
with the
people don't even have a
assumption that
Bible.
it's true.
Yeah, like that's terrible though.
Mm-hmm.
Like it's incapable of convincing skeptics, of which I kind of am one now.
Right.
And he's very kind to like walk with me through this, but I'm flabbergasted that I really haven't been able to get some solid pushback.
Yeah. You're not going to find any
without,
good answers. Like I looked,
crazy.
like I searched for answers when I was in seminary to all these questions from scholars. Scholars don't have answers either. In fact, I'm just going through one of my old theology textbooks so I can do some response videos to it. In the section on the problem of evil, the Erickson who wrote this textbook on theology literally starts the section by saying that there is not yet a satisfactory answer to the problem of evil, but I'll get you as close as I can.
Oof. That's brutal.
Yep.
I do have two contradictions that I wanted to ask you about, or like the apologetic response to the claim that it's a contradiction.
Sure.
The rabbits in Leviticus 11 and Deuteronomy 14. The argument is
because they
that
eat poo.
Yeah. Like that the Greek, or excuse me, the Hebrew is like a very vague term, and that it would be reasonable to the eating their own poop like can go under that umbrella. Is that a faithful understanding of the Hebrew there, or? Because I don't know Hebrew, dude. I can't.
I get it. So you have to lean a little bit on context and also on tradition. So if you look at the Hebrew phrase, is some form of garah and also Allah, so to bring a measure up again. And so if you're just saying, well, a measure of what? But if you look at the classical use of the word, it's almost exclusively used to refer to grain, to bring grain back up. And if you look at other Hebrew texts, this same phrase gets used to refer to regurgitate. So to bring grain back up again just means to regurgitate it. Now, that you can do the linguistic route, though. You can kind of go in circles with it, but it doesn't fix the problem. And this is what apologists will always do. They'll just say, well, rabbits do their feces, but they forget that in the same passage, it also lists rock badgers. Rock badgers not only don't eat their feces, they have never ate their feces, but they also lack the ability to regurgitate, which means they couldn't regurgitate even if they tried. So they conveniently ignore the rock badger and they try to focus solely on the rabbit as a distraction.
Gotcha. So like even if the Hebrew phrase could encapsulate the rabbits eating their own poop, which it's not clear that is the case, it still wouldn't solve the problem because of the rock badgers. Okay, that's fair.
Exactly. Yep.
Okay, what about 2 Samuel 24 and 1 Chronicles 21, the curse on David and Israel for the census, whether it's 3 or 7 year famine. So apparently, 2 Samuel 21, like a couple chapters prior, is talking about how there's already a famine on the land.
Yep.
And then they kind of play some games of like, oh, well, it would take X amount of months to make the census happen. Plus, we've already been 3 years deep. So really, it's just one saying, do you want 7 total? And one is saying, do you want 3 more? And they both add to 7. I mean, is that like on the scale of, reasonable to complete bullcrap? Like, where does this fall?
It only works if you don't read chapter 21. If you read chapter 21, it's very clear that God ends the famine in the 3rd year. So at the beginning of the chapter, beginning of the chapter, it says there was famine for 3 years. And then God answers David, why is there a famine? Well, there's a famine because what Saul did to the Gibeonites. So God has a revenge killing. There are 7 members of Saul's household that get killed before the Lord. And this solves the blood feud. And then at the harvest, what happens? If you read later in the chapter, it says, God heeded the supplications for the land, meaning he sent the rain. He ended the famine. And so the famine didn't carry on for another year.
Okay. So you can't argue that that's continuous. That makes sense. Okay.
Right.
Man. Yeah, it's I don't know, man. I genuinely just I consider myself a relatively rational and intelligent person, but it's been really shell-shocking to just be exposed to non what quote unquote orthodox, conservative Baptist theology. You're only allowed to read the good guys. But I kind of took this perspective of like Jonathan Edwards of like, I'm just going to read everything and truth is truth, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I mean, just ideas of like, why do hurricanes and baby cancer have to be a necessary outcome of Adam and Eve, which probably
Right.
weren't even real people?
Right.
It's just very ad hoc, man. Like the whole thing's just an ideology, and it's frustrating. So anyway, sorry, I'm not an op, but I just wanted to get a book recommendation because I
Sure
will
thing.
say that like if the resurrection was true, or like I felt strongly that that was a historical event, and that it was like held a lot of explanatory evidence or power. I think like a lot of my main issue is just God doesn't seem good. And I think if either I had a powerful personal revelation that had some kind of predictive element of like tomorrow a very specific thing is going to happen, some kind of temporal prediction, or if I could be really confident in the resurrection, I think from there I could build out kind of like a hazy liberal Christianity, um, and just kind of be more comfortable with not having answers to a lot of questions.
Mm.
So anyway, that's the next topic, and I appreciate your input on how to tackle that next.
Well, best of luck to you, friend. Let us know how you're coming
Well, I
along.
don't have a lot of hope, dude. I've every time I look in this stuff, I get another layer of my faith blasted to smithereens. But
Yep. That was my experience too. The more I looked into it, the more it fell apart.
Can I ask one last question about meaning and purpose post deconstruction? Because it seems to me that this, and I don't know if it's truly a religious resurgence, but there does seem to be a bit of a cultural shift back to at least mysticism, if not standard religion or Eastern Orthodox religion or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
And my thought process on that, it seems like it's sort of a failure of secularism and humanism to provide the stories, the lore, the meaning, the purpose, the grandeur that a religious story tends to kind of hold naturally, as well as the community. Um, and I don't know, like how do you build meaning post religion? And like, I don't think I'm going to struggle with this, but it seems like most people are incapable of not having kind of a set of doctrines handed to them, along with the community and everything else.
So for meaning, it's one of those things where like I kind of determined my own meaning. Like once there was not a meaning coming down from on high, I had to go back to the drawing board and ask myself, well, what's meaningful to me? What do I find meaningful? And what can I do with my life that would satisfy that desire to have meaning? And unfortunately, for every individual, it's going to be different. For some people, it's having kids. For some people, it's social causes. For some people, it's literally just doing charity work. And for some people, it's just finding a significant other that you love and you want to spend your life with. It's something that I think every individual is going to have to figure out for themselves. But the route that I took was asking myself, what brings me meaning in my life? And when I die, what will I look back on wishing I had done that I didn't do? If there's something I think I'm going to regret not doing, that means it's probably going to bring meaning to my life, and I probably want to address it.
I think that's fair. I've done a lot of meditation on my own death, kind of realizing that I am finite and I probably don't have an eternity after this.
Yeah.
And it does, I think, bring a lot of clarity in how I want to live the day to day. It doesn't, like, I had a dear friend die last year, and there's just nothing in terms of comfort. They're just gone.
It's sobering, yeah.
Yeah, man. It's just, unfortunately, I don't know that most people have truth as an actual like pinnacle value. I think most people have community and comfort is more important when push comes to shove. And it makes people like us a little bit of an outlier, because we're willing to go to the painful places if it means that we're not deceiving ourselves. I don't know. I don't know, man. because it seems like the old days it was is got true, and it seems like the conversation now is religion useful, because the Christians can't prove their God,
Yep.
and the atheists can't provide meaning, and so it's a new frontier to fight on, but
It's true.
I'm not sure how either of us win, I guess, because I feel like we
Well,
have truth on our side, but they have community on theirs. So
sure, but we can fix that. We're building communities here, so. And
yeah,
once our population becomes larger, it'll be easier to build a community in your own town. Just happens to be
yeah,
that we're a small fraction of the population right now.
sure, yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
That's true. All right, man. Well, hey, that's it. Thanks for the time. Thanks for the recommendation. I'll shoot you a dono someday when I read all the books on resurrection.
Hey, great to hear from you, Chris. Hope you're doing well, man. Good luck.
Thanks. Yeah.
Dope. Another deconstructor. Friends, I'd love to hear that y'all are deconstructing. But we are looking for ops. Definitely looking for ops up here. I think Jeff from Canada might be an op. We're going to bring in Jeff, and then it looks like Matek is back. So we'll bring in Matek after Jeff, and then it looks like after that is somebody with just a single letter name, E, which is perfectly fine. So welcome in, Jeff from Canada. Are you at least 18, and do you believe in God?
Hey, Justin, can you hear me all right?
Uh-huh.
Okay, good. I am definitely over 18. I'm an old curmudgeon, so please bear with me. I think we're going to be at a little bit of loggerheads too, because I'm a dog owner and I know that you're a cat person. I hope that won't get in the way of a decent conversation.
I actually like dogs a lot too. I just my lifestyle doesn't really support a dog at the moment. I'm just kind of I'm not home all the time, and it's just me here. It's just not. Anyways, cats are easier right now.
I get it.
But I love dogs. So,
Cool. So
you believe in God then?
I am a non-believer.
We're looking for ops, buddy.
I know. I'm sorry. I didn't try and fool anyone. I just got into the queue. So
Fair enough.
If you would like me to bow out, I'll happily bow out.
Well, did you have a question?
Well, actually, I tried to get a hold of you and Eric last night on the line and talk about morality from a practical perspective.
Oh, and you dropped.
I got dropped, or it didn't work out.
You got dropped?
Yeah, for some reason it didn't allow me to chat with you guys. It just beeped once and then everything went dead. So
oh shit, malfunction then.
That's okay. I thought I'd sneak in here and see if I can get into that conversation with you, because I've been watching your cooking show for a while.
I appreciate that, but that's not really the point of this show. I'll be doing a Q&A soon. So pop in during the Q&A, and then we'll do questions and answers and dialogue, if that's okay.
No, that's fine. Absolutely. I don't want to break into a different topic if you've got a theme in mind. That's cool.
Yeah, everyone loads up on these debate nights to watch debates. They'll all leave if I just start doing Q&A,
No worries. Speak to your audience. I'll come back another time. Thanks for the time.
Sure thing. Good to hear from you, man. Sorry you waited all the time.
That's okay. It's good.
Cheers. Well, at least he was honest about it. Let's bring in Matek. Is that Matek or Matek? And we'll find out. Maybe. I'm getting the connecting symbol of doom. We'll see. Matek's been in the box for a bit. Maybe like the last 45 minutes. It'd be a shame that they didn't connect. They waited all this time. Anything? Okay. Sorry. I guess Matek's not going to connect. We'll just drop down there, buddy. Come on back if you figure out how to get your internet working, and we'll try again. Let's bring in E. Get your internet working, and we'll try again. Let's bring in E.
Hey.
How you doing, E?
How's it going?
Not too bad. E, are you at least 18, and do you believe in God?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Yes and yes.
Okay. Which God do you believe in?
Probably not the best.
Not the. I think your connection's a little bit strained. Do you have Wi-Fi available?
Yes, it's not that great.
Yeah, you're breaking up pretty bad. I can barely hear you.
Ask you a question though.
Well, maybe you can. We got to figure out if you could actually get a connection. What I'm saying is, every time you talk, it breaks up a lot. It'd be helpful if you could get better reception.
Let me see what I can do.
Well, you go find a better reception. I'm going to go use the restroom real quick. Ems is in charge now. I'll be right back.
Who said I'm gone?
What's up?
I'm here. Hey. Do you have a connection now?
Oh. Well, Fox.
Okay. We can do a quick prayer together. Just hold my hand.
Complications.
Our Father in the sky, please grant him some internet or whatever.
So, do you believe in God?
The prayer worked. Wow.
I do now. Okay, so what we're asking here is if you believe in God. It sounds like you do. I think the next question we need answered is which God do you believe in?
Christianity.
Okay. What do you think is the best evidence or argument for Christianity being true?
I don't know. I've heard once that there is a lot of evidence that shows that Jesus Christ was alive at the time. And the people that killed him were the Romans. And that's what I've heard.
Well, I don't disagree that he was
I've
real.
actually looked up.
But I think that Muhammad was real too, but I don't think that Muhammad heard from God.
I don't know or anything about Muhammad. My bad.
But what I'm saying is, we agree that Jesus was probably a real person. And I don't know what that has to do with God.
My question was why is it that you come up with this question? I mean,
what question?
Hello.
Apparently, he didn't get a connection. The prayer failed. Ems.
Oh no! Don't tell me I'm losing signal.
It could have been to the wrong God. Should we try Allah?
What's that?
Maybe Allah. Vishnu, maybe. The sun. Actually, we could pray to the sun. Okay. I'm sorry we got to cut you. You sound like a decent individual, but if you don't have reception, we just simply can't have dialogue. It's not you. You're not the problem. I'm not the problem either. It's not one of those "it's me, not you" situations. It's really just your connection. Sorry. Let's grab Andy from our YouTube queue, and hopefully we'll be able to get some dialogue going. And hopefully, hey, maybe we'll also get some reception. That would be, it seems like the first prerequisite to making this happen. Welcome in, Andy. Are you at least 18, and do you believe in God?
Oh, yes and no. But I'm an
Okay. We'll just take care of that. All right, friends. Please don't request up right now unless you're opposition. Friends, everyone's here to watch a debate. I love you. I really do, but no one's here to watch a circle jerk. I will be doing another Q&A soon. I did 2 of them in February. Fuck, maybe I'll do 3 of them in March. We'll find out. I'll definitely be doing some Q&As so we can do some Q&A time, but please not during our debate live streams. It derails literally everything, and it makes the stream very difficult to actually hit its metrics. Tren, thank you so much for the super chat, friend. Says, did you know Tim Fool dropped out of school in the 9th grade and never graduated? Ems, any thoughts on Iran? Rock hard for Doug and gay for Justin. Well, I didn't know that about Tim, but that doesn't surprise me. All the spokesmen on the right are rather uneducated, but Ems, what do you think about this nonsense with Iran right now?
I have no idea. Like, it's unexpected, but I guess there is no more. There is, I guess there's not going to be a theocracy there next year. So
we'll find out. I'm intrigued to see how it turns out, even though like I fucking hate the fact that we're starting a war right now. I'm hoping that now that we've started the foolish war, that at least we'll have, you know, the outcome of not having another dictatorship from theocracy again. We'll see. If
I mean, don't they want to install like a prince or something?
Who knows? But just because they want this to happen doesn't mean that they're not just going to go right back to what they had before. Like they literally, if they're a sovereign country, they can do whatever the fuck they want.
Did you see the replacement for the Ayatollah? He was unalived on his first day of work.
That sounds about right. Yeah. There's a lot of people there that aren't going to accept this new way of life. It's not, you can't just put somebody in power. Well, if it was only that easy. Sansapark, good to see you, friend, says, how are you supposed to make 72 versions last forever? It's a fair point. That's a long session, all 72 of them at the same time as well.
No. Their hymen refreshes every time you enter.
Oh, fuck. You mean their versions forever?
Oh, yes.
That's ridiculous.
You thought you only got 72. Come on.
Why the fuck would you even want that?
I have no idea.
People are so weird, man. Keiko, thank you for the super chat. Says, do you follow Dwayne Hook out of Ohio? He's a tree climber who does amazing cat rescues. No, but does he have a TikTok? Because now I kind of want to find who this Dwayne Hook character is. Looks like he's on Facebook and on Instagram and on YouTube. I'll have to check him out and drop him a follow. I don't know this Dwayne, but I am now following said Dwayne on Instagram. So anyone who rescues cats is a friend of mine for sure. Now I follow him. And Hammond, thank you for the super chat, says, is it possible that incest among the gods is a reflection of the royal elite incestuous practices rather than the other way around? I mean, yeah, obviously. So, but you got to remember, like the gods were always like imagined to be like the humans in the early days, right? So they ate, they drank, they practiced incest. These things all happened because these are things that their inventors were okay with. You see what I'm saying? Like that's why the gods were written that way, because the gods were written to reflect mankind's behaviors and habits and thoughts. Ibuki says, LOL, I knew I recognized Pelagia's voice. Simply what for shared. Listen, I know Pelagia. I did not recognize his voice. I didn't think it sounded like him, but that's just me. My hearing devices might be different than yours. Scribble, thank you so much for the super chat. Says, so fallen world because Eve ate fruit, but then JC died for our sins. So how Christians qualify we're still in a sucky world? What do they think J-Dog died for? Is it a fair question? So, like, in Christianity, they do this thing where they'll say, like, Satan is technically defeated, but not yet. The kingdom is technically here, but not it's not full yet. Like everything is like it's already here, but there's the majority of it's not yet come to completion, right? So that's there. And in fact, part of the part of the Bible where they get this notion from are the zombies in Matthew 27. The zombies coming out of the tombs and walking around are supposed to be an indicator of what's to come. That's why it wasn't all the dead people coming to life. It was just a fraction of the dead people coming to life, because it was a representation of what's going to come in the future, which is crazy because all those zombies actually just fucking died again. Like, they didn't live forever. They're not with us today, which means God brought them to life. They came out of the tombs. Who knows how long they lived for? And then they fucking died. Gone. Like, what a nonsense passage. And still attacks a bit. Says, what's the Hot Wheels behind you? Well, listen, my friend, that's a Lucid Air. One of our channel members who knows that I love electric vehicles because I'm an electrical engineer, has been dreaming with me to one day own a Lucid Air. And you know what? The dream got realized when he sent me one. It's right behind me on the wall, my own very own Lucid Air. So, I mean, it's just, dreams come true, right? Kelly Harrison says, Phil Bros, premise 1, ontological chode. Premise 2, cosmological chode. Premise 3, teleological chode. Premise 4, or conclusion, therefore, God chode. Fucking nailed it. Every Phil Bro ever. Please, just agree with my script and everything will go well. What, you don't agree with my script? Wham, 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 boo hoo hoo. Cry, cry, cry. Yeah. What are you going to do with these people? Hey, forever a saint. That's what I thought I read. Forever a saint. Thank you for sending out 5 Deconstruction Zone gifted memberships. I really appreciate that, friend. Listen, I'm reading the super chats right now because we ran out of guests. If you're watching right now and you think that God is real and you think that you've got maybe an argument for it, love to hear it. You can call in using the request button on the bottom of TikTok down here. Or you can use the link on the screen, tiny.cc/DZ Live. It's down here on the horizontal, up here on the vertical stream. Love to hear from you. Would be most interested to know why your God exists as opposed to any other God. And gosh, thank you for sending out 5 DZ Debate gifted memberships as well. I really appreciate that, friend. Dr. Fudge also with us tonight. Good to see you. Thank you for the super chat. Says, in response to meaning post-faith, or finding meaning post-faith, got a book recommendation. A Better Life by Chris Johnson. Has essays from prominent atheists like Matt D and some problematic figures. It's a little older on it. Highly recommend. So I suspect I know who you're talking about. There's a couple prominent atheists that at least one that I know of that is wrapped up in the Epstein files, which is problematic. But thank you for the book recommendation. I appreciate that, friend. Retired Bomb Tech also with us. Good to see you, friend. Thank you for the super chat. Says, look up The Great Conjunction if you've never heard about it. Relates to the Star of Bethlehem, and some believe it was what the folks saw back then. Cool nerd stuff. I actually don't know much about this. I do know that stars can't travel and come to rest over top of a house, but I don't know about the Great Junction. Let me see what this is. Great Conjunction, sorry, is the celestial alignment of Jupiter and Saturn appearing exceptionally close in Earth's night sky roughly every 20 years. These great events occur when the 2 largest planets in the solar system with 11.9 and 29.5 year orbits respectively align from our perspective, most notably 2020. Okay, so you're just saying like these planetary bodies aligned given their orbit, and it made it look like they were really huge and really close. I mean, that may be the case, but I guess I don't see how that does anything for like this notion that it's traveling around and then it comes to stop over top of a house. Like, even if it came to a stop, how could you possibly look up and figure out whose house it was over? You know what I mean? Oh, well. I think we've got Talia back and possibly another guest on YouTube. So let me read this. I got 2 super chats, and then we're going to bring in Talia again. Hopefully they got better reception. Germs, thank you for the super chat. Says, the sheer number of deconstructing or deconstructed callers just shows how valuable and effective you and the decon community are to the world. Justin's fucking rock, and salt, lava, stone, or stone, lava, salt. Thank you so much, Germs. I appreciate that. And yeah, as boring as it is to get people in here in mid deconstruction, like it is important to recognize that we are moving the needle. Like the deconstruction community is moving the needle. People are reading this text and realizing that it's bullshit. Last super chat for now from Flibberty Giblets. Thank you so much for the $20 super chat, friend. Says, dipping in and out of the live tonight, but wanted to get my tithe in while you're cooking. As a young autistic boy being raised Catholic all the way up through confirmation, but never having believed, was a wild fucking ride. I know exactly what you're talking about. Yeah, Catholicism is a wild ride. I went all the way through confirmation even. Did the whole thing. It was pretty wild. Although I only did the confirmation because I went to a Catholic school. It was a kind of a requirement for most of them, but... Thank you so much for being here, friends. I appreciate that. Let me grab our next guest. Talia came back. If I remember correctly, they got removed because they didn't have reception last time. So we'll see if this is any better. How you doing, Talia?
Hello.
Uh-huh. Do you have better reception this time?
Can you hear me?
Apparently not. Okay. Well, I mean, some people just don't get reception. It's not a thing that they get to have. So let's move on to DB.
Hi.
How you doing, DB?
Hello. Not bad, yourself?
I can't complain. DB, are you at least 18?
I am.
Awesome. And do you believe in God?
I do.
Okay. Which God do you believe in?
I believe in the Christian God.
Sure. Okay.
I'm a Unitarian. I believe just only God is the Father. Only the Father is God. The Holy Spirit is just an emanation from the God to empower the elect. And Jesus Christ ontologically was just a man like you and I.
Sure.
A Messiah seated at the right-hand side of God, but just a man ontologically.
What do you believe about the Bible? Do you think the Bible is true, or do you think it's inerrant? What are your beliefs there?
Inerrant, I don't know about that. I think the autographs were probably in better condition than the copies that we have now. A small percentage. Inerrant, are they inspired? Yes, to a large degree. I find it as the rule book for mankind. So if there are a few variants and, textual emendations, interpolations, all that stuff, sure. The manuscripts we have now, they're not inerrant, but the inspired word is there's enough there to guide you into salvation, unto what's real and true.
Okay, so do you think that we can trust it, like Jesus's words? Like when Jesus says something, is that something we can trust is true?
Yeah, sorry about that. To 99%, it's true. Yes, historically. With the allowance, obviously, of parables, allegories, metaphors, to a normal literature that allows it. I mean, we know when we're reading fables, we know when we're reading science fiction, we know when we're reading historical books. It presents itself as such. So yes, I consider 90% of the Bible to be in historical accuracy.
Okay. So, what do you think is a good argument or piece of evidence for God, specifically the Christian God, if you have one?
Christian God, well, to start off with God, I would just say design first, primarily, as far as natural revelation goes. I would say design, but I think even more definitive than that would be human nature. I think man is clearly a spiritual being. From the beginning of time, he has been seeking the transcendent. Every culture, every society that has ever lived on any corner of the planet has been praying to something. And this is just clearly showing a spiritual dimension in man. That's all I'm trying to prove. Not that God exists necessarily, but that the spiritual faculty in man does exist. He is clearly a spiritual being. His day-to-day motives and intentions are not on the secular level. They're not just survival alone, like any other creature that's not created in his image. Man is ostentatious. He's pretentious. He'll drink himself to death. He'll do the most absurd things to even defy his intellect. that we clearly see an influence upon him that defies his intellect, and it's a spiritual thing that's coming, that's on him. The wickedness that he's capable of, and the altruism. These things sort of defy logic. To sacrifice yourself for somebody else, maybe somebody you don't, to the benefit of somebody halfway across the world, where you're not reaping an immediate benefit yourself. Don't have a vested interest in doing so. He will perform acts like these that defy practicality, pragmatism. And again, even just smoking yourself to death, drinking yourself to death, making yourself poor out of all the bling you're wearing for, pretentious purposes and all that. It's something in there is defying the intellect. Do you see the spiritual warfare that's going on?
I don't think that's the spirit. I think those are like actual chemical reactions happening in your body. So like if you've ever seen someone who drinks themselves to death, it's because when their body tasted alcohol, it said that is the most rewarding thing I've ever had in my life. I must have more of it nonstop. So it's not that they're defying their intellect, it's that their body itself is having a chemical reaction to something, which is the same reason why people will die for others, is because we have like typically a really strong sense of empathy. It's an evolutionary adaptation that allows species to actually survive as a species. So the thing that allowed us to survive as a species is cooperation. And because we survived as a cooperative species, we have a tendency to feel empathy for people within our group or even people not in our group when they experience pain. Like when my son gets hurt, I physically feel pain when he gets hurt. When another child gets hurt, I physically feel like grieved because of it. And just because this is an evolved trait, certain animals too, as well. There's quite a few animals that practice different levels of empathy towards other animals if they've been hurt or harmed.
To a small degree, most animals do not. They kill indiscriminately. There's no funerals, no eulogies given if their youngster dies. There's there's no grievance. There's no bereavement.
There's quite a few animals that do. Elephants and dolphins both bereave their dead.
Not to a definitive level where we'd say the animal kingdom has that capacity. If there's a few exceptions that, or even this whatever ritual they go through, which seems to give this appearance, I wonder how bereaved they actually are, how devastated, how distraught, incapacitated to do that, the way a mother would just fall on her knees if her child witnessed her child die. They don't have that reaction. I've seen them now. I love animals. I love watching videos on them and stuff. But I've seen enough of that where they just watch. They eat each other alive. They don't have like on a large scale.
Humans do it too, right? You understand that humans will kill each other as well.
We understand those people to be extremely irrational. You put them before a psychiatrist or so forth. You're going to detect a short circuit. You're going to detect a screw loose.
What's the difference between an individual that harms other individuals versus an ape that harms other apes?
It is it is much more a depraved, callous, sort of apathetic act on a human, whereas the gorilla has to survive. Is part of his existence to kill. So to kill, at least for food.
They don't have to kill other gorillas.
No, the gorillas are what? We're carnivores, no?
Gorillas don't have to kill other gorillas.
No, they don't. But they have that. They have that already as a means of survival. That it's an easy. It's not out of character.
But gorillas eat foliage. They eat plants, herbs. They don't eat animals typically.
Okay, so they're not carnivores, herbivores. Yeah, they're just the kingdom they live in, the wild nature. They have to be decisive when they strike something. If there's a snake that's got a constrictor,
so do we.
Trying to ward off. We do too.
My dad used to say, "No, the only good snake is a dead snake."
Sure. Yeah, but we have shown that we do. It's not it's not a barbaric aspect in ourselves that does it without. We're almost even remorseful at times, and some of those PETA groups or those animal lovers would even have a hard time killing a snake. But which is definitive of man. It's more common in man where that you
Right,
have
but
this.
I'm not talking
empathy.
about people that are against violence. What I'm saying is that just as there are, say, gorillas that would commit violence, there are human beings that would commit violence. There are gorillas that would not commit violence, and there are humans that would not commit violence. I'm saying there's really no real distinction there.
If you just simply size up the violence aspect, I mean, there's a huge difference just in. Well, I guess I would always make that appeal to man. Man prays. Man seeks the transcendent. He philosophizes. He has this moral capacity. I mean, maybe that's the difference there, the moral capacity. Gorillas don't have the moral aspect to them.
Yeah, they do.
If they're doing it, if they refrain from killing, yes. Yeah.
Have you considered that all that you're describing is more associated with higher intelligence individuals? So wouldn't you say that, for example, people who lack intelligence are more violent than people who do have intelligence?
Well, that was my point about we have something, an influence upon us that defies.
Then why wouldn't you tie that to intelligence itself, not to species?
Because again, morality. There's no rational reason under the sun why a man will hate another man for the color of his skin. There's no argument whatsoever that no, there's not.
Yeah, because they've been trained to believe that this person was cursed by God. So the curse of Ham was used to justify hatred towards people that were dark-skinned for a long time. It wasn't just out of the blue. It wasn't just randomly, we don't like African Americans. It was the curse of Ham for a lot of people. They wrote entire books on it.
No, I understand. I'm aware of that argument, but that's an interpretational thing. So somebody with a depraved heart or mind interpreted as such. I know that Ham gets cursed by his father for doing what he did, but I mean to relate it to a race
where does Ham go in the Bible after he disperses?
Well, apparently, what's Africa? He's that.
Here you go. So they were using this individual that created, the lineage of the Africans to explain why they're cursed people.
Do you hate men for the color of their skin?
I don't, but if you read the literature from the time period, they had reasons. In fact, evolution for some people was even a reason. They theorized that some human beings were more evolved than other human beings, and therefore some would be lesser. I actually know a fucking guy that lives in Florida who literally thinks that African American brains are less developed than other brains, which is why they have musical choices that they prefer. He's a racist piece of shit. I told him to his face. But anyways, my point is, there's a reason. It's not just random. They're not good reasons, but they have reasons.
Well, that's my point. Not a good reason, not a justified reason. So define the intellect again. If you're using your faculties, if you're using your brain, you're not going to make that conclusion.
A good reason to me isn't always a good reason to someone else. Just because I don't find it to be persuasive doesn't mean somebody else won't find it to be persuasive.
That's a man who has an ulterior motive. The man can truly believe something as superficial as your skin color, as your hair color, as your stature, as your wealth.
He didn't cite skin color. He cited genetics.
No, but I mean, take it to another level. Take it to any level of a person's wealth, being judged by your wealth, being judged by your looks, being judged by something as superficial that does not come from intellect. That's not pragmatism. That's very self. Who's doing that?
Yeah.
Well, that's prevalent all over. That's prevalent everywhere.
Okay, why do people get judged for their wealth?
It's assumed that they're prestigious, that there's a benefit for somebody else from them.
You got it. There is a
Well,
reason. It's
no,
presumed that you have some qualities about you that allowed you to become wealthy. Wealthy people all the time are presumed to have some sort of advantage or some sort of edge over the poor. Now, in the modern days, we know that that's not true. Most of the wealth gap is because of like inequalities in the system. But what I'm saying is, all the things we do as human beings, whether we love or hate other people's, there's always a good reason, or there's always a reason for it. It's not like it's just happening.
No, of course. Whatever, just even the white supremacists has their justifications, have their manifesto, and they write these things down and explain. But again, a man, you truly using his faculties, is going to read this stuff and say, this is coming from a bias. This is coming from a depraved outlook, an ulterior motive. He wants power. He wants authority. He's trying to demean the races around him. However you put it, it's transparent.
Who are you talking about? I have no idea who you're talking about.
For example, a white supremacist, for example.
What about it?
If he's writing a justification to his beliefs that me as a white man, I have a superiority over other races, or Mein Kampf, Hitler writing his book and explaining the inferiority of other races and certain clans of people or whatever, he's writing justification behind it.
I know, that's what I keep telling you. It's not random. They have explanations for why they hate certain groups. It's not just hate for the sake of hate. There's an explanation behind the hate. Typically, it's not a good explanation. What I'm saying is there is an explanation, which means humans, we don't do things inexplicably.
No, but we do things irrationally.
I agree. Everybody does. Humans and animals will both do things that are irrational.
A man kidnaps a child.
So what?
There's a rationale behind that?
Desire.
For money, for this,
There's a desire. There could be a rationale. There could be both. Whether or not you agree with the desire or the rationale doesn't actually support your position.
I'm saying it's consequential. I'm saying it defines
everything's consequential.
Well, no, it doesn't. No, you can a good act, a good altruistic act, is not consequential derived from the act itself.
It is. Every act is consequential, whether it's good or bad.
You need $50, and I send you $50 and say that's good. We're good. Don't worry about it. How is that consequential to me?
Because every action has a consequence. Everything you will ever do has a consequence to it.
Oh, well, what is that I just did for you? Because I'm out $50, that's a consequence?
There's a lot of good consequences. One consequence is that you're out $50. One is that you feel good about yourself because you helped somebody. One is that, if I needed $50, I needed $50, I could actually buy food with it. There's lots of different consequences.
Negative consequence.
Oh, you didn't say negative consequences.
No, maybe you're right. I did. I'm sorry.
Reframe the question.
Yes. The things that you were saying, there's a rationale behind. I'm saying that leads to a detriment, a negative consequence, a repercussion for the one who has that twisted of desire.
I don't know what you're saying.
A man wants to rape a woman.
I thought we were talking about dollars.
Well, no, I was going back a few steps, saying that when I was talking about certain actions, and you were saying there's a rationale behind them, and I'm saying, but the action will lead to a negative consequence.
I'm aware, and most people don't think they're going to get caught. Like a guy who is going to sexually assault a woman isn't saying, "Gee, there's no consequence." He's just saying, "Hey, there's consequences. I better not get caught."
Yeah, some will try to. That's right. Elude the authorities, all that stuff, but he's still not thinking. If there's whatever you're trying to achieve by being malicious to another person, you can get a greater glory, a greater fulfillment by doing something. I mean, after you've smoked 10 packs of cigarettes a day for so many years,
but that's what you think. Not everyone thinks like you. There are some people who think harming others is fun, like Albert Fish. Albert Fish was a masochist and a sadomasochist. He literally got off by harming people. For him, that was fun. He didn't have a moral compass that said it was bad.
But he's being hypocritical because he wouldn't want people to treat him that way. So there's something twisted in
No,
his logic.
he was a sadomasochist. He liked being hurt. When they did his autopsy, they found like 200 different needles placed into his body that were there to purposely cause him pain.
Okay. Well, I think he harmed himself in other ways. He could have been a better person had he refrained from those type of activities. He
I mean,
impeded
we
his own
agree.
growth.
We agree.
So it's
like from
impractical.
the outside, we agree from the outside perspective that we don't like what he did. What I'm saying is, what he did made sense to him.
No, but I'm saying even from his perspective, it's impractical.
No, it's not.
He could have found greater fulfillment doing something else.
No, because you're supplying your level of fulfillment to somebody else. What fulfills you doesn't fulfill somebody else. I feel fulfilled because I've got a child that I absolutely love, and I will spend my entire life making sure that he's taken care of. Not everyone has that. Some people don't want children, and that's perfectly okay. What fulfills me isn't going to fulfill somebody else.
No, but would you, now that you are a parent and so forth, and you see other parents, do you not in your mind say they're doing it wrong? Something somewhere they're doing it wrong. That you have.
I do, but that's me. I'm allowed to have an opinion on things, and so are they. Just because I have an opinion doesn't mean that my opinion's right.
Well, it's leaning towards that because you wouldn't have that natural instinct to correct something if it wasn't broken. If you felt.
We're proving it right now. You and I have a difference of opinion. We've had a couple of them right now. Neither one of us get to just demand that we're right. You have to prove it out.
Oh, right. But I mean, it's safe to say that many people are bad parents. On a certain degree, 5%, 10%, 90% deadbeats, all that stuff, whatever the case may be. So you are justified. There is a point where you're justified in saying what he's doing is incorrect, and you can rationalize it out. I don't know what specifically, if you spoil the child, it's a bad thing because the results are this. So we are authorized, if you will, just to state our opinions, and people write books on how to improve people who help them with their.
I'm aware, and our opinions differ.
Right, but somebody's right, somebody's wrong. Is what I'm saying. I'm saying it's not subjective.
Well,
there is an objective.
It depends on what you think right and wrong is.
It's been what is the most practical, what is the most beneficial, what is the least harmful.
Well, I mean, who decided that utilitarianism is the way to go? Like, I'm a utilitarian, but if you're a Christian, you're not a utilitarian. If you're a Christian, you believe in divine command theory, which means if God told you to kill your babies, you kill your babies.
Well, right. Well, sure.
So then who's right? Are the utilitarians right, or are the murdering baby peoples right?
Those who it's higher than that. Those who recognize that God exists are the ones who are, in my opinion, is going to be who's are right. At least if you're acknowledging that much,
based on what?
And you're obeying him.
If God told you to murder your child, how could you possibly determine that God was right and that I was wrong?
It's too hypothetical because I can't think of a case where he asked. I mean, obviously he asked Isaac to do it, but Abraham to kill Isaac, but he stopped him just to show Abraham was showing his faith. Referring to the genocides of Canaan and all that.
Not just the genocides of Canaan, also to the killing of all the priests and their family at Nob. Also, the men, women, and children of Amalek. Also. All the men, women, and children of the towns that are very far away from Israel. So in Deuteronomy 21, God says that, I'll just read it for you actually. It starts in verse 10. So there's quite a few occasions where God says to murder babies and infants. When you go out to war against your enemies and the Lord your God hands them over to you and you take them captive, I said 21, I meant Deuteronomy 20. There we go. Deuteronomy 20:10 says, when you draw near to a town to fight against it, offer it terms of peace. If it accepts your terms of peace and surrenders to you, then all the people in it shall serve you as forced labor. But if it does not accept your terms of peace and makes war against you, then you shall besiege it. And when the Lord your God gives it into your hands, you shall put all of its males to the sword. You may, however, take as your plunder the women and the children, livestock, and everything else in town, all of its spoil. You may enjoy the spoil of your enemies. So here, they're allowed to take the little girls because you're killing all the boys. But if they're not from the towns far away and they're actually from the towns near, like the Canaanites, then you have to kill them. As for the towns of these people that the Lord your God is giving you as an inheritance, you must not let anything that breathes remain alive. Now, as it turns out, the Amalek people and also the Midianite people are not part of the Canaanites. And God says in 1 Samuel 15:3 to kill all of the Amalekites, and he says in Numbers 31 to kill all of the Midianites, except for the little virgin girls. You can keep the little virgin girls for yourself. So there's quite a few people, quite a few instances where God commands the killing of infants, and even prophesies it. In 2 Samuel chapter 2, he prophesies the murdering of men, women, and children of the line of Eli because Eli's sons were doing shenanigans.
Right. Yeah, that's right. God had, listen, God had his, I'm going to sit here and say one that I have implicit trust, an acquired implicit trust in God, his judgment. He explains that the Canaanites he gave them 400 years to repent. They were extremely wicked, beyond our imagination, I would imagine, sacrificing their own children and all that to the fire. That there is this, obviously they were evil. They were wicked men.
Okay, so sometimes they would sacrifice their children, so the solution is to murder all the children?
It's a cleansing. I imagine if you grow up in that society, you're going to be as wicked as your parents.
That's not true.
Would know. Well, no,
not
always.
Do you think that children always commit the crimes of their parents? That's pretty crazy.
No, not at all. But it may be in society, if these things were practiced, you can generalize and say, yes, they grow up in that culture. They're going to, embrace, emulate what the society, the tradition is. There's an evil there that
that's odd because these cultures, the Canaanites, aren't practicing child sacrifice right now. We don't even have evidence that they were doing child sacrifice. I mean, anywhere near the Iron Age, even. But all those people groups still exist and are not doing child sacrifice.
Well, Israel was doing child sacrifice. The time of Manasseh, a king, he was doing that. So it was in the time.
Are they doing it today?
No, I can't. No, not on a large scale that people are.
Okay, so what that means is that children aren't destined to commit the sins of their parents.
Yeah, it wasn't on such a large scale. These were wicked kings that God denounced. The dynasty was from father to son and so forth. You would have a good king, you'd have a bad king, you'd have a good one, a half good one, a partially bad one, all that stuff. It wasn't a real cultural thing. God abhorred that, so it would never
abhorred what?
Perpetuate abhorred child sacrifice.
Oh,
so
kind of.
It would never have gotten to the degree as those that accepted it.
So God abhorred child sacrifice, which is why he commanded it according to Ezekiel 20:25, and why he killed his own son?
Who killed his own son?
God did.
Ezekiel? Oh, Jesus Christ?
Yeah, it's kind of the foundational story. Kind of a hypocritical move to say, I hate child sacrifice, also let me murder my son. Also, Ezekiel disagrees. Ezekiel thinks that Exodus is commanding child sacrifice. He says, God says through Ezekiel, I gave them statutes that were not good and ordinances by which they could not live. I defiled them through their very gifts in their offering up of their firstborn in order that I might horrify them so that they might know that I am the Lord. And I think this is based right out of Exodus 13 in the offering up of the firstborn along with the animals.
No, there was no burnt offering. Humans were not sacrificed anywhere in the Levitical law. Never.
Oh, I didn't say sacrificed.
Well, this is what we're talking about, child
also,
sacrifice.
I do think you'd be wrong, though, because Leviticus says so.
That
Leviticus 27 talks about people devoted to destruction.
Yeah, no. Destruction is a wrong interpretation of it. When you're devoted to the Lord as your firstborn, like in the case of Jephthah, when his daughter came out of the house, first didn't come out. She wasn't sacrificed. She was dedicated to the Lord.
You're gonna make it. You're gonna make it worse, not better. If you're bringing up Judges 11 and Jephthah, this is not gonna. You're not gonna like this at all.
Well, no, but that's being devoted to the Lord. It's not a burnt offering.
Well, it does say burnt offering in Judges.
It does say burnt offering. You're right. But it's not what transpires with the human. The human
it is though.
She's dedicated, like Samuel was the firstborn.
Nope, doesn't say that.
Oh yeah. Samuel was dedicated.
No, I'm not talking about Samuel. I'm talking about Jephthah and his daughter. So just let's read it, right? So in the passage, it says that Jephthah made a vow to the Lord. In fact, let me grab it. The Spirit of the Lord came upon Jephthah, and he passed through Gilead and Manasseh, and he passed on to Mizpah of Gilead. From Mizpah of Gilead, he passed on to the Ammonites, and Jephthah made a vow to the Lord and said, if you will give me the Ammonites into my hand, then whatever comes out of my house to meet me, I will return victorious when I return victorious from the Ammonites shall be the Lord's, to be offered up by me as a burnt offering. And so he goes to war. He's victorious. Jephthah's daughter comes out of the house, and then he's troubled by the fact that he's got to kill her now. And then what happens? It says he does according to the vow. It says that at the end of the 2 months, she returned to her father, who did with her according to the vow that he made. Well, the vow that he made was that she would be a burnt offering, which means she became a burnt offering.
Right. No, I know. I don't know if I'll articulate this very well, but no, that's right. He did say burnt offering, but when you dedicate your firstborn, when you dedicate someone to the Lord, it is that word you used. It is a destruction, so to speak.
It's harem.
Her virginity. She was
the Hebrew word is harem, and it doesn't show up in this passage. What shows up in this passage is burnt offering. He did according to his vow, and his vow was to offer her up as a burnt offering, which means she became a burnt offering.
But he was concerned about breaking his vow before God. But what would concern him more, violating the law of not to offer a human sacrifice, or just to betray a vow that he made? He did the more egregious one.
As it turns out, there's not a law against human sacrifice. There's a law against sacrificing your child to other gods. In fact, in Jeremiah, he talks about offering children up according to what they're doing to other gods. He says, it hasn't even crossed my mind, which is wild because Ezekiel disagrees. But there's not a law that actually says, like, you're not permitted ever to sacrifice a child to me. I mean, you would think that he would say that, but unfortunately, that's just not the case. Here in Judges chapter 11, he specifically did offer up his child, and breaking a vow would be way more important than possibly breaking a child sacrifice law, because that's part of the Big Ten.
To break a vow is part of the Big Ten?
Yeah, that's what it means to bear the name of the Lord, or to take the name of the Lord in vain. It's to break a vow. It's the practice of bearing the Lord. Nisa in Hebrew means to carry the name of the Lord in a vow, which is why we see so many passages that talk about this. That's why in the Ten Commandments, it literally says that this is the only one where God will hold you accountable if you're guilty, meaning if you break your vow, you will be held accountable. All contracts, all vows in the ancient world were done by taking on the name of your God, and that God was going to hold you accountable if you broke your vow. So breaking vows was incredibly serious, which is why over and over again in the Bible, people do horrible things because they can't break their vows. Like Judges chapter 21, the Israelites vow not to give their daughters in marriage to the tribe of Benjamin. And then they realize, oh no, if we don't give our daughters in marriage to Benjamin, the tribe will die out. And rather than just backtracking on their vow, what they do is allow them to kidnap women from Gilead. What was it? Gilead Mizpah, the tribe from Gilead Mizpah. They go and murder them, and then kidnap their little virgin girls and make them war brides rather than breaking their vow.
Good point. Good. It's a great point. Okay, okay. I'm sorry. Yeah, I'm not articulating it well, but I don't believe Jephthah offered his daughter to the burnt offering at the
But
time
it
he
says she
made it.
did.
Yeah, no, she mourned for her virginity. That's a
I'm
very
aware
strange thing to
because
be.
she's.
Right, right.
No, it's not
That's a
strange.
strange. Well, it is. If you're going to die, it's a little different than just a virginity issue where you're going to be chaste because you're dedicated to the Lord. It's
You would
not.
mourn your virginity because you're going to die childless.
Well, right, but I mean, I don't think that you wouldn't word it that way if death was
Yes,
impending.
you would
To
word
say,
it that
uh,
way. You certainly would.
well, you wouldn't say I'm not going to be able to enjoy traveling, I'm not going to be able to enjoy a husband, I'm not going to be able to enjoy friends and this and that. Uh, a nice pina colada on the beach when death is facing you. It's virginity she was to remain chaste,
It
unwed.
doesn't say anything about remaining chaste. You have to add that to the text because you don't like what it actually says. What it actually says is that Jephthah
No, it
did
does.
to her according to the vow, and the vow was to make her a burnt offering.
Okay, listen, well. I think the hyperliteralism is not appropriate in this context.
It's not hyperliteralism. It's just what the
Because-
text says. If he
Because
didn't
there's clues.
if he didn't follow according to her vow, then it should have said that he did something different. But it doesn't say he did something different, and it sure as heck doesn't say that she was dedicated to the temple, or that she was redeemed, or that she had to remain a virgin all of her life. In fact, if you read other Jewish literature, being dedicated to the temple doesn't mean that you remain a virgin the rest of your life. Typically, after you reach the age of puberty, you had to be removed from the temple because your flow of blood would make it so you couldn't actually stay there. That's why in the proto-evangelism of James, Mary, when they realize she's hitting puberty, says, we must now marry her off, otherwise she will defile the place, because her flow of blood, being dedicated to the temple, is a problem. So that doesn't mean you're going to be a virgin all your life.
That's what they went. It's intimated there that
No, it's
not intimated. Yes, it is when they say that's what we went out and mourned. Let me go for 2 months with my friends to go mourn the fact that I will never be married. I will remain a virgin. That's what it does say.
It doesn't say that.
What does it say?
It doesn't say that she's going to be a virgin all of her life. It says bewailing her virginity on the mountains. She's going to die a virgin. If she gets dedicated to the temple, when she reaches puberty, she will be taken by a man. She doesn't get to stay at the temple. You can't be a woman and live and serve at the temple once your flow of blood is happening.
Right, it makes you unclean. But okay, well, I'm sorry. My recollection of the text is that they went out and mourned for a few months, specifically to her virginity.
I know, because she's going to die a virgin.
Not going to be married. Well,
it didn't say anything about marriage.
Well, it was implied.
It's not implied.
You don't. Well, it is. The Levitical law says if you sleep with a man prior to marriage, you're going to get stoned to death.
No, it doesn't. It doesn't say that.
Yes, it does.
Not only does it not say that, I can bet you money it doesn't say that.
It says if you're found in the city and you slept with the man and you didn't cry out, you both are guilty. It was out in a rural area.
Only if you're married. Only if you're committing adultery. In Deuteronomy 22.
No, fornication. That's fornication.
Nope, it doesn't say that. In Deuteronomy 22, you can sleep with an unbetrothed virgin and you don't get murdered. That's in verse 28 and 29. So it says here, if a man meets a virgin who is not engaged and seizes her and lie with her, and they are discovered, the man who lay with her shall give 50 shekels of silver to the young woman's father, and he shall become his wife because he violated her. He shall not be permitted to divorce her as long as he lives. So he doesn't get murdered because he didn't commit adultery.
No, you're right. There's another passage where if they're found in the city, she doesn't cry. If a man violates her,
because she's married. It says, verse 25, if the man meets the engaged woman in the open country, she's already engaged. She's already pledged to be married.
Yeah, you waiting for me or you were thinking?
No, I'm just saying. The text says right here.
You're right. Yeah. My goodness. Okay, thank you for that. You've brought up some things that I thought I knew a little better. Appreciate that. Thank you. Geez. Okay, well,
Fair
listen,
enough.
I'm sorry we come a long way. I would appeal to the spirit in. Okay, you don't think it's a spiritual nature within us. You don't think it's
No.
spiritual. The fact that we're religious, that doesn't make us spiritual.
No, in fact,
Morality, all that.
I think the reason why we're religious is because one, we like tradition, we like repeatability, and I think the reason why we specifically like the idea of a god or gods is because we evolved this really interesting trait to really desire parents. Like part of the parental child bonding is on the child side. Like that's why it's so difficult to lose one of your parents. Like I'm a full grown adult. I've only got one parent left. I know when I lose my last parent, it's going to feel just like I lost my first parent. It's going to be very difficult. We have a deep desire to bond with a parent, and when our parents are no longer there, or we realize they're not always going to be there, that desire doesn't go away. We still long to have a connection with something that is bigger, that can protect us, that can take care of us, that loves us. And I think that's just an outflow of this evolutionary adaptation for parents and children to bond.
Sounds like a placebo. Sounds rather immature.
It is. That's why I don't believe in God.
But then you have this sort of low esteem of man that he's so pathetic in that manner because no other creature has these little imaginary friends or whatever.
No, he's not pathetic. We have a capacity to think abstractly. We also have the capacity to think beyond what we see in the physical around us. So it's easier for us to make up things, right? Like when we were kids, we had imaginary friends. We believed in Santa Claus. These were concepts that we believed in because we're really good at abstract thinking. But when we get older, we realize that those things don't actually exist. The one exception that people tend not to drop is God, but I dropped him.
Because why this one exception?
Because there's no proof that there's a God, there's no proof that there's a soul, there's no proof that there's an afterlife, and Christianity is proof in itself that the Christian God is literally impossible or breaks the laws of logic, and the Bible just says things over and over again that are untrue, and it's also the case that Jesus fulfilled exactly 0 messianic prophecies. So even if God was real, the Christian version of God couldn't be real.
No, yes, sorry. You said we dropped all the other little fallacies that we believed in, but we didn't drop religion. Why did we not? Why did our mind stop there? Our seriousness, like why did we suddenly just get foolish again?
We did. What happens is we change religion. So what happens is at one point we believed that like there was gods on the mountains. Then we explored mountains; they weren't fucking there. We thought that the gods were like in the woods, like in the deep woods that we couldn't go. Then we started exploring the woods and they weren't there. And then we're like, no, God's up in the sky. And then we went up to the sky and God wasn't there. So every time we explore something new, like God's nature and God's location keeps changing. And the reason why this is happening is because even though we're slowly discovering that these gods don't exist, people are struggling to let go of God because they desire a God to exist. They desire an afterlife. People want to believe that you're going to live forever. People want to believe that you're special. You have a divine purpose. These are things that people believe out of desire, not out of evidence.
And some people believe it because they long for righteousness. They despise the fact that we read the newspapers, the radio, just sin, hate everywhere. Some people just long for the righteous aspect, and that's
justice. They long for justice.
Yes, well, so justice, and good friendships, all that stuff, honesty, integrity, all that stuff.
But desiring fairness and justice is an evolutionary trait. We see it in animals. In fact, there's been quite a few animal tests that have been done with birds, where not just birds but other animals, where they'll literally feed each bird the same amount of food every day, and then what will happen is once they get used to that, there's a hole between the two boxes too. What they'll do is they'll actually feed one bird like a huge meal and one bird barely not enough to even eat. And what they've discovered is like the bird that gets too much food will literally recognize the unfairness and put food over to the other side to even it out, because even animals understand this instinct of fairness and justice.
Yeah, that's more survival. Food they get. I don't think if it's something less not say less tangible, but less instinctive. They have a birth instinct. They have a mating instinct. They have a eating and defecating, all that stuff instinct. That survival that they have to feed their kids, so they understand nourishment is like that. Yeah, okay. I don't think it's an interesting example.
It's just one of many. Like if you just look up like inequality testing among animals, you'll find hundreds of studies where they've done inequality testing with animals. Animals, by and large, will respond to inequalities the same way humans do. They'll recognize inequalities, and typically they'll try to rectify it. Not in all cases. Not all animals have that level of cognitive ability. Obviously, it's not true in every animal species, but for the more intelligent animals, it certainly is a trait that was evolved.
Okay. All right. I haven't done a good job at defending my case necessarily.
But you're nice. I mean,
well, like
we get a lot of hostile Christians up here. You were at least nice, so we'll give you that.
Interesting. Okay, there. I'm not hypocritical as far as that went to some degree. Okay, well, listen, thank you so much. I appreciate your time. It's very informative. I appreciate all the insights that you offered me. You corrected me on my own flipping realm of biblical studies. You're actually extremely well versed in your Bible. I mean, you were just pulling up those chapter and verses like you've obviously done a lot of.
I've studied the book a little bit.
Okay, fantastic. It's been a pleasure. Thank you. Very informative. I appreciate it. Maybe we'll talk again.
Sure thing. Thanks for coming by, bud.
My pleasure. Thank you. Take care. Cheers.
He must have been Canadian. Is that why he sounded nice? I think he's actually Canadian. I could be wrong. Not all Canadians can you detect the accent right away, but I did maybe detect a little bit of Canadian accent there. So that could be a thing. Let me grab a couple super chats. We're going to get our next guest in here. It looks like the name is It All Cost Money. Interesting name. We can get low IQ Philbro. We'll fucking wait for after all work for that one. M68 says, what do Catholic nationalists and Ayn Rand have in common? They both need magic machines to justify their kooky philosophies. That is the case. The Catholic nationalist is wild. He comes to all kinds of live streams and just crashes out. He's wild. The McCrico, thank you for the donation. I really appreciate that, friend. And Space Lord, thank you for the super chat. It says atheist YouTuber PMM. I think I know that guy. It's what True something Ministries. Fuck, I forget what it is. I think I saw him before. I think I know who you're talking about. Says that libertarian free will doesn't make sense. He says, how can it be both non-random yet non-determined? I tend to agree. Yeah, it's tough. And when it comes to libertarian free will, unless I'm confused by the literature, it seems like that fucking thing doesn't exist. Like the ability to choose could exist, but not libertarian free will. We're accosted at all sides constantly by things that are persuading us and pressuring us and limiting our choices. Design says, anyone that believes in free will has never played a game called Fever Meme? There's a game literally called Fever Meme. Okay, let me check it out. Now, I think the study that demonstrated that like our brain is making decisions subconsciously before we know that we're making that decision, I think that study does a pretty good job of pointing towards determinism. You know, obviously it's something that I'm going to have to look into more, but it's hard not to think that determinism isn't the case, at least for me. Anyways, Daniel De La Noche says, either we make decisions for reasons or we don't. Either way, libertarian free will is a nonsense term. I agree. I wholeheartedly agree. And I don't think that we make decisions for no reason. That doesn't make any sense. I think every decision we've made has a reason, even if it wasn't highly cognitive. It could just be stimuli from our environment. And GP says humans are special. My fellow humans agreed with me, so I know it's true. Nailed it. Absolutely nailed it. You are special, though. And Scribbles by Janice. Did you just change your name in the middle of the live stream? But Janice, didn't you have a different screen name last time you super chat? But anyway, I don't know. Thank you for the super chat. Says, can a fish climb a tree? Why pick the thing humans happen to be best at as a qualifier? Then also uneducated in how smart animals are. Hashtag arrogance. Yeah, I do agree with you there. It's interesting that the way they do kind of randomly pick traits to demonstrate why humans would be or not be superior or unique. It's kind of a silly situation. Galaxy Soup says there's no discernible difference between a universe where a God actually exists and refuses to intervene and a universe where a God doesn't exist. I agree. And what I've always said was, if there's no difference between God, like functionally, there's no difference between a God existing and a God not existing, then it doesn't make sense to believe in God. Until there's a functional difference that we can point at and prove exists, then it's wishful thinking. And Kipweb says, awestruck, there you go. Awestruck to see the original one and only non-stamp collector in the chat tonight. Rock hard for Doug, simply wet for Sharon. Love to Justin and Ems. Non-stamp collector was fucking in the chat tonight. What a goddamn legend that guy is.
Yeah, that's crazy. I love their videos. They're so funny and poignant.
That's some legendary stuff right there. Welcome in, Dalton.
Hey, bud. How you doing?
Good. Glad to see you, bud.
I'm here because I was determined to be here by the underlying causes. So
I love it. Let me grab 3 more super chats and we're going to get It All Costs Money into the guest box. Lucor, good to see you, friend, says, when Mo was married to the rich old merchant Khadijah, he never dared taking a second child / wife. She would have dumped him penniless immediately. Gigolo? I don't know what the gigolo means. This must be some pre-Islamic lore. Let me look up Khadijah, wife of Muhammad, maybe? This is not lore that I'm familiar with, but apparently there's a wife of Muhammad named Khadijah bint Khawalid. Okay, the first wife of the prophet. I'll definitely have to check that out. That's way new information for me. I had no idea. I just naturally assumed that wasn't, he had multiple wives after he became the prophet, but shit. Verillion says, I bet you $5, not $5 US, $5 Canadian dollars. That's just your interpretation. It is. You know what? You win, Verillion. It is just my interpretation. You nailed me. You got me. You did get me. All right. It All Costs Money coming in now. Let's see if we can get some discussion going. How you doing, Money? Are you at least 18? Money?
Hello.
Oh, there he is. How you doing, Money? Yep.
Hi. Greetings. I am a bundle of feelings, thoughts, and disassociated notations. I'm just a constant flipping page of incoherent joys that befriends isolation. May our days be free of salvation, for I am here to help you close your third eye, to bring you anti-palpitation. So release, relax, sit back and pay your taxes. I am Reverend It All Costs Money, and I have really strong opinions on finances. How are you doing this evening?
I can't complain. Finances are fun to talk about, but we're talking about God's existence. So do you have any reason why we would believe in God?
Yes, I have several reasons, because why not?
Okay, why not believe in unicorns?
Go ahead. I'm not here to judge.
Okay, do you believe in unicorns?
I say you can believe in whatever you want to believe in, as long as your belief is not hindering the growth and happiness of the people around you.
Sure. Okay.
So no to Christianity then.
I believe that you're getting dropped and you're a clown. So Yolanda, thank you for the 666 on Venmo. I really appreciate that, friend. Big W. Yeah, what a goof. What do you think he was actually trying to do there, Dalton?
I don't know. The whole wishy-washy, you can believe whatever you want, I don't care. Then why are you calling in? Fuck off.
I have no idea what these people are up to. It's a shame because we could have taken Ulrich, but Ulrich already dropped. I guess he didn't have a good argument. Was it third or fourth time on the channel? Flubber said, "Hey, you've seen Ulrich, right?"
Oh yeah, I do the edits. I have to watch Ulrich against my. I have to watch him. So yeah, I'm like, definitely he didn't have a good argument.
Oh well, at least he had anger and spite. Flubber or Fluber says, "Hey, when God generously ended the firstborn in Egypt, did that only include male firstborns, or was it the first equitable situation in the Bible?" Good question. I have a sneaky suspicion it was likely the male firstborn because it was supposed to be payback for the Egyptians killing the firstborn males of the Hebrews. There might actually be a text where it talks about whether or not the firstborn were male or female. I don't actually remember off the top of my head. We'd have to go back and read the passage to find out. But I think Exodus chapter 10 should have a mention of it. It says that's the 8th plague.
I imagine that since the Israelites didn't really care all that much about women, it was probably just a focus on male firstborns.
Yeah, that's probably the case because it talks about the sons. When it talks about the slave woman, it talks about the slave woman's son dying, right? So I'm kind of inclined to believe that this is really about sons. And Pharaoh's son dies. They don't really talk about any females dying throughout the whole thing, right?
Also, I guess Pharaoh wasn't firstborn of his family. Was it just kids, or I don't remember.
I don't know. It's a fair question. I think though that the passage is implying that it was just the sons. That's my impression. But we could be wrong. There's room for being wrong here. All right, friends. I'm gonna read. I don't want to go through all the super chats because we've got some TikTok guests waiting to get in. We will make sure and read them all though here before the end of the live stream. But also, Ben, good to see you. Thank you for the super. It says Andy here. Sorry for joining. Not a problem. Since there was no opposition, I wanted to do you a quick PSA for Spanish-speaking viewers. We'll be joining for the Q&A. Rock hard for Doug. Well, fuck. Ben, I didn't actually see you in the guest box, my friend, but you're welcome to get in the Discord and advertise your platform. Dougosaurus, thank you for the super. It says smoke billowed out of my Mac. Thought my power supply was whack, but when I got looking, Justin was cooking. Christians behaving like hacks. Well done, Dougosaurus. I like that usage of words. That was pretty good. And also, I'm really concerned about your computer right now. Please let us know if your computer is okay. I'm kind of worried. Simeon, hey, good to see you again, buddy. Thank you for the super. It says, speaking of confirmation, shout out to my brother, my sponsor. During the mass, lean to me whispering. After this, I'm never fucking walking into a church again. He's why I feel comfy being atheist. That's great. To have your older brother whisper in your ear at confirmation, who's your literal sponsor, say, I will never fucking walk into a church after this. That's pretty ballsy stuff. Kudos to your brother for having that level of wherewithal. Okay, grab our next guest. How you doing, Ryu? Ryu? Ryu, are you up here on purpose? Okay. Guess not. All right, well, try the next one. This is it, am I pronouncing the name right? Is it Hatatmos? Bonaparte? Hello?
Is everyone just butt dialing tonight?
Apparently. We're in somebody's back pocket, apparently, all these guests. Atamos, Bonaparte, anything? No? Okay. Well, guess we'll move on to the next one. We'll get somebody up here eventually. How you doing, Judd?
Hey, I just want to let you know that when you said gigolo, it's gigolo.
Oh yeah, gigolo, yeah.
A few minutes ago,
Oh,
reading someone's chat.
I didn't actually recognize the spelling of gigolo. You're right.
Yeah, like I don't know if it would help you or not, but I find useful to bring up like a Google dictionary or something, right? When I'm reading a word that I hear but don't read, if you put it in, like it just hit the button, it reads it out for you.
Yeah, I pretty much know how the internet works.
Yeah. I don't know, I'm just saying.
Okay. Did you come to debate? Is that it?
Judd?
Okay.
Oh.
Apparently he's really concerned about the English language. Well, I guess we're going to bring Ulrich in, huh? Ulrich came back.
Hello.
Welcome back, Sensei.
Hello, how are you?
Yeah, I'm all right. How you doing? What the fuck's on your head, Ulrich?
What? That's my beautiful...
Ew.
No, I really don't like you.
You don't? I don't like you either. Because you misrepresent
I don't like
the Bible all the
I don't like
time.
fascists.
I would rather you be a Christian than a mega.
I'm actually not a mega. I just wear a cap to make you angry. But yeah, I'm a Christian.
Yeah, we know you're a Christian. So I forget kind of what we last talked about. I'm sure it was some nonsensical thing, but what's your new argument for Christianity today? I'd love to hear it.
It's not a new argument. I think you're misrepresenting the King James Bible all the time. All these fallacies you point out are totally wrong.
Wait, you're a King James onlyist?
Yes.
Ah, man, I knew you were fucking stupid. Okay. Do me a favor and find the name Ashura in the King James Bible for me.
That's the one that's not there because they're not mentioning strange gods on purpose.
And you'd be
They're saying
wrong.
grove.
Nope.
They're saying grove and not strange gods on purpose because you should not name them. That's what the Bible says. You should know that.
That's not what the Bible says.
Why does the Bible?
Sorry, go ahead, buddy.
Then why does the Bible constantly have the names of strange gods?
It does some of them, but not others. But the reason is that it's not what you think, that they didn't know what they were doing. They knew exactly what they were doing.
No, they didn't. Nobody prior to the King James or even prior to George Smith knew about Asherah. That's why Asherah doesn't show up in any Bibles prior to the finding of the Akkadian tablets and the Ugaritic tablets and Phoenician tablets. That's when we learned about the goddess Asherah, and we've got lots of data in multiple languages to let us know who this individual is. It was not a King James Bible issue, it's a time issue. Nobody at that time understood how to translate that particular Hebrew word. Now they know.
Okay, I just told you the reason why they did that. So the other thing you always mention is brass. Brass had another meaning in the past. Even me, as not a native speaker, I know that. You can conclude that.
Well,
brass just means
we're going to need you to actually address Asherah first. And also, there's a word...
How many times do I have to address it? They did not want to mention gods that are not the God of the Bible.
There's all kinds of gods mentioned in the Hebrew Bible.
Which one?
Right? I mean, in the original, they have a word for grove in Hebrew, right? You know that, right?
He does
not. Asherah.
Yes, I just told you why. Why do we need to continue when I just explained to you something?
It doesn't make any sense though, because the King James Bible isn't the Hebrew. The people who wrote the Hebrew Bible didn't have any problem with writing the name of a strange god, because they wrote it out as it is, Asherah. It's only in the King James that it's wrong.
That's why I'm King James only, because it's superior.
It's not.
Have you ever
though.
thought there might be some reasons why people think the King James Bible is superior? That's one
Yeah,
of them.
because they're idiots that never bothered to
'Cause they're
learn the
dumb.
original language.
No, that's for sure not the case. Because
Certainly is the
every
case.
one of the translators was superior to you also. You have a really high opinion about yourselves.
No, not about me. All of scholarship. There's not a single Hebrew scholar today that thinks that the King James Bible is superior to our current understanding of the Hebrew language. The same way there's not an actual Greek scholar that is actually employed at a real school who think that the King James Bible is somehow better. It's simply preposterous. And my favorite example, which is what Dalton and I are talking about right now, is the fact that it translates Asherah as a grove of trees when we just specifically know that it's not a grove of trees.
And by the way, if you're going to use the apologetic that they didn't want to say the name of strange gods, this would be the only god that they mistranslate the name for.
No, they also didn't want to mention the sun and the moon in Genesis. They say the bigger light and the lesser light.
Oh, buddy, do you know what the word for sun is in the Hebrew Bible?
It doesn't matter. I just gave
It actually, well, hold on.
I don't know Hebrew, but
I know.
I know more languages than you
I
do.
know you don't. I know you don't
I
know
know more
Hebrew.
languages than you do.
It doesn't matter how many languages you know if you don't know Hebrew. If
than
this is
you. So
relevant.
why are you
So,
smart?
as it turns out, the word for sun in Hebrew is shemesh. You'll never guess who the
Yeah, who
god.
cares?
You'll never guess.
Who cares? I don't.
You'll never guess the name of the sun god in the ancient Near East.
It's a similar word.
It's the same fucking word.
Okay, how did I get?
Hey, what do
similar
you think the name of death is? You know the god of death in the ancient Near East, in the Ugaritic and
I don't.
in the
Yeah, you're
Ugaritic
so
language, of course you know.
You illuminate me with your smartness.
It's Mot. You'll never guess what the word for death is in Hebrew.
It's the same word.
Yeah, you got it, and you'll never guess. There are mentions of the goddess Anat in the Hebrew Bible. Do you know that Anat is a goddess?
So how long is this?
Do you know what the name of the god of the sea is? It's Yom, and Yom is in the Hebrew Bible. So it's only Asherah for some reason that doesn't get named.
Because the King James Bible is superior to the Hebrew Bible.
It's certainly
Why don't
not.
you get it?
Because you're smooth-brained.
They are superior because the original might even have some problem that the King James Bible does not have anymore. That's why we have it. That's
The
why
King James Bible has lots of problems, which is why when you go to seminary, you actually have to learn Greek and Hebrew because
Who
you can't just
cares?
rely on a bad translation.
You can totally run the King James Bible like
No, you can't.
millions of people have done throughout history. You don't because you don't want to.
Because it's trash, which is why they don't teach it in seminaries because it's garbage.
It doesn't. The seminaries are only that they produce people like you. The seminaries are garbage.
They produce scholars.
No, they produce atheist scholars. They produce these stupid
King James
movies.
onlyism produces people who haven't done any study on where the Bible came from, what the original languages are, how translations work. It doesn't prepare you at all to defend the position that you're trying to defend. You're entirely incapable of defending the position that you hold. Let me ask you a question. In Deuteronomy 23:17, can you read it for me?
Why are you changing the topic now?
I'm demonstrating the folly of your position. Read Deuteronomy 23. Read Deuteronomy.
I'm going.
I did twice. Deuteronomy 23:17.
Yeah, I wasn't listening.
Read it.
Oh, I'm a bad person. Okay, 23:17. There shall be no whore of the daughters of Israel, nor a sodomite of the sons of Israel.
Sure. Can you find me sodomite in the Hebrew text?
Look, did I not just tell you I don't care about the Hebrew text?
Well, the Hebrew text is what it's translated from. So actually what you're going to find is it doesn't say sodomite in the Hebrew text. What you've got is two different words. Kiddushah, which is a female temple prostitute. That's from the word kadosh, meaning holy. It's an idiom for a temple prostitute. And you've got the male equivalent, kadosh. A kadesh, sorry. What this means is the same thing. It's a male temple prostitute. These are people who were attendants at the temple who engaged in prostitution. These were not sodomites.
No,
it could have said sodomite. It didn't.
Yeah, but how is a male prostitute who takes money for that same disgusting thing that you are defending
Because
all the time, how is that not sodomite?
being a male prostitute is not the same as being a sodomite. They're different.
But they're also sodomites.
They're also not.
And also they're.
So
I mean, what is wrong with the phrase? Yeah, there should not be a sodomite of the sons of Israel.
What is the sodomite? What is the sodomite?
A homosexual.
Well, show me where that's in the Bible.
The word homosexual is not in the Bible.
Oh, so now you have to add it there. Oh, so the Bible doesn't say that a sodomite is a homosexual. You just have to add it to the book.
No,
of course.
There. The word sodomite, it's there.
Show me in the Bible where it says that a sodomite is a homosexual.
What do you think it is? A person of Sodom was destroyed before that was written.
It's a person from Sodom.
Yeah, but did they still live at the time? Sodom was destroyed before in Genesis 19.
I know, which is why we don't hear references to sodomites in the actual Hebrew text referring to homosexuals. You only see it in the English translation because idiots wanted you to think that to be a sodomite means you must be a homosexual, but that's not how that word works.
Yes, that's what the word meant throughout history in the English language. Also,
only recently, not in the Hebrew language.
And you should not use sodomite anymore because it's discriminating.
That's not true in the Hebrew language.
We are not talking about the Hebrew language.
We are. The Bible was written in Hebrew.
Yes, and it was corrected.
Ulrich's got two brain cells, and they are both fighting for first.
I'm here.
They really are. They're literally gasping for air at this very moment. It's crazy.
Bible guy, I call the Bible guy seriously because he's talking about me in the third person. What's going on? Can't you have a normal conversation, Bible guy?
I don't think you can have a normal conversation.
Yes, I can. I've done it many times, even with you. You don't remember that?
Why?
Not with
the King James Bible gets it wrong. The King James Bible gets it wrong in the very first word of the Bible, right? It translates the very first Hebrew word wrong.
It does.
Ulrich, what does Bereshit mean?
I know what in the
beginning. Does it mean in the beginning? Or does it mean in the beginning of?
It doesn't matter. In beginning, God created heaven and earth. That's what it means.
What's it mean?
If you do translate,
no, it's not what it means, actually.
You cannot do word by word translation. It would sound weird. If I would talk to you what German in my mind into English, word by word, it would sound weird. You have to change word order and structure and everything so it makes sense.
Yeah, but you know that Genesis chapter 1, verse 1 isn't a complete sentence, right? Even though the King James renders it as such.
It is.
No, I know that's why the translation's bad. That's why the translation's bad. Verse 1 is a temporal clause. In the beginning of God creating the heavens and the earth was without form and void, because God, it's not creation ex nihilo. Your Bible gets it wrong. Verse 1.
And every other translation makes a whole sentence too of Genesis 1:1.
No, it doesn't. Not the new not the new Jewish Publication Society translation or the new Revised Standard Version updated edition. Both translate it as when God began to create the heavens and the earth, and it's not a complete sentence. Here, Justin's got a copy.
I actually think the NABR does the same thing, or the NABRE does the same thing now. Give me a second to double check.
Nobody knows
almost all of the new translations are doing this. Actually, it's not just like the atheist Bibles. Done by Christian scholars, done by Christian and Jewish scholars. So in Genesis 1. In the NABRE, let's see what it actually says. Where's way too much commentary, not enough actually Genesis. Okay. Wow, you gotta go.
It's not a real Bible.
You gotta go 500 pages in before you get to the actual Bible because there's so much commentary here.
That's a really bad Bible. Take a real Bible there.
This is a real Bible, buddy. I know you're confused right now about what Bibles are, but you're about to hear. This one has a note. It says in the beginning because it's using the traditional rendering, but then there's a note about the actual translation. So, like most people agree, the Hebrew syntax doesn't say in the beginning. You need a definite article. You don't have a definite article on Bereshit.
How do you say in the beginning in English without that? Make me an English phrase that is correct. that is different from the King
To
James.
render Genesis 1:1 correctly and from the Hebrew, the best way that scholars would do it would be when God began to create the heavens and the earth was a formless and void. Not a complete. It's not. And verse 1 is not a complete sentence. Nope. Because if you translate Genesis 1:1 as a complete sentence, it makes it sound like creation ex nihilo. If you translate it correctly, it demonstrates that when God began to create the heavens and the earth, that the earth and the waters and the darkness was already there because God didn't create those.
I've never heard such a preaching.
Yeah, because you've never heard anything before. You've never studied.
I've studied more.
You're illiterate when it comes to biblical scholarship.
Get over it. Get over it. Atheists don't know the Bible more.
You can literally just go to the Jewish Publication Society, go to the Sefaria website, and it literally says, when God began to create heaven and earth. The people who literally speak Hebrew every day as their main language agree that the best translation is when God began to create. You're not Jewish. No. Who do you think knows about German better, you or me?
Probably me.
Yeah, because you speak fucking German, don't you?
Yeah.
Who do you think knows more about Hebrew? The Hebrew speakers or the non-Hebrew speakers?
Hebrew speakers.
The Hebrew speakers agree with Dalton. They say when God began to create, not in the beginning.
Okay. The
That's
Bible
crazy.
Bible.
I have a question for you, Ulrich. When you get in and out of your car, do you have to take your clown shoes off so you can fit them in, or what?
I'm not going to answer the question. And Bible guy, I'm sorry you're so fat and ugly, but that's not God's fault. This is the exercise.
Actually, a lot of people think Dalton is quite dashing.
Thank you. For sure. Ulrich, you have no room to talk.
Yeah, this is the kettle calling the pot black. Take your hat off, Ulrich.
Yeah.
Why would
I want to see?
Especially for the show.
Show me your head, buddy.
I'm showing it right now. It's
without a hat. Take your hat off. I want to see it.
What do you want to see?
I want to see if you got hair under that. Oh, he does have hair. Look at him. Okay.
Yeah, I do have hair.
I was suspicious.
Yeah. Not everybody's ugly just because you are.
No, you're ugly. Not me.
Yeah, really.
Like I have a receding hairline. Sometimes my beard is a little bit patchy, but I'm not ugly. I'm mediocre.
Hey, Ulrich, the story of Jesus and the adulterous woman, is that something that the John actually wrote?
Yes.
Oh boy.
So,
then why is it that in the oldest versions of the Gospel of John it's not there?
Because the scribes that wrote that left it out.
Why?
Why would they do that?
Because if you copy a text, it might happen. I've also copied text and left out some words.
A whole ass story gets omitted.
Yeah, it might also happen. Have you ever copied the text and left out something?
No, show me one example where we have scribes that just in the biblical text omit a whole ass paragraph.
I don't know, but I'm copying text and maybe something is left out. Here's your example.
Yeah, because that's just because you're an idiot, Ulrich, not because like the scribes of the scribes in the New Testament were a lot more competent than you.
You would be more competent if you looked like me for sure, but you won't ever. Even if you did exercise.
No, thank you. Anyway, okay, Ulrich.
I do have a question for Ulrich, though.
We have no New Testaments prior to like the 4th or 5th century that include the adulterous woman story, which would lead the rest of us to believe, who have sense about us, that it's not original. If we had even at least one text from these early centuries that had the story of the adulterous woman, then maybe you would have a point. But if it doesn't show up ever for hundreds and hundreds of years, and at first it shows up in the margins and then it makes its way into the main body of the text, it's obviously a fucking addition, Ulrich. Get a grip on yourself, bud.
We don't have to reach the manuscripts. If you wouldn't talk so much, you could just.
I know you. I know you're I know you're allergic to the original Bible. You hate the original Bible. Therefore, you have to, and therefore you have to like yank it all night to the King James Version Bible. But the rest of us actually care what the authors of the New Testament had to say. You don't give a shit what they had to say.
Yes, and I know what they had to say. It's translating to English the King James Bible. Can we move on? It's you don't mean you make a point.
Imagine thinking the King James Bible, which is done in like 1611, somehow got the translation correct, but you don't need to actually check the original manuscript to see if it was correct. How do you know that they translated it correctly, Ulrich?
Because it makes sense, and in other translations it doesn't.
No, it doesn't make sense to you because you're smooth-brained.
No, like it says the marriage bed is undefiled, which is a truth. And the other Bibles say you have to keep it undefiled, which is nonsense.
I'm sorry. Do you think inanimate objects sin?
No. What does the marriage bed means?
The marriage bed is pretty easy. It's an idiom for the sanctity of the marriage.
Yes, and it's undefiled. It's pure. It's holy. That's what it means. And that's
unless you defile it.
But marriage in itself is holy and sanctified. That's what it says.
I'm aware.
And there are more examples like that.
Actually, how about this example? This is one of my favorites as well. Another one from Deuteronomy. It says, "Thou shalt not cause the land to sin." How does land sin?
The people in the land, obviously.
It didn't say the people. It says the land.
Yes, the people in the land is what it
means. It didn't say the people. It says the land.
Yeah. We talk right now, we use idioms and hyperbolics and stuff like that. Everybody uses that. People communicate.
This is actually not an idiom. Because the underlying Hebrew word doesn't mean to sin in the format that it shows up. It's to cause it to be defiled.
Yeah, don't cause the land to be defiled by your actions. Here we
go. But it didn't say defiled. It says don't cause the land to sin. Sin is a verb.
Yeah, but sin defiles.
It doesn't say defile. It says sin in the King James. I'm sorry. Is it supposed to say defile or sin?
It's the same.
It's not the same. Sin is a verb.
You know there are synonyms in the world, right? Are you aware of that?
I'll just go to Google and we'll say definition of sin, and it turns out sin, an immoral act, is an act a verb or a noun?
Okay, there is also a sin, then it's a noun. It can be both. Look, I know English better than you do, which is really weird.
A sin is still not something that land gets to do. You cannot cause the land to sin. You can cause the land to become defiled.
Do you have a live chat? Ask people in the chat what it means. That even might get what it means.
It's not difficult. They all know what it means.
Here we go. So what's the problem? Everybody understands it.
Except for you.
No, except for you too. I know what it means.
You don't know what it means.
I know what it means.
No, you certainly don't know what that means.
Yes, don't cause because then the land is cursed, and if even the people didn't sin might suffer.
It should have said that then. It should have said don't cause the land to become defiled. It says don't cause the land to sin, but land can't sin.
It says it in other words. You can say something in different words.
You could just say in the right words. You wouldn't have to lie about how languages work. What about in Acts 12:14 where it talks about Easter?
That's
weird.
Because Pascha and Easter is the same.
It's not.
No, it's not.
Nope.
Yeah, it's one Sunday apart, 1 week apart or something. But
Pascha and Easter weren't divided until Constantine.
Yeah, and now it's 1 week apart. Wow.
They celebrated Pascha. They didn't celebrate Easter.
Yeah, I just said that. I don't know how you pronounce it in English, but yeah, Pascha or Pasa.
So why don't we translate it as Easter everywhere else? Why is it only here? Why don't we translate it as Passover or Easter consistently in the New Testament? Why are they inconsistent?
Because in the Old Testament they call it Passover, in the New Testament they call it Easter. They are actually consistent.
No.
Nope. Passover shows up in the New Testament as Passover, except for this one occasion.
Let's see. John chapter 19, verse 14 says that Jesus was the preparation of the Passover. It doesn't say preparation of Easter. Why isn't it consistent, Ulrich?
Okay, let me tell you why. Because Jesus hasn't died and risen yet, so it's Passover. After Jesus rose again from the dead.
It wasn't Easter.
Yes,
they didn't know anything about Easter. They've never heard of Easter. It wasn't a thing they even knew about.
Well,
the word Easter, Easter comes from like Proto-Germanic languages, somewhere around like the 9th or the 8th century.
But what is celebrated on Easter?
Not this. They weren't celebrating Easter.
What is celebrated on Easter then?
Not this. This is Passover. Because if you bother to read the chapter in Acts chapter 12, they're waiting for the Passover to pass so that they can kill people, because these are Jewish people acting. It says, about that time King Herod laid violent hands upon some who belonged to the church. He had James, the brother of John, killed with a sword. After he saw it pleased the Jews. Okay, so right off the bat, he's trying to please the Jews. And it says he proceeded to arrest Peter also. This was during the festival of unleavened bread, when he had seized him, and he put him to prison and handed him over to 4 squadrons of soldiers to guard him, intending to bring him out to the people after Passover. Herod, a Jewish man, is attempting to appease the Jews, not the Christians. So he waited until after the Jewish holiday of Passover to murder somebody, because you're not supposed to murder people during the festival of unleavened bread. It's not Easter.
Yeah. If it's referred to the Jewish festival, it's Passover. The Christian one is Easter. Everybody knows that.
And this is the Jewish festival that he was referring to. And there's no mention of Easter prior to the Honorable Bede in the 9th century.
Okay, what is celebrated on Easter?
It doesn't matter. There's no mention of the word Easter prior to the Honorable Bede in the 9th century. We have no evidence whatsoever that there was a celebration called Easter that was happening at this particular time period. We know for a fact that they were still celebrating the Passover until the time of Constantine.
Which also doesn't make any sense, because Easter is supposed to be the day that Jesus resurrected. Good Friday would be Passover. That also doesn't make any sense. Jesus dies on Passover here. He doesn't get resurrected on Passover. So calling it Easter doesn't make any sense, because Easter is supposed to be when he gets resurrected.
That's why it is, because there in Acts it's Sunday and it's not Friday. Here, you just explained yourself again.
Actually,
Ulrich, listen.
Yeah, listen to Dalton. This is actually really good.
I don't know for sure, but okay.
Turn your listening ears on for 5 seconds.
Ulrich, what is the difference between Good Friday and Easter?
Friday is when Jesus was crucified. Easter is when they were resurrected. I can answer questions about you.
Okay, was Jesus crucified on Passover, or was he resurrected on Passover?
He was crucified on Passover. Also, the first Passover meal was the day before.
So if Easter is the day that Jesus is resurrected and not the day that Jesus is killed, and Jesus was killed on Passover, why are we translating the word for Passover as Easter? Those are 2 different days.
It's the Easter celebration. Look, it doesn't matter. And
it actually does matter, because
just for you, it's better understandable. Why does it not matter for Christians?
How many years passed between Jesus' resurrection and this event with Herod?
Not many, but I don't know how many.
How many? How many? It's the same year.
Like 30 years.
It's the same year.
Yeah, here we go. I was wrong. I told you before I would be wrong.
So Jesus already resurrected. They're not waiting for Easter. Jesus already resurrected. There's not an Easter until the very next year. What they're waiting is for the festival of unleavened bread to finish. That's what they're waiting for.
And later, it was called Easter by Christians.
It wasn't. It wasn't called Easter by Christians until at least the 9th century. We have no evidence whatsoever that they called this Easter.
But the correct English word for this celebration is Easter, and
there was no celebration.
No,
not before that.
I'll draw a timeline, because you're out of your mind here. I'm going to do MS Paint online, and sometimes you have to draw diagrams for like the really. smooth-brained among us because they can't understand how like time works. So let's just draw a really simple timeline. I'll get a brush here. All right, so here's our timeline. We're gonna do right here is the beginning of unleavened bread. Here is the ending of unleavened bread. Jesus dies right here. Okay, 3 days.
Second meal is where he died, not the first one.
I didn't say the first one. Is at the beginning of the days of unleavened bread. It depends on which gospel you're reading. He resurrects in the middle of the days of unleavened bread. So here, he's already resurrected. The days of unleavened bread aren't over yet. So what that means is that what's happening with the disciples is happening in this time frame right here. That right there. So what Herod is doing is he's waiting for the days of unleavened bread to finish before he kills these disciples, or at least the one disciple, James. There's no celebration of Easter. All of this is happening within 1 week. They didn't develop the Easter tradition in 3 fucking days.
Okay, when that stuff was written, there was no English language existing. So can we not use English words to talk about it?
We're not using Easter because that's not accurate.
Easter is Easter an
unlike
English
unlike you, Ulrich. Unlike you, Ulrich, me and Justin care about being accurate with what we say. We don't just unlike you, we don't just like not give a fuck about facts.
Yes, I do. Also more than you, because
No,
I
you don't.
actually tried to.
No, you don't. You don't. You've already told us. You've told us time and time again in this conversation. You said, "We give you a fact," and you go, "I don't care." So no, you don't care about facts.
I never want
stop
to.
lying.
I don't
Lying's
care.
lying's a sin, Ulrich. Lying's a sin,
Yes.
Ulrich. You'll go to hell for that shit.
I go to what?
You'll go to hell for that shit if you're lying. You know that, right?
No, I don't, because I'm saved. You know that, right?
He's never read the Bible. He's never read Revelation 21:8.
He doesn't know that in John 15, Jesus can't wait. Can Jesus not cut off vines from the branch?
Oh fuck.
No. Once saved, always saved.
That's not in the Bible.
Yes, it is.
I guess Jesus was a liar. Ulrich, I guess Jesus was a liar then, which makes sense.
It would be a lie. No, it would be a lie if you could get lost, because also Jesus says, "I give them eternal life." If the life then is not eternal, he would be lying, right? You have no eternal life.
It can also be denied. It could be revoked. It could be taken back.
Yeah, if I give you a box of wait, Ulrich. If I give you as a gift, Ulrich, shut up. If I give you as a gift a box of unlimited socks, and then you do something to piss me off, I can take the box of unlimited socks from you. The infinite part about eternal life is not that you have it eternally, but just that if you have it, then you will live on for eternity. Not that you can just have it forever. That doesn't make any sense.
Wait a second. The infinite part about eternal life is exactly that you have it eternally. That's the point of having eternal life.
No, that's not what that means, Ulrich. The Bible never says that.
The Bible doesn't need to say eternal means eternal. Are we now heaven means heaven?
Only if you are rewarded that in the afterlife. You can still lose it here in this life, which is why Paul and Jesus both warn his followers to hold fast to what they've been given, lest they lose it.
That's not what it says.
It does.
I got the King James Bible open here because I know you're horny for it, Ulrich. I am the true vine, and my Father is the husbandman. Every branch in me. So are the branches in him?
Yes. Would you go on to the point?
Okay, every branch in me that beareth not fruit. So these are branches that are in Jesus that beareth not fruit, correct?
Yes. Would you go to the point? It's
all right.
boring.
Every branch that beareth not fruit, he taketh away. And every branch that beareth fruit, he purgeth it, that it might bring forth fruit. Now ye are clean. And what does he say about these? That the branches that are cut off are thrown into the fire. So was Jesus lying when he said that these branches were in him?
May I answer? The answer to that is it's very simple. The branches that are cut off were never saved. That's why also they don't produce fruit. They're just pretended. Like
so someone can be in Jesus. Someone can be in Jesus and not be saved?
Someone can be in the church and not be saved. That's what it means.
No, not in the church. It said, no, not in the church, Ulrich. No, Jesus said, every branch in me that beareth not fruit. So they're in Jesus. Can someone be in Jesus and then not be saved?
Look, it talks about the branch, and the branch is of a tree, and the tree is the church. That's what we learn in the parable of the
No, Ulrich again. Ulrich. It doesn't say the church is the true vine. It says I. Jesus says, I am the true vine.
Yes.
Stop lying about what the Bible says, Ulrich. It's embarrassing. I'm reading it. I am the true vine. Who's the I there?
Look, can you go to the point? It's getting so annoying. I know that text. I almost
Ulrich, I know you don't like what the Bible says, Ulrich, but you're going to have to answer it. Who is the I?
It's Jesus.
Ulrich, when this is I... Okay, so I am the true vine. And then it talks about how every branch in me. So is it that the branch is in the church or that the branch is in Jesus?
You cannot understand the Bible. You will not explain it to me. You can. Just never got it.
The coping is crazy here. The fact that you think that you can understand the Bible just because you have some fictional Holy Spirit in you is crazy.
Not fictional, it's real.
You're incapable of engaging in Dalton's argumentation, and I guarantee you're incapable of engaging in Hebrews. Hebrews says we have become partners of Christ if only we hold our first confidence firm to the end, which agrees with what Dalton is saying, which is even if you become a Christian, if you don't hold it to the end, you will be cut off and thrown into the fire.
Why don't you just read what it says? It says you're partners. You're not a partner anymore if you don't
only if you hold to our first confidence all the way to the end, meaning you can change your mind and you could walk away, which is why it says in Hebrews 6:4, it is impossible to restore again to repentance those who have once been enlightened and have tasted the heavenly gift and have shared in the Holy Spirit and have tasted the good word of God and the powers of the age to come, and then have fallen away, since they are crucifying again the Son of God to their own harm and are holding him up to contempt. The Bible says specifically that you can lose your salvation.
That's not what it means here. They were like,
that's exactly what it means.
They have tasted but haven't eaten, just like you, Justin. This is exactly talking
about... How do you taste without eat?
You should take it to Hebrews 4. That's you.
Hebrews 4 is not about me. It's about goofballs who think this book is true. Which is why it says, again in Hebrews, if we willfully persist in sin after having received knowledge of the truth, there no longer remains a sacrifice for sins, because you can lose your salvation. Paul warns you on multiple occasions not to lose your salvations if you hold firmly to the message that I proclaim to you, unless you have come to believe in vain, because you can walk away, you can lose your salvation. Colossians chapter 1 says the same thing. You have to hold on to the very end so that you don't lose what was given to you.
There it says there's no more sacrifice because the sacrifice was already made. There is no other sacrifice.
No more sacrifices in no more sacrifices in the temple, you dunce. Have you not read Hebrews?
There is.
He has not.
Jesus Christ was the sacrifice, and then there remains
He's not
no
read
sacrifice.
anything.
It's done. I've read the Bible.
I mean, Paul,
you certainly have not.
Even Paul, who is one of the most egotistical individuals of the New Testament, not even he was so egotistical that he thought that he was once saved, always saved, because he says, I do not consider myself as having finished the race. He keeps running the race with the hope that he will finish the race. Even though Paul is a massive egomaniac, you're far more egotistical than him, Ulrich.
Yeah, it's pretty crazy.
To finish the race means finishing the job. It doesn't mean to get saved. You're mixing it all up because you don't have the Holy Spirit, obviously.
Yeah, that's what it is.
You just don't have the Holy Spirit.
You don't know how words work until the Holy Spirit can change the meaning of all the words for you.
You'll see the
wild.
words. You cannot get right. Because you don't have the Holy Spirit, you cannot understand.
Yeah, that's what it is. We need the Holy Spirit to know what English words mean.
You know what English words, but you cannot connect them in the Bible because
you're blinded by stupidity.
You're blinded by Satan. I'd rather be stupid than connected to Satan.
You know what's funny? You know what's funny? You know what's funny, Justin, is that he quoted Hebrews 4 earlier. Hebrews 4.
Why you talk about the third person? You're so disgusting.
Hebrews 4, Hebrews chapter 4, translates Joshua's name as Jesus. It mistranslates it as Jesus.
Yeah, I forgot about that one. That's a good one, actually.
Use pronouns correctly. You can't even use pronouns correctly.
In fact, Timothy says the same thing, actually. We got more of this nonsense of your salvation is only if you hold on to the end. It says, according to women, that Adam was not deceived, but the woman was deceived and became a transgressor, yet she will be saved through childbearing, provided that they continue in faith and love and holiness with self-control. Why is it that her salvation requires her to continue in these characteristics? It's almost like if she doesn't continue in them, they'll lose salvation.
No, saved from what? That's not talking about salvation from hell.
Saved from what?
Everybody was
what's she being saved? What is she being saved from?
She's being saved from the original sin here.
Genesis, she's being saved from original sin by having babies.
That's what it says there.
It doesn't say anything about original sin. It says she will be saved. Why do you need saving from original sin?
Because there is original sin.
Oh yeah, but why do you need saved from it, dummy?
Because it's on you.
Yeah, but why do you need saved from it? Why is original sin a problem, idiot?
Is that how you preach?
Why is original sin a problem, Ulrich?
How could you be a pastor once?
Why is original sin a problem? I already know the answer to the question. I'm waiting for you to catch up, smooth brain. Original sin is a problem because you'll go to hell.
No,
the reason why you need saved is so that you don't go to hell. Getting saved is being saved from hell, specifically the punishment. So it doesn't say anything about being saved from original sin. This is about being saved from hell.
You can also be saved from tribulation, like in the Revelation. It says no flesh could be saved. It means from tribulation.
I think you need to be saved from your smooth brain interpretation of the Bible. That is not based in any actual scholarship or informed opinions. It's just you literally in your bedroom jacking off to the King James Bible.
I'm not a scholar.
Hey,
are your pages stuck together right now?
Justin, you know that one scene from Family Guy where Peter is doing kung fu against a 5-year-old, and he just instantly wins because he roundhouse kicks her. He's like, I don't care, I'm an adult and I can overtake. That's exactly what it's like watching you talk to Ulrich. He just doesn't stand a chance.
He's basically a clown. Well, that worked out pretty well because it's now 11 o'clock. Which means I got about an hour to read super chats, and we ran out of guests. Ulrich was so unbearable that all the rest of the guests left. We had 3 or 4 of them when he started.
I'm so happy I was here for this because last time I had to edit an Ulrich video, I was yelling at the screen the whole time.
It's hard believing that people that are that dumb out there exist.
Yeah. I love how he tried to pretend he's not a MAGA follower. He clearly is.
So if people are asking if my finger slipped, I didn't cut Ulrich. Ulrich is a gold mine. Every time he comes up here, he produces an amazing clip. So he dipped. He was done. He just decided he didn't want to stick around anymore. Oh, well. Are you going live tomorrow?
Tomorrow, yeah, at 5 p.m. Central Standard Time.
Okay. All right. Give me a second.
In fact, I just had the idea, by the way, that this year on Easter, I'm going to debate Justin, the Catholic Answers AI, on the resurrection. So that's what the special is going to be for Easter. And we now have a mascot for my channel. We actually have a mascot for my channel now.
What is it?
Peggy the Holy Strap-On.
Fuck yeah! Yes! I cannot believe I didn't hear about this yet. Peggy the Holy Strap-on? That's crazy.
It's a new development as of yesterday. I gotta make it now.
Okay, I love it.
The only problem is I don't know if I can on TikTok if I can keep pegging on a shelf behind me the way you keep Doug behind you. I don't know if TikTok will like that.
Let me think. Like, you know what? Make sure you put tassels on it. TikTok AI might not recognize it if it has tassels, but we'll know.
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't know. It's hard to know how much you have to obscure something before TikTok won't recognize it. But I think you could probably get away with some tassels. That'd be good enough for the AI police.
I'll draw out some designs and I'll work on something.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, it might violate. I only have one rule against tassels. Tassels are for titties and motorcycles, but I'm willing to add a third rule and say that it's also for strap-ons now. I think it's a good fit.
I used to wear tassels, yeah, because I used to wear zeet when I was keeping Torah. So.
I forgot about that.
Not those kind of tassels.
Okay, fair enough. All right, friends, we're going to read super chats and close out our stream. We ended with a banger. We had another Ulrich appearance, and then subsequently an Ulrich run, which is fine. You know, I'm not sure we needed him to be here much longer. He always provides some form of entertainment. Famous Amos, my friend, says, song for Reverend Chad. This is the birthday song. Sorry, it's not very long. Happy birthday. Reverend Chad is 50 today. Rock hard for Doug. Simply wet for Sharon. And also Justin. Well, I'm sorry. I was getting ready to say Justin's fucking rock. Jizzin for, wait, JFR? Oh, that is Justin's fucking rock. When I looked at it just now, the F and R were backwards because I'm old and I think my eyeballs are falling out of my head. Anyway, yeah, Justin fucking rock is a new hashtag. If you don't know about it, go to our Discord. We've got a clip of how Justin fucking rock became a hashtag. It's pinned in the Discord in the main chat. So eat that up. It's a good time. Gentleman Viking with the additional super chat. Thank you so much. Says constructing and Eruv. So I don't have to go outside. Oh, interesting. What's an Eruv?
An Eruv is in Judaism. They are the you'll see like these lines that, you know, you're only allowed to walk so far from your dwelling on the Sabbath, and what is considered in the Torah says you shall not go out from your place. So Jewish people have eruvs, which are like borders around their neighborhoods that goes, oh, this is the Sabbath day's journey. This is as far as you can walk. It's like a borderline, basically.
Makes sense. Okay. So you've got a border now, so you don't have to go outside. Okay, fair enough. I didn't realize Gentleman Viking was practicing Judaism, but I guess now we know. And Jamie, thank you for the rock hard for Doug, Justin's fucking rock double hashtag. Appreciate that, friend. And Beard of Empathy, good to see you tonight. Hope you're doing well. It says, I recently had a dyslexic spiritual awakening. I converted to the worship of dog. Beard's looking good, man. Rock hard for Doug and gay for Justin. Well, thanks. I appreciate that. I don't mind growing the beard out in the winter. In the summer, it gets a little, scratchy. But in the winter, it's actually not so bad. Dalton, when are you growing your mustache back out?
Now that I'm growing my hair back out, I'm gonna dye it blue because I'm a blue-haired liberal. I think I might grow a mustache to go with it. So.
Oh my gosh, are you gonna get any piercings? Maybe a septum ring or?
Oh man, I thought about it just to piss off the conservative Christians. Not a real one because I don't think I could do that, but like a clip-on, maybe something like that.
Fair enough.
That'd be fun.
Clip-on be okay. All right, fair enough. And Ace of Spade, thank you for the $5 super chat. Says, hey Justin, you referenced the Dead Sea Scrolls many times. Which translation do you prefer? Wise, Vermes, or Ebeg Jr.? Thanks for everything you do. Well, Wise and Ebeg are actually joint on a number of translation books. It's not, you don't have to pick between one or the other. I do believe the Vermes, Gezer Vermes is it's a widely available translation.
Didn't John J. Collins produce a translation of the Dead Sea Scrolls?
I don't know.
I see his name on online translations of the Dead Sea Scrolls. His name attached to it.
I'll have to check on that. I mean, it's not that he wouldn't. I've just not seen it. The one that I typically utilize has got 3 different translators. And Wise and Abegg are among them, as is Cook. So this one's got Michael Wise, Martin Abegg, and Edward Cook. So this one's called The Dead Sea Scrolls, A New Translation. I like this better than the one by Vermes. I've got the one by Vermes. It's cheap. You can get it anywhere for next to nothing, but I think this one's better. I would also suggest this is a really good one. This is the Dead Sea Scrolls Bible. So this was done by Flint and Abegg as well, but also Eugene Ulrich. Eugene Ulrich also did the Biblical Dead Sea Scrolls in Hebrew. So you can get a critical edition of the Dead Sea Scrolls in Hebrew, but this is the English. And this is really good. The Dead Sea Scrolls Bible. I think you'll really like it a lot. This doesn't include all the Dead Sea Scrolls. It only includes the ones that are biblical quotes. So those are probably the resources I would get. If you can read Hebrew, I highly recommend getting the Dead Sea Scrolls, the Biblical Dead Sea Scrolls by Eugene Ulrich. And there's one other resource you might want that's not as expensive as you might think if you can read Hebrew. Give me a second. There is a 2-volume series called The Dead Sea Scrolls. It's by Garcia Martinez and Tigshlar. And it looks like this. It's the Dead Sea Scrolls Study Edition, and what they don't have translations in this. They're basically we're going to call them typed out in Hebrew of the Dead Sea Scrolls. So, for example, and they're in numerical order, like 4Q164, 4Q165, and it's literally just how they appear in the manuscripts. So you can get this and know what's actually in the manuscripts if you want to translate it yourself without tracking down each individual manuscript. So this is where you get the this is where you get the manuscripts typed out in some sort of printable font.
The only reason I found out about the John J. Collins thing is because I was reading my Jewish annotated New Testament, and the story where Jesus forgives the sins of the paralytic. The commentators there, the annotators, point out that in the Dead Sea Scrolls there is an exorcist who forgives the sins of Nabonidus. And when I went to my translation, it made it sound as if it was God doing the forgiving and not the exorcist. So I found out that John J. Collins actually renders it as the exorcist is the one who's doing the forgiving of sins.
Oh, damn. I'll have to check it out. I mean, I'm a huge fan of John J. Collins. I've never found anything that he did that I didn't love. So we'll have to make that a reality. Klein, thank you for the super chat, says, so God overturned biology and the official sources are 4 unsigned memoirs like Trust Us, We Were There-ish. Makes sense. Actually, that's the crazy thing is the sources don't really even say they were there. You know what I mean?
Luke explicitly says that he wasn't. He just went out and got information from unnamed sources.
Mm-hmm.
So trust me, trust them.
It's pretty wild. Coffee Town Atheist, thank you for the super chat, says, happy Monday. Everyone enjoying some barbecue with Justin and Ems. Praise Doug and Sharon Stone. And now Dalton joined us for our let's say our,
the closing.
Our first, what do we call it? Our first dialogue of 2026 with Ulrich.
There you go.
He'll be back though. But I think we know well enough that he'll be back to cry. Lunas says, don't pray to the sun, pray to Joe Pesci. Listen, You will get just as many prayers answered praying to Joe Pesci as you will to Jesus. I can promise you that. And wasn't that a joke by George Carlin? I think that was his bit. I've look at that. Look it up. Gentleman Viking says, "Our ISP, who art in the cloud, give us this day our daily memes and forgive us our type. Forgive us out typos." Doing a typo while saying "forgive us our typos" is fucking amazing. By the way, Gentleman Viking, I hope everyone caught how good that was. Lead us not into X hamster, but deliver us from AI slop. This is a prayer we can all get behind. Amazing use of words, Gentleman Viking. That was great. And Simeon Urchin, thank you for the super chat, is going to throw some love to a creator who needs way more love from our community. Check out Misunderstandy. Very funny and informative vids on the Bible. Fuck, I've never heard of this channel. I'm going to make a note, though, to check them out after the live stream. It's Misunderstandy. Okay, we'll check them out. Hey, thanks for the shout out. And Nikki says, cedar waxwings get drunk. Madagascar roaches ostracize members of their colony that show aggression. Elephants bury their babies. We are not special. That's, yes. Like, what we're doing is like a more advanced form of what the animals are doing, but it's not like, we're not that fucking unique. What the animals are doing and what we're doing are basically the same thing. Just different levels. Science Over says, how much do I have to pay to boot a caller with no point other than to hear himself talk? Well, we're not really doing a pay to boot anymore. And one of the reasons why we used to do that back in the day was because the algorithm was a lot different. The algorithm used to be such that you always had a ton of people waiting to discuss with the topics with you. And it's just not like that anymore. The algorithm on TikTok doesn't show your stuff out to as many people that don't follow you. And it's just harder to get guests up in here, so you don't really want to run through your guests by booting them all. So, Evan Rock says, I've made more coherent combos with a crusty sock. Well, I think I know what that conversation was about. Oh boy. Absent-minded Professor says, what do you say when a Christian says all of the bad stuff in the Old Testament is human corruption of the text, not God? Well, what I would typically is something akin to like, okay, well, if we can't trust what's in the Hebrew Bible, then we can't trust what's in the New Testament either. And neither did Jesus. Jesus says to not depend on bread alone, but on every word that proceeds from the mouth of God. But we don't fucking know what those words are. What was he referring to? So
why was Jesus constantly quoting from a corrupted text? You'd think he'd know better.
Right. And it's funny, even when Jesus said that to live on not bread, but the word that proceeds from the mouth of God, that's a quote from the actual text that shows up in Deuteronomy. So,
and he says in the Gospel of John that the scriptures cannot be broken, and yet they're corrupted.
Right.
Interesting.
That's pretty crazy. But Christians will do anything to get rid of the Hebrew Bible. They fucking hate that thing. They hate it with a passion. Miss Meg, thank you for the super chat. It says, friend, you says, you mean growing up believing in something and emulating it like Christians? True. I really firmly believe that if nobody was raised Christian, very few people would become Christians. I don't see many adults. I can't envision many adults converting to Christianity as adults having not known anything about it. It's just a preposterous thing. And Miss Megs again says childbirth was a ticket to heaven for women, so dying before giving birth would be bad. This is actually a good point, Miss Meg, in reference to Judges 11. If you died without having children, a lot of times it was thought that you were cursed by God. It was often thought that you were disfavored by God. Now, the ancient Hebrews didn't really believe in this notion necessarily of heaven, But there certainly was a time, like we read 1 Timothy chapter 2, where Paul says that women would be saved through childbearing. So they're, they've really put a lot on women having babies. Jay says, God's really sending his best today, isn't he? Well, to be fair, Ulrich might be God's best. They don't have a whole lot of warriors in the army. It's a pretty sparse conscription that they've cobbled together. The Duncan Idaho Gula says, just a tip for Justin's fucking rock. Rock hard for Doug. Well, thank you, Duncan Idaho Gula. I appreciate that. I knew Justin's fucking rock would take off eventually. And Chris, thank you so much for sending 5 DZ Debate gifted memberships. I really, really appreciate that, friend Big W. And Tracy, artist formerly known as Yantu, says, Duncan Heine in his house. How did you get Heine added to your name?
That's the first I've heard of that.
I feel like it might stick though. It's got a ring to it.
I mean, we talk about my ass a lot on my channel. I don't know. So maybe this has to do with it.
I mean, I don't know. You do have a god of pegging now.
I know. Somehow, somewhere down the line, pegging became associated with my channel, and now it's part of my brand.
Listen, you gotta have fun. Gotta have fun. Scribbles says, LOL, no, I've been scribbled by Janice for months. Company name since Kashi Girl. You just abbreviated it. You're right, I probably did. Maybe that's the first time my brain let my mouth pronounce the entire title. You're right, I think I usually call you either Scribbles or Janice. I try to keep the chatters in the community straight. Sometimes my brain misfires, you know what I mean? But I'm working on it. I'm trying to make sure I recognize everybody. Speaking of which, Kelly, good to see you today, friend, says Dalton joins Justin. Just saying. I mean, we all love it when Dalton joins.
Oh, yeah.
Hey, Misha's here. Good to see you, Misha. Thank you for the super chat. It says, yes, Mo married a rich, noble merchant widow who was older than him. Sugar mama's money likely helped spread Islam, and she was his only wife while she lived. I really didn't know that. I do have to learn more about Muhammad's first wife. In fact, I'm going to see if I can get a Wikipedia page for Muhammad's first wife. Yeah, she got a wiki page. All right, I'm gonna study up on Muhammad's first wife after this. I'm deeply interested in this particular topic now.
What was her name? Khadijah?
Khadijah? Yeah. It was Khadijah bint Khuwailid.
Don't do that.
Sorry, yeah, they're sorry. They're contagious. Oh boy. Yep. I mean, you got to figure out. Pete says Predictive History YouTube channel says the Thomas Gospel is true teachings of Jesus and was a threat to the Romans, not Jews. It was the Romans who killed Jesus and wrote the Bible. Any thoughts? Well, I don't believe in Atwell's theory that the Romans wrote the Bible. It doesn't make any sense of Paul's letters. The Romans didn't know jack shit about Hebrew culture. There's a little too much Hebrew culture in Paul's letters to think that it was written by Romans. You could theoretically get a Greek person who is familiar with Judaism to pen some of the non-Pauline stuff, but it doesn't really check out all that well. But the Romans don't really have a reason. Christianity wasn't a threat to the Romans. I don't know. What do you think, Dalton?
Well, yeah, Joseph Atwell is a complete nut. It's basically conspiracy theory nonsense. There are good forms of mythicism that aren't crazy, but Joseph Atwell's Caesar's Messiah is not one of them. Speaking of fringe ideas, what do you think of the Talpiot tomb? Do you think it's authentic?
I don't even know about it.
Oh, I'll send you a link to a documentary about it. Apparently there was a tomb that they found in Jerusalem that had an ossuary, and on the ossuary was inscribed the name Jesus, son of Joseph.
Yeah. Okay, I know the artifact you're looking for, or you're speaking of. Okay, so there's divided opinions on this ossuary, and it's not even clear that the carving on it is original. Hold on. It's got a says remove the Bible guide. The Bible guide's live content contains themes that people may find uncomfortable. If they remain in your life will be unavailable. All right, I'll drop them and come back.
Yeah.
Fucking TikTok. There was no pegging devices here. What's the problem? I'm so confused. Oh well. I have no idea why that happened.
It's because of Peggy, I'm sure. Anyways.
It's gotta be. It's gotta be because of Peggy. But anyways, we're back on track, friends. We'll get through this. Okay. All right. Katrina, hey, thank you so much for the $5 super chat, friend. Says, loved when you made him acknowledge God doesn't want child sacrifice and that Jeebus himself was a child sacrifice. Thank you. You rock like Doug. You know, isn't that such a glaring, like, a glaring contradiction in the text that, like, God was like, I hate child sacrifice. Jeremiah, he's like, it never even crossed my mind. And then he's like, oh, my plan for the world, fucking child sacrifice. Okay.
There's a line in Proverbs where God calls an abomination those who justify the wicked and those who condemn the righteous, and that is literally the central theology of the New Testament.
Yeah, he was talking about things that he hates. These are things that I hate. Oh, what the fuck? TikTok says live visibility restricted for 10 minutes. Your live is not eligible for recommendation and restricted in search results for the next 10 minutes because the Bible guide does not comply with our community. How? Fucking.
What did I say?
Don't go anywhere.
Here, I'm just gonna
fuck them.
God damn it!
TikTok's after you, bro.
They're after me. I know. Wow, I'm doing something right.
Oh well. We'll get through it. Zach Petronoff says AI sucks, but when you post the Ulrich clip, can you use AI to superimpose a crying clown over his face?
I can just Photoshop that.
Yeah, we can make that happen. I'm sure he is a clown. Every time he comes in, at least he's an entertaining clown, and we don't have to pay to see him. I don't think I'd pay to go see that show. William Rogers, thank you so much for the 2222. Really appreciate that, friend. Says, how much influence did Zoroastrianism have on Judaism and Christianity? And has it been theorized that the biblical magi were actually Zoroastrian priests from Persia? Kind of yes to the last question, but let's talk about it. So Zoroastrianism seems to be where Judaism got its idea of having like a character that opposes God, like somebody that is the cause of the bad shit here. And they also had this idea of like hell, like a punishment for people that were truly bad, rather than just going to Sheol. Now, it's hard to know exactly where the transition comes from because also the Greeks had, they didn't have the good God, bad God concept. They just have polytheism, which is a little bit different, but they did have Hades where people go to get punished. It seems like they took the bad power and the good power concept from Zoroastrianism and the afterlife from Zoroastrian, but then when they came in contact with the Greeks, they melded that with Hades as well. So it seems to be the thing.
I think it's obvious that Zoroastrianism was influencing the Israelites as they're leaving exile because it looks to me as if the author of Deutero-Isaiah in chapter 45 verse 7 is trying to directly contradict the idea that there's a God who's like the origin of good and then another equal in power God who's responsible for the evil by having Yahweh be the source of light and darkness, good and evil. It's like his way of attempting to combat growing Zoroastrianism sentiments amongst the Jewish people, which I guess he failed.
Seems to be the case, yeah. Gentleman Viking says, ask Eric to explain the pillow hunt in Ezekiel. Wait, what? I don't know anybody. Pillow hunt. Hold on. Ezekiel 13:18-20 condemns false prophetesses who sew pillows to armholes and make kerchiefs. I'm actually suspect you're referring to a translation error in the KJV. Let me check real quick what this passage is. The passage was Ezekiel 13:18 through 20, and we'll look it up in the King James Version, see what it says. What it says...
Yeah, what was it? Ezekiel what?
Ezekiel 13:18 through 20. So
I'll look at
maybe,
the JPS.
Yeah, this might be what they're referring to. All right. And say, thus saith the Lord God, woe to the women that sew pillows to all armholes and make kerchiefs upon the head of every stature to hunt souls. Ye will hunt souls of my people, and ye will save souls alive that come to you. That seems to be the passage. I don't know if it's a pillow hunt as much as a soul hunt with pillows tied to your armpits.
I'm getting that the meaning the JPS's notes here says that the meaning of the Hebrew is uncertain. Like this is just we don't know what this word means, but the authors obviously did they even have pillows in the ancient Near East? I don't think so. So that's an obvious anachronism by translating it as pillows.
And thus pillows, we can look up pillows in the Middle English Dictionary from the University of Michigan. See.
The JPS is translating it as pads.
Oh, interesting. I'm going to look up pillow in Middle English. In Middle English, it says a bed cushion or a pillow or a headrest. So it seems to refer to something plush. It says a pillow stuffed with down, scaped of feathers. So it tends to just be pillow.
The Brown Drivers Briggs says about this Hebrew word, it's also used in Ezekiel. Oh, in 2 verses later. It only occurs in 2 verses in the Bible, only here in Ezekiel. But it's a noun, means band or fillet, equals a charm or amulet, according to Ephraimitic source Syriac. Usually a cushion, bolster. Yeah, it seems like there's a lot of question as to what it's intending to mean. It's unknown.
Well, fuck isn't a pillow. They're not tying pillows or armrests to their armpits. That's insane. Okay, I got to add this to my list.
Yeah, I'll be doing research on that later tonight.
Okay. Yeah, we're definitely going to be talking about pillows next time Ulrich comes back. Evan says Ulrich turned the cookout into a marshmallow roast. Indeed. And I think he was like one of those burning marshmallows that like catches on fire and then it's like you're trying to like put it out without flinging it on somebody. Otaku, think of Superjet, says, I love how Mega makes it easy for us to identify the idiocy with their hats. How embarrassing. And I couldn't agree more. The only thing that really pains me is not only is he Mega, not only is he King James and stupid, he's from Germany. They should know better.
Yeah. Why would anyone wear a MAGA hat when if they came into this country, the president would probably want them out?
It's pretty crazy. Oh well. At least it won't be far-fetched to assume he's a neo-Nazi. Right Plight says, please ask Ulrich to define sodomite for the record. I tried. He wouldn't do it. Oh well. Scribbles by Janice says megas are proof that evolution can work in reverse. Yes. The movie Idiocracy is coming true. It was a warning. We didn't heed the warning. We should have heeded the warning. It's on us. Mr. Timon says, just wait till that first rude Philbro caller finds out his God is perceivable according to Genesis 18. That's a very good point. God does appear.
I missed this part of the conversation. What he insisting Philbro insisting God is incorporeal and immaterial.
So he didn't even get to the argument. He was trying to do an analogy that would lead to the argument, but the analogy kept failing because he kept describing something that has the property of being inconceivable. And I kept trying to explain to them that things don't have a property of perceptibility. Perceptibility is something we describe to it. Like perceiving is an action. I can perceive something or I cannot perceive it, but that doesn't mean that the thing itself has perception. Like he kept confusing properties with like actions, and the goal he was trying to get to was to demonstrate that, well, God has a property of inconceivability, but he never got there because I don't agree with him smuggling in of words.
Yeah, no.
These people are clowns. Gentleman Viking, thank you for the super chat, friend. Says lands can't sin, but the can be tapped for mana. You're right. Land can't sin. But, actually, well, rocks can be tapped for water. I don't think there was any tapping of the land for mana, though.
No, it just appeared from the dew. So.
Yeah, and I never understand why it says the quail came from the sea. What the fuck how? What are they doing in the sea?
Does it say sea?
It doesn't say from the from near the sea in Exodus. Hold on.
I know that the ancient Israelites thought of birds as creatures of the water because they're created on the same day as the fish, and also the sky is, in their view, made of water. So who knows? Maybe that's what they were intending to say.
Let's check it. It's in Exodus and Numbers. It both says it. Yeah. Numbers 11:31 says that they came from the sea. It's a kind of a crazy thing to think about, that all these birds just came from the sea. It says, then a wind went out from the Lord, and it brought quails from the sea and let them fall beside the camp.
That's weird.
Look what are quails aquatic?
Were they actually seagulls and the author was an idiot?
All right, let's see. I don't think quails are aquatic. Nope. Quails are not aquatic birds. They are terrestrial, ground-dwelling birds. So
I'd like to imagine that the author had in his mind a seagull, but he was just too much of an idiot, so he wrote quail.
Yeah, in fact, that probably needs to go on the scientific errors tab on the cheat sheet. In fact, let me just do that now. I'm going to write quail from the sea. And we're going to do Numbers 11:31. Bada bing, bada boom. Yeah, it's pretty crazy what the Bible says sometimes. David is May. Hey, thanks so much for the super chat, friend. Says, love this stream. Well, we love that you're here watching this stream. Thank you so much. It really helps to keep the channel going. And Aaron, thank you so much for the 666 yen. Says, incredible cooking chef. Question. When you still believed, how did you deal with the misogynistic part of the Bible in the New Testament? Did you accept it, or did you find a way to rationalize it? Rock hard for Doug, simply what for Sharon, J for G, and Justin's fucking rock. What's J for G? Hold on, I should know this one.
Maybe they meant G for J instead, gay for Justin. They just got it backwards, maybe.
That could be it, actually. It could just be backwards. It could also be Justin for gays.
Justin for gays.
Let's go. I'm on board.
When I was in high school, this is an area where I was a little bit rebellious to my Christian beliefs, because even when I was a hardcore Christian, my parents told me that a man was supposed to be the head of a woman. And I told them that doesn't sound right. Shouldn't they be equal partners?
Yeah. I had a vaguely familiar route. So when I was a Christian, I had heard the apologetic of like, well, Genesis says that men and women were created together, and so they were created. They both have the image of God and whatnot. So for a short while, I was like, okay, yeah, they're kind of created equal, and the same thing. But when I actually read the Bible, I changed my mind because no. It says that women are going to serve men in Genesis 3. 1 Timothy 2 says that they're subservient. 1 Corinthians 11 says that man was created in the image of God and women created in the image of man. So I'm like, they can't be fucking equal if the New Testament's true. So one thing I did early on with this particular topic was initially I just accepted it. It's like, okay, I don't know why God created men with special status. And while it's silly to me, I get it. That didn't last very long. By the time I got to that point, I was already starting to deconstruct, and I very quickly moved to more a liberal framework. And I started to understand that even some of the New Testament passages that seem to degrade women might not even be original. Like Timothy obviously wasn't written by Paul. 1 Corinthians 14 telling the women to shut up and sit down isn't original to even Corinthians. So it was very easy to get to a point where okay, this misogynistic bullshit seems to have been added to the Bible later. It might not be original to it. And there's no good reason to hold women back. But, I don't know. Not everyone lands on that hermeneutic.
I regret to say that it wasn't until because of the fact that I'm a man and I can't even find the ketchup in the refrigerator sometimes. I just missed a lot of the very misogynistic passages of the Bible until Dr. Jennifer Bird pointed them out.
Yeah, it's funny because when it doesn't negatively impact you, it's easy to overlook it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I think the women being captured in war, it's easy to overlook it if you're a man. If you're a fucking woman, you're like, that's horrific. How do you overlook that shit, Rock Hard for Doug, thank you so much, my friend, for sending out 10 DZ Debate gifted memberships. I really appreciate that. That's huge. It really helps the channel, buddy. Hope you're doing well, by the way. I was just talking to you, talking about you with someone the other day. Next time I'm out in your guys' area, we gotta get some more grub. Birdkeeper Mikey says, I found your channel randomly and was Christian growing up. College led me away from that, and I'm happier for it. We're happy for you, Birdkeeper. A lot of us had the same path where we used to be Christians. We read the book, we studied, and we're like, oh, this shit ain't true. So welcome to reality, friend. And also from Birdkeeper Mikey, thank you so much. Says, my hardest part is it seems like a problem to tell people why their gods are not real, but not a problem to try to forcibly convert individuals to their terrible beliefs, and had to send 2 messages. It's pretty wild, yeah. Because when you're in this nonsensical religion, you're kind of forced to believe that we're evil. Right? That's what Jesus says, if you're not with me, you're against me. If you don't sow, you scatter. They set you up to think that we're evil. So us trying to converse rationally with you about it is us doing evil. We're suppressing the truth in unrighteousness, And Inane Glory, hey, good to see you. Beautiful kitty, by the way. Why is native German speaker claiming an English translation of the Bible is the perfect version of the Bible? I totally didn't. It didn't click with me, but this is actually a really good fucking point.
I was wondering that the whole time. I was like, doesn't he have a preferred German version or something like that? Martin Luther's Bible or something? I don't know.
That's crazy. Kosher Dill, thank you for the level ship. I appreciate that on TikTok. That is pretty wild. You're right. The fact that a German speaker wouldn't turn to an actual German Bible is pretty crazy. People are wild. Birdkeeper again. Hey, Birdkeeper, thank you so much for the super chats. Says, one more. I think since I haven't been here before, it's awesome seeing you and someone who has vast knowledge in this category breaking this down for people who can't see it. Thanks so much for everything. Well, thank you, Birdkeeper. And Dalton's actually got a huge knowledge base as well. And I think it's one of the reasons why Christian arguments just come here to die. Because we actually have information and Christians don't, Primordial Puggles? Thank you so much for sending out 10 DZ Debate gifted memberships. I really appreciate that. I have quite a few people get memberships here tonight. And not just, Jesus Titty F in Christ. Thank you for the $5 super chat. It says, I'm tired of you calling my best followers smooth-brained or small-peened. It's not the size of the boat that counts. It's how furious you row it. I would never demean somebody for being small-peened. In fact, some say it's average. Some might even say it's above average. The same. But they are smooth-brained. Let's just be honest. Yeah. Sons of the Clippy. Thank you for the super chat. Says, I am rock hard for Peggy. Well, I could be wrong. I think Peggy's rock hard for you.
Peggy's rock hard for you.
Yeah. To be very clear on this is going to go both ways. And Gentleman Viking says Ezekiel 13:20 in the KJV. Actually, I looked it up too. It's in Ezekiel 13:20 and in Ezekiel 13:18. But let me see if 13:20 talks about the hunting for the pillows that we were looking for.
Yeah, there's only 2 verses where that word for pillow occurs, and it's in verse 18 and verse 20 of that chapter.
Yeah. All right. Here's the KJV. Behold, I am against your. Oh my God. Wherefore, thus saith the Lord God, behold, I am against your pillows. God fucking hates pillows. Wherewith ye there hunt the souls to make them fly, and I will tear them from your arms, and will let the souls go, even the souls that ye hunt to make them fly. So, God fucking hates armpit pillows. You heard it here. Guys, if you have one of those body pillows that you hug at night, you better watch the fuck out. Like, always gonna fuck you up. A Trippy Kenpachi, thank you so much for the $5 super chat. Says, a German friend once told me that white supremacists there use white supremacist racist symbols since Nazi stuff is illegal. Oh, so the neo-Nazis in Germany can't use the actual neo-Nazi symbology, so they have to use like Americanized white supremacist symbols so that they don't get in trouble. I believe that shit. America's got a lot of white supremacy.
Crazy.
It makes me sad to live in a country where that still happens. Like I realize Jim Crow was like not that long ago, but I kind of had high hopes that we can move beyond it. But fucking with enough time and maybe
we were doing great until 2016, and then it went downhill.
We were steadily moving forward, you know. Brian Peck says land is sin. Goblin Char Belcher FTW. You know what that means?
For the win.
Well, who's Goblin Char Belcher?
That I don't know. Brian, you'll have to explain that to me later.
Let me find. I'm going to type it in. Goblin. Is it like a Pokemon or something? It's a Magic the Gathering card? Okay. Goblin.
Oh, that's right. Yeah.
Char Belcher. Okay.
I think maybe it was Dr. Brian who told me yesterday, or someone who told me that apparently there's a spell in Magic the Gathering called Swords into Plowshares.
No fucking way.
Yeah.
I did learn that there is a what do we call it? I think I know the name of it. Hold on. I think there's an official Taylor Swift Magic the Gathering set. There's a Taylor Swift Spear Magic the Gathering set, which is apparently a whole thing. So, you know, Magic the Gathering, they got all kinds of stuff to work with. Adele, good to see you, friend. Speaking of Rock Hard for Doug, thank you for the super chat. It says, if you do make it back our way, Rock Hard for Doug has a very good track record of smoking tofu for your new diet plan. I was actually just thinking about it. I was like, we can't have barbecue this time. I've got to eat something else. But Thank you. I really appreciate that, Adele. I would love to travel out that way and see some people. I've got a couple people in the community that I'm hoping to be able to get together. And also this fall, like September, we're planning a Midwest meetup. I got to get with Crystal and Denise and kind of iron out some of the details, but it should be a lot of fun. We're trying to build community, not just debate people. I know it's hard sometimes to build community in the atheist community. There's a lot of us out there, and sometimes we don't actually know how many or where, but we're trying. We're going to make things work,
there is a little level of hypocrisy in what we do, in that we constantly are against human sacrifice, and yet we're constantly cooking these fools alive.
That is the case. It's a difficult world to live in. You have to balance a few different things. It's like there's anytime you get like a real good slavery debate, you'll hear somebody in the comments say, "You hypocrite, you're against slavery," but he just it's a good line though, isn't it?
Yeah.
Oh man. All right. Who's live right now that we can go raid? I'm looking on YouTube right now. I don't see anyone live on YouTube that we can go raid. There's got to be somebody though that's live on TikTok we can go raid. Is Thinker not live right now?
I've never disrespected. Let's see who is live.
I don't see Arch Thinker live on YouTube right now.
Yeah, I don't see anyone live either. It's kind of dead out there.
So Ray is live right now? Oh fuck. All right. Sorry YouTube. You're going to have to get on TikTok for this. My friend El Oso Ray, unless he changed his name to Oso Ray, is live right now on TikTok, and it's fucking amazing. He's really funny. I think Thinker might not be live until midnight, so we can't raid Thinker just yet, but Oso Ray is hilarious. So friends, let's go raid El Oso. Oh, Venus, thank you for the information. And tell him we sent you. In fact, I'll pop over here in just a little bit. He's a lot of fun. Hopefully you guys have a good time with him. But thanks so much for being here, friends. And Dalton, thanks for joining me, bud.
Always, bud. Happy to be here.
We'll be back at it again on Wednesday, and then back again at it on Friday. So we got more cooking coming this week. Thank you so much for being here, friends. Really love and appreciate everybody. Be safe, and fuck ice.